Order. We're going to go ahead and we're starting back up after our lunch break, and we have a 1 p.m. time certain item here. Ms. Patterson.
Yes, sir. So we are hearing items 9A and 9B. They are companion items and are 1 o'clock time certain. I'm going to read the titles into the record, then we'll do ex parte, and then we'll swear everybody in that intends to participate in this conversation. Now, item 9A is a recommendation to amend ordinance 89-05 as amended, the Collier County Growth Management Plan, specifically amending the future land use element and maps to change the land use designation from agricultural rural designation rural fringe mixed use district sending lands to agricultural rural designation agricultural rural mixed use district 341 Sable Palm Road residential subdistrict, to allow up to 423 owner-occupied dwelling units with affordable housing, and directing transmittal of the adoption amendment to the Florida Department of Commerce, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. The subject property is 169 plus minus acres and located on the south side of Sable Palm Road, approximately 1.4 miles east of Collier Boulevard in Section 14, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. Its companion item is item 9B is a recommendation to approve an ordinance to rezone real property from a rural agricultural zoning district within the rural fringe mixed use district overlay sending areas and the natural resource protection overlay and partly in the special treatment overlay to the 341 Sable Palm Road residential planned unit development, to allow up to 423 owner-occupied dwelling units with affordable housing. The subject property is 169 plus minus acres located on the south side of Sable Palm Road, approximately 1.4 miles east of Collier Boulevard in Section 25, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. With that, Commissioners, ex parte.
Commissioner Saunders.
I found my list.
You got a second chance. to
So I
rectify
had
it.
meetings, correspondence, emails, phone calls on both of these items.
Mr. Hall.
Meetings and emails.
Mr. LaCastro.
What do you think?
The full gambit.
Everything.
All right. Commissioner McDaniel.
Meetings and emails and calls.
Yeah, myself, I have meetings, emails, and I actually got a few phone calls during lunch today, so I'm going to add those to the list.
Very good.
All right.
If all participants that will be participating could please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the court reporter. This does include public comment. Very good. Mr. Yovanovich.
Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
Yeah, let me make an opening comment.
Can you
here,
wait a moment?
if I may.
Commissioner LaCastro, make an opening comment.
First of all, to the folks that have come here, thank you. I mean, we appreciate and respect your comments. Nobody's, predetermined anything. I will tell you, I can't speak for the other commissioners, but I looked at all the emails I got, and what we're here to do today is to separate rumor from fact, okay? And although there's a lot of passion out there, unfortunately, a lot of the emails we got were very passionate, but not very factual. Give you a perfect example. Good day to you, Rick. I'm writing today to ask you to please not tear down or demolish an orchard in Naples for the 2,600 new homes you plan to develop. We are losing blah, 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 small town. So, okay, that's one example, okay? How many emails did we get saying, please stop building in the Everglades? This property isn't in the Everglades. So help us make a smart decision here, okay? Nobody up here is trying to turn Collier County into Miami, but I can tell you, if you switch places with us, we also have to follow the law. When people own property, they're allowed to request to do something with it. I can't tell you the number of emails I got where citizens almost inferred that we own the property. I can't believe you're allowing the county to do A, B, C, D, and E. You're so greedy. Well, I think we'll hear from the landowner. If the property is sold, we won't get any money. The landowner will. So understand the process to help us make the educated decision. We have plenty of gated communities that butt up against land that is has conservation value. That's not the same thing as being the Everglades. So you're going to hear a lot of things today, and what we need is more facts and less just passion. Stop building, put a lock on the front gate. That's not realistic. And so I'm not saying this is a great project. I don't know if it is. None of these commissioners do. This is the first time we've assembled in this room. Where's Mr. Cornell? Brad Cornell, raise your hand. So Brad Cornell is somebody from the Audubon Society that I greatly respect. And those of you that have never been in this room before, he comes here and speaks on behalf of environmental concerns, has an unbelievable amount of knowledge. And when the room is empty and he's speaking on behalf of the environmental community, it's extremely helpful to us. But also on the flip side, he wrote 5 sample emails that he sent out to all the members of the Audubon Society and said, hey, pick one of these 5 emails, and here's also 5 sample subject lines, and flood the inboxes of the commissioners. I called a few of the people that sent those emails, and I said, do you know where Sable Palm Road is? No. Do you know you ever been to the Orange Grove? No. Do you think it's in the Everglades? Because your email said it was. I really don't know. I'm just a supporter. And Brad and I had this conversation yesterday in my office, and I'm not saying it to be disrespectful, but what I'm saying is we really have to deal with facts here. And there's sometimes some things, I've been known to say up here, we vote for sometimes things that we hate the least, but doing nothing or because we got a petition with 10,000 signatures on it, then we're forced to vote no. Unfortunately, sometimes these jobs can look easy from the sidelines, and they're not. I'm here, we're all here to hear, and sir, you shouldn't shake your head, because I can tell you that's what we're here for. So if anybody's out there going, oh God, no, you've already decided, you're all on the take, and I'm driving a 4-year-old Acura. Trust me, I'm not on the take. I got a VA loan on my house, okay? I'm not on the take. But if you're gonna come to the podium and speak, a couple of things that we often say is, yield your time to somebody that maybe has a more organized approach, yielding your time to somebody like Brad Cornell so he's not rushed and he can map out what he wants to say. Coming to the podium as a concerned citizen and just saying, stop building, you're ruining things and all that, it's your right, and nobody's going to get cut off here. And I can even tell you, if you haven't finished and your light comes on, we're very cordial up here to say, finish your thought. We're not here to cut you off, but help us make the best decision possible. But in the end, whatever we decide today will not please everyone. I can tell you right now, I had people that said, nobody wants Costco. Remember that thing? Nobody wants Costco. You know what? I had hundreds and hundreds of emails from people who wanted it, hundreds and hundreds of people who didn't. And in the end, we have to make a legal decision. So I'll just conclude by saying, I respect each and every one of you for coming here, people that took time to send an email, even if it was a cut and paste and you never heard of Sable Palm Road, but you just thought you'd pile on or whatnot. We don't make decisions based on keeping score of how many people want it and how many people don't. We have to make a legal decision here, and this one is very unique. And a lot of you, probably all of you, weren't here at our last December meeting, but my colleagues recall me closing the meeting saying, please, between at the end of the December meeting and now, meet with all the people concerned, read as many of the emails as you can, because I can tell you, I've only been in this chair, 5 years. Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel have the longest tenure here, but this one has moving parts and pieces that I've never seen. Sending lands, receiving lands, all these other things. This one is unique. So we understand that. But it doesn't make it as black and white as just, nobody wants it, don't build it, vote no, and we'll all love you. It's a little bit more complicated than that. So I appreciate, the folks that are here. I have no preconceived, decision. I have no idea because I haven't heard from both sides, but this is like a court case. So before you send somebody to the electric chair or not, you have to hear from both sides, which I hope we will today. And let's be professional. Let's be cordial. Let's respect that we don't need to hear boos and claps and all those kind of things. This is a heavy decision with a lot of moving parts, and I can tell you the 5 commissioners up here take this job very seriously. And in the end, a group of people will walk out of this room happy, and a group of people will walk out of this room unhappy. I don't know which group that is, but almost every decision we make up here, that's the case. And I can just tell you that you got 5 people up here that have integrity. We're not on the take. We're not trying to just say rubber stamp and build anything, but we don't own the land. Somebody else does, and they're about to request to do something with it. And within the law, we're going to take a look and see what makes sense and what doesn't. And if there's other outstanding or additional parameters that need to be taken into consideration that legally will allow us to maybe paddle in multiple directions. And so I thank you for your participation. This is what this is all about. Public comment is a big part of an important piece of any vote that we make. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Petitioner, go ahead and proceed
Thank
with
you.
his.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the petitioner. The petitioner is SWJR Naples 1 LLC. They have a contract to purchase some property from an existing farmer who you will hear from as part of our presentation. Wayne Arnold is our professional planner. Norm Trebilcock is our traffic consultant. Tim Hall is our environmental consultant, and J.D. Forge is our civil engineer. As we go through our presentation, we will address comments in emails that you have all received. We will attempt to separate fact from non-fact that are contained in many of the comments that we heard at the Planning Commission and many of the comments in the emails. One of the things or a couple of things I want to address right from the get-go. What we are proposing is 100% consistent with your environmental concerns within your growth management plan, including the concerns set forth in the Rural Fringe Mixed-Use District, which this property is within. The Rural Fringe Mixed-Use District, for people who are in the audience that weren't around in 1999 when the governor and cabinet imposed a moratorium on development in certain portions of Collier County, led to 2 separate areas of Collier County having regulations adopted at the end of that moratorium in the year 2002. So we're talking 26 years ago, we were in a moratorium. 23 years ago, we came out of this moratorium, and we have the rural land stewardship area, which is where you have your towns and villages. You've had several petitions in that area, and you have areas closer to the urban area called the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. And in the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District, you had 3 categories of lands: receiving lands, sending lands, and neutral lands. What we're asking is that a portion of the lands that was previously designated sending lands, and that analysis was done at a 50,000 or 50,000 foot landscape analysis to designate these lands, be redesignated to this sub-district to allow for a project to move forward. And we'll go through the environmental reasons as to why this land should not have been designated sending lands based upon an actual analysis of the property versus what was done in 2002, which was a big, huge landscape analysis where you drew lines on the land. And we're not the first ones to come through and make changes to that. There were a several hundred acre property also in the Belmead area, also within the NERPA. That would have the Hussey lands, originally designated sending. Those were redesignated to receiving based upon an analysis of what's the land like today in reality versus how it was designated originally. A couple of things that I want to hit on early is we have a deviation for littoral plantings in the lakes. There's a requirement that 30% of the lake area have contained littoral plantings. Contrary to what the emails are saying, we're not trying to get out of the requirement to do 30% of the lake areas of littorals. What we're asking for is the ability, and by the way, you'll hear this from Tim, we have 20 acres of lakes, 6 acres of littoral plantings required. Instead of dividing it into the multiple lakes, we want to consolidate that 6 acres into one area of littoral plantings to better serve the environment, better clean the water, better create wading bird habitat. We are providing over 6 acres of littoral plantings as part of our project. So we are not trying to avoid littoral plantings and the benefits they are. We're attempting to put them in an area that the environment is better served. The deviation is written the way staff wanted us to write the deviation, but the reality is we are doing the required 30% of the lake areas as littoral plantings as part of our project. This project is a hydrological enhancement to the area. It is not a detriment. It furthers your goal to rehydrate the area. We are putting in culverts under Sable Palm Road, which everybody acknowledges acts as a dam today. It keeps water to the north, probably is creating some flooding issues for people who live on the north side of Sable Palm. Our project will pull culverts in, will restore the flow of water south, and provide the hydrological benefit your comprehensive plan is asking for. So we're an enhancement to the hydrology, contrary to some of the information in those emails where they're alleging we are a detriment to that hydrological enhancement. And we do have a requirement to have a wildfire plan. That's already a commitment in the PUD. And in other projects, there are many, many, many projects where prescribed burns occur, especially out in the rural land stewardship area. Very same issues with regard to environmental concerns. We will do the same as every other project that is near prescribed burns. We will provide to all of our buyers a notice that there are going to be prescribed burns in the area. Be aware, so when you smell these prescribed burns, you don't get scared. And we also have a requirement to properly design our project to, if there is a wildfire in the area, to assure that our property is safe from any wildfire that may occur. Those are all already in our proposed project. That's not new. That's been considered. That's been part of our project from day one. Here's the location of the property. You can see Collier Boulevard to my left, which is to the west. And you can see our 169.19 acres highlighted on this piece of property. We're 1.4 miles from Collier Boulevard, which is only 0.4 of a mile from the urban boundary. We're not urban sprawl. We're not in the middle of the Everglades. And we're not on conservation lands. So whoever's telling you this is conservation lands, it is not zoned conservation lands. And it is inaccurate to represent that this land is conservation land. This land is a farm. It's an orange grove that candidly, and you'll hear from my clients, had my clients known what was happening to them 26 years ago, that they were going to have rights taken away from them as part of this program, they would have stopped their busy farming, thriving orange grove at the time, and gotten involved, and your staff will confirm, they believe these lands would not have been designated as sending lands at the time because these are impacted lands. It's an orange grove. I think most of us know that the orange industry in Florida, I think in saying is in trouble is an understatement. Had this continued to be a viable use on the property, an orange grove as a viable use, this is a family that's farmed for generations. They would have passed it on for more farming options. The reality is an orange grove on this piece of property is not economically viable. Those trees are not producing. They will never produce. And candidly, bigger agricultural interests in Florida are moving away from the orange industry for reasons beyond their control. So this isn't a greedy grab by a farming family. This is the reality of life. They didn't know what was happening to them in the first place. They didn't anticipate or hope for their livelihood to go away because of things that are beyond their control. This will never be an orange grove. Whether you approve this project or not, an orange grove will not succeed on this piece of property. And candidly, from an environmental perspective, what we're proposing is far better for the environment than the existing farming operations that are occurring on the property. I also want to point out that our project exceeds the preserve requirements for sending lands. Sending lands are required to retain 90% of the existing preserves on site, the existing native vegetation on site. That would be a total of 3 acres. That's all. We are preserving, as you can, hopefully you can see, there are 2 existing areas of vegetation. Is that working more, Troy? I gotta go this way? I got it. Oh, is the monitor? Oh, you know what? I'm hitting the wrong thing.
No,
But I'll point them out on this while Troy helps me. This area is native. This area is native. We're retaining. Thank you. This area and this area. Those are the native areas. We're retaining over here. We're keeping 100% of the native vegetation. So we're exceeding what the sending land requirements are, and we're doing additional plantings to create a flowway. So we're meeting, even though we shouldn't be designated sending lands, we're meeting and exceeding the preserve requirement of the sending lands. And as we'll show you through our master plan, we're actually creating a flowway. That flowway will better treat water as it flows through our property. It will create wading bird habitat and will enhance the wildlife potential for this property. Tim will take you through this is not a place where you have a ton of panthers living on this site. You don't have that.
Shh. Hey, I'm going to caution the audience. We're not going to have any outbursts, and you would respect everybody up here speaking, okay? It's not accepted. Thank you. Respect people when they're speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you'll hear from the environmental consultant who's actually walked the site, has actually done the research, and by the way, all confirmed by your county staff. So the public knows we provide information to the staff. Your staff reviews it. They do site visits. They confirm what we tell them is factually correct. And at the end of the day, if you want to ignore every one of my consultants that are speaking, your consultants, your experts, are all in support of what we're proposing. And that includes every one of your environmental experts, your housing experts, and your planning experts. We've been here before with the growth management plan transmittal hearing. If you will recall, originally the growth management plan had no requirement to provide any TDRs. It had a 15% affordable income restricted unit requirement, which would have been 63 units. It also included are paying a fair share for a traffic signal at the intersection of Collier Boulevard and Sapele Palm. We went and listened to the transmittal hearing comments we got from both the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, as well as the public comments that were made at that hearing, and as well as comments that were made at the adoption hearing and the rezone hearing in front of the Planning Commission. And we've made changes to the project. Now, we also had several meetings with Commissioner LaCastro and the rest of the commissioners that We took those comments seriously, made significant changes to this project, all of which I'm sure you will hear from your staff further enhances the goals and objectives of your comprehensive plan. I'll go over a few of them. We've tried to highlight them. Instead of doing 15% of the units income restricted, we're now going to 20%. Previously, all of the units were going to be at the 120% income category and below. Now, half of those units will be at the 120% and below category. The other half will be at the 100% and below category. We're going from 63 income restricted units to 85 income restricted units. To my knowledge, other than Habitat for Humanity, nobody's providing for sale affordable housing, and nobody's providing it at the 100% and below category. Pulte is the ultimate developer of this project, and Pulte has done a similar project to this project in Sarasota. So you have a developer that's going to deliver those for sale affordable housing units to Collier County. This isn't like many projects that you've approved that have been approved that have not yet come out of the ground. We have a developer that's ready, willing, and able to go forward with a for sale mixed use project in Collier County. As part of the Planning Commission approval, Pulte has a Hometown Heroes program. They're going to contribute $2,000 per unit for down payment assistance. Initially, that was $126,000 when it was 63 units. Now that we're doing 85 units, that number is going to go to $170,000 for down payment assistance as part of this project. The project itself is, I'll call them the market rate units, the standalone single family homes. The price points are between $600,000 and $900,000. It's a lot of money. But that actually is attainable housing in Collier County for people who make somewhere between $125,000 and $180,000 as a family. So you're talking about a project that is going to be priced for people who are essential service people based upon the income restricted units, as well as the remainder of the units will also be priced for people who are working in Collier County to come live and stay in Collier County and not drive down from Lee County or come over from Hendry County to live here. And I also want to point out that under your land development code density bonus matrix, with the modifications, we would be entitled to ask for 5 bonus units per acre. We're only asking for 1.5 bonus units per acre. And how did I get to 1.5? Is because we've also agreed to purchase 135 TDRs. It's been a concern of some commissioners that by providing affordable housing, developers were getting out of the requirement to buy TDRs to get to the 1 unit per acre. So we're going to buy 135 TDRs to get 1 unit per acre as our base, and then we're going to provide the affordable housing for a 1.5 unit per acre bonus. When under your matrix, we could ask for 5. So if anybody's saying we're trying to maximize the density on this property, we're not. We want to do townhomes and single family homes. 2.5 units per acre is not a high density project. It's consistent with the density immediately adjacent to this property, as Wayne Arnold will take you through. So we are not maxing out, nor are we asking for a rental project on this property. This is all for sale. You will, as we've said before and you've heard, we don't believe this property should have ever been designated ascending lands. In the first place, you could see this is an impacted Marsh Grove. You have other examples, and I'm prepared to share them to you, that where there's been an arbitrary line drawn. I'm assuming it followed property ownership. I don't know. But there are other examples that have lands that are not impacted at all like this, designated receiving. In fact, you have lands not impacted at all, designated receiving in this same Bellmead area. So you really need to look at the property on a case-by-case basis when it comes time to apply the requirements. We're going to have our experts, and we're going to spend some time on this. Wayne's going to take you through the planning aspects and the densities around us, and that we're not urban sprawl. Your staff has already determined we're not urban sprawl. And candidly, the state of Florida has determined we're not urban sprawl. We had to go to the state of Florida for our proposed growth management plan amendment. The state was involved in the original establishment of the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District and the goals and objectives of the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. And the state of Florida is not objecting to this 169 acres being designated the subdistrict we're asking for, and for it to be developed with income restricted housing on it. We will take you through, JD, who's our civil engineer, will take you through concerns that were raised with regard to water quality treatment as part of our water management system, as well as the flow of water, because there are issues west of our property, north of Sable Palm Road, with some flooding that has nothing to do with us. In fact, we'll make it better by allowing for water to flow north to south under Sable Palm Road. And JD will talk to you about the water management district requirements for nutrient treating and removing nutrients from the water that go through our project, and that we will be enhancing that. So we will be bettering the environment through our proposed project from what's there today. I'm not going to read all of the language. I've highlighted most of this. The project is 423 units. We are have a 60% open space requirement. For the record, if you were in receiving lands and you were doing affordable housing, you would only have a 50% open space requirement. So we're exceeding what a receiving land project would provide as part of this. And obviously we're going to have to update this to go from 63 units to 85 units, and then the 10% will be at 120% below, and 10% will be at the 100% and below income categories. So we'll make those modifications, and we'll also obviously add the TDR requirement as part of the comp plan and the PUD. This is an employment map for what's around the area. This project is not in the middle of the Everglades. This project is essentially adjacent to the urban area. It's in close proximity to many employers, including Physicians Regional, NCH, schools. You've received letters of support from Physicians Regional and others, and there are people from NCH here and others to speak in favor of what we're proposing. It's also near the new medical school that's coming to this area. So this is providing housing for people who work in schools, work in hospitals, work in doctors' offices. Hopefully the young doctors that, as they become trained physicians, will want to stay in Collier County and provide an opportunity for them to start their home ownership journey here in Collier County. So this project is properly located. It protects the environment. It's consistent with your comprehensive plan. I'm going to turn it over to the property owners to have them explain why they're here. And then we'll have Wayne take you through the planning, and then we'll go through the environmental as well as the water management portion of our project. Hopefully you'll allow us to finish our presentation. Hopefully we'll address many of your questions, but if we don't, obviously interrupt us wherever. I'm happy to answer any general questions you may have now before our consultants get up there, but otherwise I'll turn it over to the property owners.
I don't see anybody lit up at this moment, so continue the presentation, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Henry Jacobs. I'm one of the owners of South Naples Citrus Grove. In 1978, our family, including my parents, their 6 children, of which I'm a son-in-law, purchased a square mile parcel of land, approximately 640 acres, in this county, Collier County. All but the 169 acres on Sable Palm Road were sold in 1988. We have been longtime vegetable farmers in Illinois, and our parents had previously owned a citrus grove in the Rio Grande Valley of Texas, which prepared us to develop the Florida property as a citrus grove. The best location was at the highest ground elevation, where pine trees were growing and where we chose to develop our citrus grove. Farmers don't farm wetlands. Our grove had never been developed on natural wetlands. We cleared the land and established ditches and dikes to manage the water table. We planted our first citrus trees in 1980, and after 5 long years of growing, we began harvesting our first fruit and began welcoming customers to our citrus grove where we had fruit for sale. In 2002, after a lot of residential and commercial development occurred near our grove, our property was apparently included in a new sending zone designation to be conserved. We were never contacted or consulted regarding this change, and because our grove production was thriving at the time, we were very busy, and at the time didn't consider its implications for our property in the future. Because our property had already been developed and in production as a citrus grove for nearly 2 decades, it had long ceased to be a natural Florida vegetation, making its inclusion a sending zone somewhat puzzling. In 2014, the increasingly devastating effects of citrus greening disease became very apparent in Florida citrus groves. At first, we were not immediately affected, but even with careful management and taking precautions, greening was eventually detected in our grove. Despite our best efforts, the trees began to decline and eventually die in significant numbers. For the better part of the last decade, our production has been declining dramatically. Many Florida citrus growers have given up, but we held out hope that a solution for stopping the greening disease would be developed. In 2023, having fought what seemed to be a relentless but losing battle against greening, also considering the property's proximity to many developments, we decided to look for another use of our property. All of us owners are at or beyond retirement age, and we can't continue to hold out hope for a solution that may never come. When a developer expressed interest and was willing to pursue on our behalf the rezoning process and expense needed for us to move on, we decided to move forward. No one has expressed an interest in purchasing our investment property to restore and maintain it as conservable land. Now in 2026, as time continues to move on, it's our sincere request that you would approve the rezoning designation for our property and also for the proposed development plan, which we think includes many positive improvements for the surrounding community and for the county. Thank you for your time.
And for those in the audience who don't know, when the county changes the land development code, changes the comprehensive plan, there's no requirement to notify any property owners that these changes are occurring. The only thing that happens is word of mouth, or there's an ad in the newspaper. Unlike what we have to do, we actually have to provide notice to our neighbors of what we're requesting. So they didn't know what was happening. Many people didn't know what was happening as this went through the process. And I'm sure had they known what was happening, there would have been a carve out. Because I know I was retained to do some carve outs back in 2002, and based upon the land conditions as they existed. So they're in the unfortunate circumstance of they have a valueless piece of property. Because Conservation Collier wouldn't want the property because we'd have to clean it up. So the cost to clean it up will basically render the property valueless from a Conservation Collier perspective. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Wayne Arnold to take you through the planning aspects of the project.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Wayne Arnold, a certified planner. And just to build on the exhibit that's on the screen is our employment map that we created as part of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. And we've shown this on many other projects, and we've picked a 10-mile radius just because that's an easily drivable distance, and it stays within Collier County unless you're in the far northern reaches. But here, on that one, I looked at some of the notable examples of employment that we have there. We have 3 hospitals within that 10-mile radius. We have 15 schools. We have 2 Home Depots, a Lowe's, a Walmart, 3 of those. Collier County Government Center, 15 hotels, 18 country clubs, 15 police, fire, EMS stations, and the Coastland Center Mall. So I say that because this is proximate to a lot of opportunities for people to live and work in Collier County. And as Rich said, providing 85 now affordable for-sale units is a pretty significant lift, and it's one that you haven't seen before outside of a habitat project. So I think that's a big accomplishment, and I think many thanks are due to Pulte Homes for stepping up to do that. The TDR is also an important aspect of that as well. But it's been said by some of our opponents that this is an isolated parcel. It's not. Rich showed you the examples that we're in the urban area, and approximate to the urban area by about 0.4 miles. It's not an isolated district. We're going to have easy access to water and sewer. And as he said, the state looks at urban sprawl as one of the criteria for comp plan changes, and there were no objections to our request from the state. So that's a pretty important aspect. On the screen here is the proposed PUD master plan. I think we showed you this as part of our comprehensive plan transmittal hearing, but just to give you an overview, you heard a lot about the flowway aspect of this and the importance of that. So this part of the site from Sable Palm Road, wrapping all the way to the south end of the property and across and around one of the retained preserves, will be a large flowway, and that's going to be enhanced with some culverts that get built as part of the Sable Palm Road reconstruction, and that's going to allow flow from the north to the south as it continues, and that's going to be consistent with your hydrologic restoration plan that you have for the Belle Meade area. It's also going to enhance some of the properties, as Rich said, to the north that are being impeded from their flows to the south because Sable Palm Road was not built with the proper culverts and sized appropriately to handle that. So that's a big part of this master plan. All of the R areas are the residential tracts. They're throughout. The area where the affordable housing is going to be clustered in townhomes will be on our northeast corner of the site up here. They're going to have an amenity complex. We're going to have an emergency connection and sidewalk connection with those and the balance of the project. The 2 preserves that Rich mentioned, one is here, the northern side. Yeah, they're preserves in name only because I think Tim Hall will tell you they're very poor quality vegetation. They don't really qualify as native vegetation in many instances, but as we said, we're restoring those and we'll be enhancing those, and those will be functional preserves when the project is complete. The preserve that Rich mentioned that's also part of this flowway And the littoral plantings is located there. And the deviation note is there. That just denotes that we've asked for that deviation to cluster those littoral plantings in the flowway and that preserve so it can provide better habitat for wading birds. We have 2 access points on Sable Palm Road, central access point here, another one serving the townhomes all the way to the east. We'll be extending Sable Palm Road and making road improvements from the point at which the county stops its maintenance to the west. So that road will be rebuilt. We're also going to be extending the sidewalk that exists on the south side of Sable Palm Road in front of Verona Walk. That will be extended along to our frontage as well. So there will be a pedestrian connection back a mile to Verona Walk. This is an example. We heard a lot of comments at our neighborhood meeting from folks in Verona Walk concerned that we were going to flood them. You're going to hear from J.D. DeForge shortly, but there's a basin divide in here, and frankly, everything that is in Verona Walk is captured internally. There's no water flowing into Verona Walk from the east, which in this area there's no connection. Their discharge point is down here in the south. They collect all their own water, and it discharges to the south. Our lands will discharge in this area all the way south into that Hacienda Lakes Preservation area that's to our south. And we'll be accepting flows from this area through new culverts that are placed here, here, and here. And JD will go through those in more detail. But you can see that we're 2,800 feet, half a mile from the Verona Walk folks, and we have no water connection to them whatsoever. The permitted uses, we're asking for only single family, 2-family, and townhomes. They're all owner occupied. We have development standards that are very comparable to things you've seen for other projects for the single-family homes, the 2-family homes, and the townhomes. Nothing there that's heavy to note other than we're asking for typical, the single-family homes, maybe 2 stories in height. Developer affordability, a big deal. Pulte Group, they have their own program. They finance their own projects, so they do their own mortgages. They help people with their interest rates. We're going to provide the 85 townhomes set aside as part of what they call their hometown hero, and that's for families that are making the 120% of AMI, or about 136,000, and that's at the 120. So that income level will go down with our commitment to provide 10% of those 20% units at the 100% or less. The townhome product, all of the townhomes, there's about 95 planned. Of those, 85 would be the affordable. They'll all be built to identical standards. You're not going to distinguish anything that's affordable from those that are not. Just some renderings that we've shown, just show it's typical fit and finish, concrete block construction, nice appliance packages, and nice living spaces. A lot of public benefits, we think, derive from this project. Again, the 85 income restricted residential homes for sale. The flowway restoration, you're going to hear a lot more about that from JD, but that's a big deal. I think your staff is going to tell you that that's a significant aspect of what we're proposing to do. The Sable Palm Road improvements, I think anybody who's been on Sable Palm Road, especially in the summer months, you're driving through some standing water, and that situation is going to be resolved, and we're going to be able to pass the water properly across the road. 90% preservation, the native vegetation that's on site, and we have the NERPA lands. We've provided for a buffer to the east from the NERPA lands. We've also, again, we're going to be discharging from the flowway and continuing the discharge from the north to the south as it should properly be done. We're asking for, as Rich mentioned, the 423 units, it's about 2.5 units per acre overall, but we think with the now acquisition of the TDRs, to get us back to that 1 unit per acre, our request is really for 1.5 unit per acre bonus density, whereas under your standards, if we were receiving lands today, we could get significantly more density than we're asking for. We've agreed to not only pay our proportionate share toward a traffic signal at Sable Palm and Collier Boulevard, but we've agreed to pay the public's prop share. The D.R. Horton project, Tamarindo, has a commitment in its plan development that says they'll pay a proportionate share as well. So between us and the Tamarindo D.R. Horton developer, we would pay for the entirety of the signal at no cost to Collier County. So we would take the lead in permitting it, designing it, and installing it. We're making available through Pulte's program, $170,000 for down payment assistance for the 85 income restricted units. That's $2,000 per unit. That number was less. It was based on the 63 previously, so that number has gone up to the $170,000 as part of our request. We've got strong community support. I think here's a list of some of those. Some are in the audience today. I think they're here because they recognize the benefit of having the for sale affordable housing and having other opportunities for people in the South Naples area to have quality housing. And as Rich mentioned, not only do we have the Physicians Regional Hospital, you're getting a new NCH Medical College and just a stone's throw from here. So that's a significant thing. They're going to be employing doctors. Students need housing. Young doctors and hopefully the residents that will stay on and participate here locally in Collier County can have a leg up and a place to live. In our conclusions for planning, we have to go through Chapter 163 of the Florida statutes. We have to provide appropriate data and analysis. So Mr. Hall prepared a large environmental supplement that your staff has analyzed and agrees with. Norm Trevelcock did a transportation analysis that looks at the impacts on the roadway from our request. We did the location analysis in urban services to determine that there's no water, sewer, drainage impacts to the community, and that when we look at the public benefits, we're going to be extending water and sewer to the site. No commitment and no requirement from some of the neighbors to connect to it, but we think that it's going to be a benefit to those who were concerned about the wildfire and prescribed burns, and now there will be a source of water and sewer on our site to deal with that should there be an emergency issue. I mentioned the roadway enhancement for Sable Palm Road, the flowway, the more habitat creation, and one of the things that I don't think gets enough credit from development is the water quality enhancements that occur, because right now there's an orange grove on site. They put a lot of chemicals in the soil and on their trees, and they are allowed to pump unregulated amounts of water off their site to keep the feet dry for those plants. So there's a whole bunch of water that gets pumped during the rainy season to the south. But what happens now as we develop it, you saw the series of lakes on our plan. So we'll collect water in those lakes. Those are all piped internally. They're all going to pass through the flowway, and that's going to provide the water quality treatment and enhancement before it gets discharged off-site where it should go at a lower discharge rate. So we contain a lot of that water until it gets clean, and then we discharge it from the site. So we had support for our transmittal hearing for the comp plan amendment by your environmental, housing, transportation, and planning staff. Again, we're truly accessible to all the urban services in Collier County, and the state did not object to our proposal. So we think for those reasons that we have a quality project that you should support and can support, and I think your staff will tell you how we further some more goals and objectives of the comp plan, especially those related to the environment. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, or I'm happy to have Mr. Trevelcock come up and continue to talk about some of the transportation enhancements.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from the board at this moment, so you continue your presentation, please.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Norman Trevelcock. I'm a professional engineer, certified planner, and professional traffic operations engineer with over 36 years of local experience. And so I was going to discuss, we prepared the traffic impact statement for the project and worked with your staff. A big part of this, as Wayne had mentioned, is Sable Palm Road and the extension of Sable Palm Road. This provides an illustration of that, of the conditions of where and how it will be extended. So when the roadway is extended, where currently county maintenance ends, it will be brought up to county standards in terms of the roadway itself, to include a sidewalk as well. They'll get extended all the way down through the project. You all have the detailed traffic study that we prepared. The TIS, the traffic impact statement we prepared, as you know, the data that we use is really county provided data. It is peak season data that is provided. The data of the study is irrelevant in terms of that portion of it, because we're using the data. And then the data we generate in terms of the trip generation is also based on peak hour as well. Your staff reviewed the petition for compliance for the TIS, and they recommended approval of the project as well. We have a trip cap that we're planning to have too. That sort of just governs the intensity of the type of use of the residences that we have there as well. As I mentioned too, Sable Palm Road will be improved by the developer from its current ending all the way across the entire eastern frontage, eastern property line of the project, including the extension of the existing sidewalk that's out there. As was mentioned too, the project will take the lead on getting a signal installed there at the location of Sable Palm and Collier Boulevard, and also would pick up the public fair share portion of the signal cost for the project as well. In addition to our fair share, as Wayne said, there's another development that does have its proportionate share already set up. So those are really the key points in transportation. I'm available to answer any questions, but I'll turn things over to JD to really talk about the drainage, which is the key point of the project.
Commissioner Saunders has a question.
Just a clarification, I think you said it, but it's not what I had understood from the beginning. The improvements to the roadway will only be on the property line of the property owner's site. In other words, I mean, you're not gonna be doing any improvements on Sable Palm beyond in front of the property. Is that what I understood?
Beyond the, no, we're exactly. We're going to end it at the eastern property line. Yes, sir. Is that what you?
No, but I'm talking about heading west from.
Correct. So actually, to the west, we will go to the point where the roadway is currently not improved, and we're going to make those improvements to continue on into our property.
How far is that?
I can get that number. It's
Okay.
it's a good over. Believe it's over half a mile. I think it's 1.4 miles to the property there. But there's a portion that's already physically improved up to Verona, past Verona Walk. Then it kind of stops the improvements.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't understand where the improvements would be.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can. This picture here maybe shows a little bit. This is kind of the really the beginning of the end of the improvements, and then you can see physically here a little further on where the road. The asphalt gets really rough, and then it becomes really just lime rock out there. And so it will be improved all the way back. We'll extend. We'll get this sidewalk to continue on, and this is pretty much kind of the end of the improved portion of, say, Verona Walk itself, and then we'll go on from there. So there is a bit beyond there. So yes, sir. Mm-hmm. JD.
Afternoon. My name is JD DeForge with Blue Shore Engineering. I'm a licensed civil engineer with the state of Florida. Today I'm going to present to you the proposed improvements for the project, including upgrades to the Sable Palm Road corridor and a new modern surface water management system on site to replace the citrus grove. These improvements are being implemented to provide public benefits, including more closely mimicking historical drainage patterns in the Bellmead drainage basin and an increase in water quality. I want to start with the Sable Palm Road corridor itself. Currently, portions of the road do not meet the minimum standard requirements found in the LDC. What we're proposing is a comprehensive reconstruction of these portions, including not just repaving, but widening and grading the travel lanes to match the county standard cross-section to ensure that the road geometry is consistent and safe. The improvements would start around Verona Walk, which is right about here. They would extend to the beginning of the project, which is here, and then ultimately they would end all the way at the east end of the project here. We're also proposing 6,400 linear foot of 5-foot sidewalk extension, starting from the Verona Walk dead end all the way to the east end of our project. And lastly, we're extending municipal service for potable water and sanitary wastewater, which is approximately 6,800 linear feet. Starting right about here, going all the way to our project. Moving to the drainage, we need to talk about water quantity and water quality. Historically, water flowed naturally north and southerly before the construction of the Sable Palm Road and then subsequent developments after that. Further, I want to clarify the Hacienda water management system and the Verona Walk system. Both of these have modern surface water management systems that have been constructed, certified, and are functioning properly as far as we know. There's a perimeter berm that's constructed that divides the preserve area and Verona Walk. And then there's one major outfall for Verona Walk that's more than 2 miles from our site. Hacienda Lakes, which is north of our site, also has a perimeter berm that goes all the way around it. There's an outfall on the very north side that's over 2 miles away from our site that discharges into the Hacienda Preserve. Now the Sable Palm Road itself has 4 existing culverts that have undersized and creating bottlenecks during larger rain events. So what we're proposing to do is upgrading those from 24-inch pipes to 42-inch pipes. This effectively increases the cross-sectional area of those pipes by 5 and increases the hydraulic capacity underneath the road by a factor of 3. This would allow the stormwater to pass under the road more efficiently and more closely mimics historic drainage basin, and it also makes the roadway more resilient to larger rain events. And moving to the site, there's currently a 30-foot drainage ditch that's approximately 4 foot deep that conveys stormwater that passes under Sable Palm Road. It's right about here. As part of the restoration of the historical drainage, we're going to propose to make it a much larger flowway with a minimum width of 100 foot, and we're going to excavate it to almost 20 feet. This major hydraulic feature is just another part of the proposed site improvements that's going to more closely mimic the historic drainage. Separate from the flowway is the on-site surface water management system. Here we're proposing to replace the citrus grove. Currently, the grove pumps approximately 22 cubic feet per second. We're proposing to reduce that discharge by 74%, which is going to significantly reduce the burden of its downstream neighbors. And with regards to water quality, currently the citrus grove provides very little water quality in the ditch network and ultimately discharges into the Bellmead drainage basin, which is hydraulically connected to the upper Henderson Creek. The Henderson Creek is impaired for nitrogen. So when looking at the proposed stormwater lakes on site, I'm estimating that the nutrient removal rate there would be approximately 45% without including littoral credits. Instead, we're going to propose a treatment train. Now, this treatment train is a series of treatment tools that the stormwater must go through prior to discharging into the flowway. The treatment train would include lakes without littorals, stormwater harvesting, which is a way to store water on site where it gets used for irrigation instead of just discharging it, and then ultimately dry retention, where water is retained on site, it percolates back into the ground, and it recharges the lower Tamiami aquifer. With the treatment train, we're estimating that the nitrogen reduction would be upwards of 95%, which is effectively doubling the water quality performance when compared to using just the stormwater lakes. And as a final polishing treatment, the flowway with the consolidated littorals and preserve area will increase the nutrient removal by nearly 100%. So to summarize, the major engineering improvements that we're proposing are: we're going to standardize the Sable Palm roadway corridor. We're going to extend the sidewalk. We're going to extend the sewer and water mains. We're going to more closely mimic the historic drainage patterns with cross-drain improvements. We're going to reduce the downstream discharge by 74%, and we're now delivering 95% nitrogen removal through an advanced treatment train. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Doesn't appear that any members have any questions at this time. Thank you.
There we go. I got it. Pushing the wrong right arrow. Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Tim Hall with Terrell Hall and Associates. I'm a wildlife ecologist with Terrell Hall and Associates, working on the environmental aspects of this project. I'm going to start with, you've heard a lot already about the littoral areas and all. I'm going to go to the next slide and kind of walk through the preserves first. I'm going to correct one thing that Rich had said, was that both of these areas are included in the existing native habitat, and in actuality, this light green area that you see here is the area on the site that meets the county's definition for native habitat. It's not inundated by more than 50% or more than 75% by exotic vegetation. The rest of these areas are very heavily impacted by predominantly Melaleuca and Brazilian pepper. So as part of the project, these are all going to be cleaned up, but when it comes to the preserve requirements, the sending lands requirements are that a site coming in to propose anything has to preserve 90% of its existing native habitat. So the property as it is right now has about 3 acres of existing native habitat. 90% of that would be 2.7 acres. So that's the preserve requirement for a sending land property under the code. And the property, as you can see, is proposing to preserve about 10.4 acres. So much more than is actually required by the code. And part of that rolls into the littoral areas, as everybody had talked about earlier. The request to move the littoral plantings from the individual lakes to this kind of consolidated area within the flowway, and it includes the 2.58 acres that's existing there, which will be the Melaleuca, Brazilian pepper, everything will be removed. That'll be restored as a marsh habitat suitable for wading bird foraging, as well as the water quality polishing as the water flows through that area before it exits into the Hacienda preserves to the south. And then around that kind of core area, there'll be additional plantings, and so that area is what meets the 6 acres that are required for the littoral plantings. The current code again reads 30% of the water management lake area. The water management lakes on this site equate to about 20 acres, so there's a 6-acre littoral requirement, and between what's being added and restored, that's comes to about 6.3 acres, so we're slightly over that 20%. The difference is just that it's all consolidated in that one area where we believe it will do the most good. So preserves, littorals. Another thing that was brought up in this area was fire. The flowway and the buffer preserve that's being left, or the buffer around the property, there's a 30-foot buffer around the property that is also being left, will act as a protective fire break within the development, in addition to any fire breaks that forestry or the Hacienda folks put if they do decide to do a prescribed burn. The west side and south side of the property, those preserves are part of the Hacienda Lakes area. The east side of the property there is where the Picayune Strand State Forest comes in, so any prescribed burning on that area will be done by the Department of Forestry. Hacienda could get Department of Forestry to assist or to conduct burns in here. They could outsource it, but regardless, they will have to put in fire breaks and all associated with that work if and when they decide to do it. Part of the requirement or part of the package that goes to any resident that purchases in this is information related to the fact that they are adjacent to preserves, that prescribed burns are a possibility that it could happen in the future, and also being able to have those protective measures in place to prevent fires, to reduce the risk of fires from jumping over into the community. Another thing that hasn't really been mentioned is that along with the roadway, they're extending utilities down to this site, which means that water will be available along that property. So fires near the roadway and adjacent to houses along that roadway will now have access to a more reliable water source in terms of assisting to help with any firefighting that needs to be done in proximity to the roadways. And then wildlife issues have been a big concern with a lot of people on the project, including the wildlife agencies. The project has been reviewed by the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Their issues revolved mostly around bears, the potential interactions between bears coming into the community and wading birds. They're not big fans of wading birds using farm field ditches for foraging, but they understand that does occur. So the flowway and the littoral areas within that are a way of replacing some of that foraging habitat that's currently there in the ditches. And it's also in a habitat position that's better suited to the safe foraging for the birds than the ditches are now. The perimeter buffer area includes a barrier, whether it will be a fence or a wall, I don't think has been decided yet. But per the recommendations of FWC, they wanted to see a 10-foot barrier included within that 30-foot buffer around the property. The flowway itself acts as a barrier on the western side of the property, so that wall or fence would run kind of along this third or this half of the property to prevent any adverse interactions between them. A couple of other species of concern on this site are bonneted bats and Florida panthers. Both of them are documented within the area. The habitat associated with the orange grove is not considered high quality habitat for either one of those species. You don't get bonneted bats roosting within the orange groves, or the Melaleuca is generally not big enough to support really viable roosts. So the intent would be, and the requirements under the Fish and Wildlife Services reviews, we're anticipating a biological opinion will include off-site mitigation for those species. Generally for bats, it's contributing to a fund that will help to increase either research activities or habitat restoration in areas that are more appropriate for the bats. With respect to the panthers, they're going to be required to purchase what are called PHUs, Panther Habitat Units, and that's a mitigation commodity, if you will, where properties within higher quality panther areas either preserve or restore habitat and then they're allowed to sell the lift that is generated from that enhancement to properties that are impacting habitat in other areas. So the overall impact of the project with the mitigation that's purchased in other more dense panther habitat areas is that for the species, there's an overall benefit. Even though we know that putting a project anywhere is going to impact species locally, the intent with respect to the wildlife agencies is to make sure that overall throughout the state, regionally or locally that the species benefit. And that's what the mitigation program for those specific species is set up to do. And this project is adhering and complying with all of those requirements.
So just to summarize, we went through a state review of our growth management plan amendment, which included the Department of Environmental Protection and Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Historical Resources, Transportation, and the Department of Commerce. There have been no objections to our proposed comprehensive plan amendment. Initially, we were asking for 450 dwelling units. Staff wanted us to be consistent with the 2.5 units per acre adjacent to us in the urban area. So that was reduced to 423 dwelling units. We increased the affordable housing units from 63 to 85, and then half of those units will meet the 120% or below income category, and half of those units will meet the 100% and below median income. We've committed to acquiring 135 TDRs. We'll acquire those as we plat the standalone single-family home portion of the project. We are doing the Sable Palm Road improvements. We're doing flowway restoration and enhancement. We are providing more preserve areas through retaining what technically qualifies as native vegetation, but also enhancing areas of existing vegetation to bring them up to the county preserve standards. We're meeting the urban area requirement for open space. We are committed to installing, assuming the county will let us install the traffic signal. We would install that traffic signal before any COs. We would not only pay our share, but we would pay the general public share of that design, permitting, and construction costs. And we are providing down payment assistance as part of our commitment to income restricted housing. Overall, we think this is the right location for this type of project. It's not a dense project by any means. It is providing environmental enhancements consistent with the goals and objectives of the Collier County Growth Management Plan. It's purchasing TDRs, which is also consistent with the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District goals and objectives. It is providing affordable housing, also consistent with the county's growth management plan. Staff is recommending approval. And with that concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions you may have regarding our project.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, just when you're whipping through your site plan, if you would go back to and talk to me a little bit about the improvements on Sable Palm, the drainage aspects. Sure. I mean, this is a fairly substantive ditch, for lack of a better term. I'm sure it's got a fancier name than a ditch, but this is are you going to continue that on down to the bow and enhance that for the flowway enhancements that you're doing to Sable Palm?
Yes, sir. Basically, what you see where the arrow is the quality of the water management system for the county maintained portion of the property. As you go further east, you're going to continue that on continue that same cross section
and pass to the east boundary of your property.
Correct.
Mr. Saunders.
Just a little bit of clarification, so I understand how we got to the numbers. If this was designated as a receiving area from the very beginning, what would that have entitled your client to? Just the receiving area aspect.
We would have gotten 1 unit per 5 acres, which I think is 34 units. And then we could have asked for affordable housing at that point without providing any TDRs. we could have come in and we could have asked for up to 12.2 units per acre on the project through the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program. By creating our sub-district, and by the way, your current comprehensive plan would prohibit us from providing TDRs along with that affordable housing under the current receiving lands designation. By creating our sub-district, we're getting the same density of 1 unit per 5 acres. We're buying the TDRs that you would do in the receiving lands to get to 1 unit per acre. And we're doing affordable housing. If we stayed receiving lands or were receiving lands, there would be no TDRs.
So the TDRs, you're purchasing 135 TDRs.
135.
How did you come up with that number?
To get to 1 unit per acre, which is 169 acres, we're buying 135. If we were receiving lands, we wouldn't be buying any of those TDRs, and we would just be simply providing.
All right, all right, that gets you the 135 plus the 34, gets you the 1 unit per acre.
Correct.
With the TDRs. And then to get to the 2.5 units per acre.
We're providing 20% affordable housing, which under the land development code would give us 5%, 5 units per acre. So we could technically get to 6 units an acre if we used your comprehensive plan. We're asking for 2.5 units per acre to move forward with this proposed project.
20% affordable housing, is that a magic number, or how did you get to the 20%? Is that what you
Well, initially we're at 15% because that would get us to the 2.5 units per acre originally. So 15% under your matrix would get us to 2.5 units per acre. But now that we've acquired the TDRs, we're not asking for 2.5 unit per acre bonus. We're only asking for 1.5 unit per acre bonus.
Thank you. I just wanted to get.
So that's how the math came about.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you go to slide 4, please? It was sort of the overview map. It's a good one to ask a few questions. Right. So right now, there's 2 culverts on Sable Palm Road. Is that correct? You got 2 culverts?
There's
3, and they're 24 inches each.
I'm going to bring JD up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do a deeper dive into the culverts because I mean, I've got a similar issue on Isles of Capri, and they're very beneficial. So once we install the culverts there, it makes a huge difference. So there's 3 right now from Collier Boulevard all the way down to the start of this property. Is that correct?
No, there's,
Okay.
let me go back to the,
Okay. Or yeah, find the slide
The
that
drainage
best is
exhibit.
for you.
okay. So Sable Palm Road, let's see this. Sable Palm Road, the flows are separated east to west, where these 2 yellow arrows are.
Okay.
So the flow from this point west is all through ditches,
Mm-hmm.
and then it goes out to the county canal system.
Okay.
And then the flow east is directed to those 3 culverts that we discussed. And then there's also an existing culvert in front of our project. And then there's an existing culvert east of our project.
So you're going to take the existing culverts and which are 24 inches and replace them with 42-inch culverts. They'll be new culverts, not sort of rebuilt or what have you. Give me a little bit of a deeper dive of what you're doing, what you would be doing if we approve this with the culverts.
Yeah, we would take out the 24-inch culverts that are existing today and then replace them with 42-inch culverts. We're also adding a 4th culvert that's also
42 inches. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
And then I'll keep going. So this culvert here on the blue side, that is an existing culvert. That's 54 inches that it currently exists. And this one that is going into the site is, I believe it's 36 inches. And then we're actually going to increase that one as well.
Okay. The 52-inch culvert that currently exists, is it operable? It's in good repair, or you're going to rebuild that one or replace it?
We're not going to rebuild that one. That one exists. It was constructed to create a hydraulic connection between the north and south hacienda preserve areas.
Okay, and you're putting one just east of it, right?
There's
You'd
an
be adding one.
There's an existing one just east of it now.
And you're making it bigger.
And we're making it bigger.
Or you would make it if we approve this.
Yes, we'd be proposing to make it larger.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now. A lot more questions, but not right now.
I guess typically we hear from staff now, or
Yeah, if you're done with us, that's our
I
presentation.
have no more questions from the board right now for you as a petitioner.
Yes, Mr. Bosey's on his way up.
Okay.
And then maybe before we start the public comment, we could take a
Little
reporter break.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Mr. Chair, just a heads up, we have 75 registered speakers. That number's a little fluctuating because people dropping off and joining on Zoom, and 24 people have ceded time to Brad Cornell. He's not
Okay.
first in line. Would you like me to make him first when we start?
Yeah, that'd be fine,
Thank you, sir.
if that's okay with the people. I
There's
don't know
only
if
like
he'll take all 24
There's only
minutes,
like
but-
7 people registered in front of him, sir. So.
Okay, all right, we'll do that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, here to present staff report on the proposal. It was reviewed by Housing, by Transportation, Stormwater, Environmental Engineering, Planning, Emergency Management. Staff is recommending approval of the overall project. And as the applicant has indicated, this project has changed a lot of ways from when it was originally submitted to where we're at now, and I think it was changed a lot of to the betterment for the public benefit of the county as a whole. And I'll get into some of those, and I think the applicant has addressed a number of those, but I think we really need to show how they do advance the overall goals of the growth management plan. Start off with the Planning Commission review. The Planning Commission review originally at transmittal back in April was a 4-to-1 transmittal to the state for their review. At the adoption hearing, there was only 4 Planning Commission members that were present. It was 2 in favor of a recommendation in favor of the proposal and 2 against the proposal. So there was really no recommendation that came from the Planning Commission. Staff looks at this proposal, looks at this Orange Grove, this 169 acres, and the time that it's been under agricultural production. We know that has provided a lot of opportunities for the buildup of sediment, for the buildup of pesticides, of herbicides, and various things like that. So we know that there's some contamination that's going to be needed remediated by the proposal. If this was approved, the applicant would be required to remediate this until before it could move forward for residential development. But we do recognize 2.5 units per acre is an anomaly within the sending area. The sending area is an area that's not conservation. It is an area, though, but that has been deemed environmentally sensitive. And because of that, there's a much higher density allocation, or a much lower density allocation, I should say, of 1 unit per 40 acres. The 2.5 units per acre is what staff had recommended from a density perspective, because that's what is currently available 0.4 miles to the west of this proposal when you get to the urbanized area. A number of things that we have recognized in terms of what arrived upon our recommendation of approval. In 2023, through an ordinance, this Board of County Commissioners adopted a addition to the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District to this specific area of the sending area, and it's the North Bell Mead Hydrological Enhancement Area. And that North Bell Mead Hydrological Enhancement Area is basically to restore the natural flow and flowways and rebalance freshwater flows into the 2 natural systems, Naples Bay and Rookery Bay, that have been impacted by development. And the culverts that were specifically addressed underneath Sable Palm, and how they were going to promote the water flow and how they're going to provide for a better interplay between the northern properties north of Sable Palm to the southern properties, and then the treatment system that's provided for within the individual development of through the lake system, and then through ultimately that spreader swale that will be distributed to the south of the property, providing water quality treatment. We think that is a benefit that enhances the specific goal of the sending area, specifically the North Belmead overlay or flowway overlay, specifically trying to provide for better water quality and rehydration of the natural lands that sit to the south of the project. Secondly, we think it most certainly advances the sending land designation with the consumption of 135 TDRs. One of the issues that we have had over the rural fringe mixed-use district history, which dates back to 2003, is there hasn't been enough demand for the credits that are utilized by the individuals who have sending land that have had their rights restricted. They create TDRs, they lift those TDRs, and they direct them to the receiving area. There hasn't been enough consumption of those to make a lot of the property owners whole. An additional 135 TDRs being demanded of this project for it to move forward will help facilitate further participation within the program. So we know that that program is being advanced by the specific allocation and the consumption of the 135 TDRs. And I will note that it is unique because they are creating their own individual subdistrict. They can utilize TDRs. The applicant is correct. Currently, the receiving area within the rural fringe mixed-use district does not allow. It specifically prohibits the utilization of TDRs if you're providing for affordable housing. But because this is its own individual subdistrict, they are able to promote and provide for the 135 TDRs to be consumed. And we definitely recognize that as advancing the goal of the overall TDR program of providing for more consumption of credits. And then the third aspect that we see as very valued in terms of public benefit is the increase of 25 or 15% of the home ownership of affordable units to 20% of home ownership. We still recognize, staff recognize, the great work that this Board of County Commissions has done over the last 3 to 4 years of close to 5,000 additional affordable housing units. But that study that we referenced back in 2017 where the Urban Land Institute came in, they also recommended or they recognized that every year we would need to provide for at least 1,000 units of affordable housing to be able just to maintain the status quo. In secondary, the number back then was 57,000 people come into our county to fill the economic needs, to fill the jobs of our county. Talk about transportation issues, that is something that is real and it's something that happens on a daily basis. Well, that number has grown to over 60,000. So the need for affordable housing hasn't abated. It is still here, and we feel that it is one of the number one needed commodities within the county. So we most certainly value that, and we value that the public contribution that's associated with that. Another aspect that they're providing for, and it's unique to Pulte, is their down payment assistance. I think they've increased it to $170,000, $2,000 per unit for down payment assistance to help with some of the essential service personnel that we would like to attract to the area. And as they've documented, the number of employment opportunities within a 10-mile radius of this area are very significant, not only capturing Marco Island, but a good majority of the urbanized area within Collier County. We do recognize that there are listed species that have been identified on the property. They will have to mitigate for those. One of the things that's unique about the county, we control the local issues, but when it comes to protected species, to endangered species, we defer to the state and the feds. And the state and the feds dictate how you can impact those individual species. If you find that you have whether it be a bonneted bat, or whether it be the red cockaded woodpecker, or whether it be the Florida panther, those mitigation efforts will have to be arrived for and provided for by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and it'll be something that the applicant will have to provide for. But those are issues that are separate from the county. This is separate from the county. We defer to the states for the guidance on that. Another thing I wanted to note, they have asked for 4 individual deviations. One related to the littoral plantings, which I think Mr. Hall did a good job of explaining. Also, the preservation, the separation of preservation because of the two locations that they have that were deemed appropriate in terms of high quality. And then sidewalks on one side of the street for Sable Palm, I think you've recognized that you wouldn't need to sidewalk on the north side. They're only proposing a sidewalk on the south side of Sable Palm as they extend that all the way to the eastern edge of their property. And then finally, the local street. It's a pretty customary reduction for private streets from 60 feet to 50 feet is something that is being provided for and being supported. All those deviations as it's being proposed have been recommended for approval by staff. We just reviewed my notes. I think that's basically the high points. And I would make myself, obviously, Ms. Cook, Mr. Giblin, in terms from housing, all staff would be available here to address any questions that you have, whether it be planning related, environmental related, housing, whatever the board may inquire about. We'll try to address.
Okay. Let's see, Commissioner Saunders?
On the TDRs, there's some, I guess, confusion or conflict in our ordinances dealing with the TDR issue. This question, I'm sure, is not addressed by the ordinances, but there's 135 TDRs that are purchased. That gets you to the 1 unit per acre. The question is, should there be a requirement to purchase TDRs for all of the units that are going on this property other than the 34? If we were to approve 423 units, should all of those units above the 34 require a TDR?
Not if we were following the course of how this would be arranged for if it was within the receiving area. Within the receiving area, you take the total acreage that you have, divide that by 5. That gives you a 34 units, 34 and a half. That's why they can self-create 35 units that are allowed.
Yeah, understood, but we're creating a new sub-district.
Correct.
And we're interpreting the way this TDR program would work a little differently than perhaps has been in the past. That's why I'm just asking the question. If we create the sub-district, should we require the purchase of all the units to be from TDRs?
I think
and if not, why not? I'm just curious as to would that be a decent policy?
The reason why we do not require TDRs in the receiving area because it's affordable housing, and the TDRs are roughly $15,000 to $20,000 per acre or per unit. At 135, you're talking potentially over $3 million worth of a contribution that is being allocated for the consumption of TDRs, and that's a significant financial burden. So based upon that, the way that we provide for affordable housing, we normally don't have to intermix it. That they're able to offer the TDRs, I think, is a benefit, and I think it's something that more than just or compensates the expense that they're paying for the other 135 for the TDRs. I think that's a significant contribution.
Thank you.
Mr. LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I might have more questions for you, Mr. Bosey, after we hear from the public comments. I'm going to just ask you the key ones that I have right now. In all the emails we got, pro and con, but mostly folks that were con, they classified the area that surrounds this Orange Grove parcel, everything from, they call it wetlands, they called it environmentally sensitive, conservation land, preserve, even a lot of people called it the Everglades. How would you classify the vegetation around this parcel? Is it preserve? Is it the Everglades? Is it conservation land? Is it how would you classify it?
On the visualizer, or not visualizer, but on the TV screens, I put a future land use map of the local area, and as you can see, this entire area, that's the location of the Orange Grove. Surrounding this entire area, it's designated agricultural and rural fringe sending. That's not conservation. Rural fringe sending, it is an environmentally sensitive designation, but it's not conservation. Residential development is an appropriate and allowed use within the rural fringe sending area designation. And in fact, if you look, Hacienda Lakes over to just to the north and to the west, they encroach upon the sending area. They have encroached upon their sending area. In 2011, when they were proposing Hacienda Lakes, their environmental specialist in environmental report for the entire Hacienda Lakes, the 2,600 some acres, they said this area over here is not quite as environmentally sensitive as other areas within our project. So we allowed for residential development to encroach upon the sending area that we found didn't meet the environmental, that didn't have quite the environmental quality as some of the properties that were closer to the urbanized area. So we have done that before, where we have made a slight evaluation where we said, well, this is a large sending area. Not all of the acreage within that large sending area maybe meets the best environmental quality. So we've made swaps. We've had some arrangements toward where we've said, okay, you can impact this sending area if you're going to provide for preservation of these other areas that have maybe more environmental attributes than what you're going to be impacted.
So when Hacienda Lakes got that approval, they got it with our blessing, because as you just said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm summarizing what you said. The encroachment wasn't of a significant concern for that type of development. And then as I look at this map, and I'm just spitballing here, would you classify it? Looks like, we got a lot of concern from people that live in Verona Walk, but it looks like a big chunk of Verona Walk, which is a large community. Does that infringe on the sending area at all?
It doesn't infringe, but it butts right back up.
Butts right up against it.
It butts right back up to the sending designation.
Similar to how this project would, if approved, would do, right? Similar.
Right.
Or no? Wait,
Well,
let the staff answer. You go ahead.
The uniqueness of that would be that is butting up towards it. The Orange Grove is in the middle of it. The Hacienda property is bordered by three sides of
Okay.
it. So
Yeah.
where we're at from a staff perspective, we really felt that because it was 1.4 or 0.4 miles from the urban designation of where residential development is allowed at 2.5 units an acre, that recognition that just less than half a mile to the east, with these public benefits that are being provided for, the cost-benefit analysis that we arrived upon within our recommendation, as you can see, was one of approval where we felt that the benefits outweighed the cost.
Okay. One of the emails that we got and that I shared with you in our discussion, people were concerned about sprawl and protected species, and we'll skip over that. But the things that you heard from the applicant about improvements to flooding and then especially fire, there's a lot of concern of fire, bringing water out there to be able to fight possible fires down the road. Did you concur with what you heard from the applicant's side? I'll just kind of keep it simple without you having to regurgitate it all, but I wanted to see if you had anything to add or to debunk when it comes to improvements in flooding, what the culverts would do, the improvements to the road, fire suppression, anything that you want to add that or subtract.
No, I don't disagree with Mr. Hall's statement of bringing the centralized potable water to this location provides for a more reliable source to be able to tie into. Another aspect is it is contained within the proposed PUD that they're required to have a wildfire prevention and mitigation plan at the time of SDP, and it has to be shared with the individuals who are going to be occupying if this community is approved. The individuals will have to be made aware that this is a wildfire area, that they're going to have some occasional opportunities or not opportunities, or we'll have some within the proximity, because another aspect is that the individual development, and what was part of the Planning Commission, this is what the Planning Commission was able to another benefit that was provided for. There's a 30-foot buffer from outside of the wall that they are requiring to provide for a transition from the natural lands to the residential development that's being proposed, to provide more of a transition, maybe not for individuals to the west or to the east, but individuals that would or wildlife would be able to understand that not only is there a 30-foot abbreviation of what of the natural habitat, but then there's a 10-foot wall that's also going to provide protection to the residential development.
Okay. I know that one of the comments here was we want to hear from the citizens after the break. I'll just propose, I wanted to talk to Cormac Giblin, and I want to talk to Jamie Cook just briefly. I think it's important to keep the staff's comments maybe all bunched together so that the citizens can hear from the remainder of staff. I just have a quick question for Cormac, and I don't know if I see Jamie Cook, because she's
hiding behind.
Oh, there she is. Okay. She's our conservation Collier person. So, Jamie, I'll just ask you. I know that we haven't gone through the steps to grade this parcel for Conservation Collier. We got quite a few emails where folks that maybe don't know as much about Conservation Collier as you do, which is everybody, because you run the program. And we just talked to Conservation Collier on 7 or 8 parcels just a couple hours ago when this room was empty. Looking at this here to really separate rumor from fact, what would be or wouldn't be the possibility of all of a sudden Conservation Collier, this qualifying for Conservation Collier? And then I'll answer part of the question. The owner still has to agree, even if this was a Class A parcel, the owner, we can't make them sell it to Conservation Collier. But I'll back up first, knowing what you know about what it takes to qualify. Where do you think this parcel would fall in Conservation Collier eligibility?
Jamie Cook, Director of Development Review and Environmental Services for Collier County. So this property, if the owners were to apply, because I will put on the record that the Conservation Collier is a willing seller program. I cannot force somebody to sell me their property or give me their property. If they were to apply to the program, the staff would do a internal review of the property and look at things like the vegetation on the property, the utilization by listed species, the soil types, the potential for public access, whether it's in a target area that Collier County would be looking to acquire property. We do not look to acquire property in areas where state or federal agencies are also acquiring property. If we were to say that the program met the criteria of the program, it would go forward to the Land Acquisition Committee for a recommendation. We would bring it to you. If the board wanted us to move forward with appraisals and negotiations with the property owner, we would do so. Once we had the appraisals, my guess, based on what I know about this property, it would require 2 appraisals, and the ordinance does require that we offer the lower of the appraised values at this time. If the owner were to accept, we would bring it to you guys for final approval. If they did not accept, then it would not move forward. The program would not acquire it. Additionally, the program does require that if there is any mitigation that would be needed, and as this has been a farm field operation for decades, I would expect that soil and potentially groundwater mitigation would be required. The owner would have to do that prior to closing.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And then, Mr. Giblin, you're our expert on housing, everything housing. From what you've heard, going from the 63 to 85 income restricted for sale townhouses, which I mean that's pretty unique. We haven't had many of those type of things, if any, come before us. Just give us your assessment from a housing perspective with everything you've heard, the $170,000 down payment. I never heard of that before. And I'm not saying these things cause us, some of the emails we got from people were, oh, well, those are red herrings that cause you to approve a horrible project because they're dangling these things in front of you. Well, paying for millions of dollars worth of culverts, stoplights, housing, down payments, it's all part of the puzzle. I would think it wouldn't I wouldn't vote for a horrible project just because those things were there, but a project that has potential. Then in addition to all those things, that's where I want your feedback as to what you heard here. Very unique proposal with what you know about housing and the requirements for our community. Do you look at this as something that, wow, this is a shining diamond, or hey, they haven't gone far enough? Educate us all here with the knowledge you have as our housing expert.
Sure. For the record, Cormac Giblin, your Director of Housing Policy and Economic Development. As I've mentioned many times at this podium, Collier County has housing needs across the entire income spectrum, all the way from homelessness up to first-time home buyers just graduated from college, or two teachers living together married. This project is unique, where it's hitting one of those targets that we seldom see a developer come in ready to assist the county in meeting. Mr. Bosey is correct. In the past several years, this board has done an outstanding job in approving affordable new developments to be built. The majority of those have been on the rental side. It's very few and far between where we see an opportunity for home ownership, especially at some affordable levels within this community. It's the further commitment by the applicant today to go down to the 100% of median income level means that a family of four would need to earn less than $113,600 to be able to buy one of these new affordable townhomes. Again, that's a sheriff deputy married to a teacher. That combined income of less than $114,000. Those opportunities we do not see in the in the free market here in Collier County. So it takes these unique land strategies and incentives by the county to be able to provide those in terms of what it means to the continued economic development of the region, the physicians regionals, the sheriff's department, even the county ourselves, looking for long-term stable county residents, employees to move here. I think it is an opportunity that doesn't come that often here to us.
And then lastly, when you read it in the news, and we've read it a lot, and we even heard from maybe even some citizens in this audience, but certainly from a large majority that say there's not a housing shortage. In fact, there's an overabundance. You can find houses and rental apartments anywhere. They're a dime a dozen. They're everywhere. You guys are overbuilding Collier County. What would be your response to that?
Well, we do a biannual housing survey of every single apartment complex in the county. That survey is done in the summer and the winter. And coincidentally, we just finished the one for the winter last week. We surveyed 18,444 apartments in Collier County. Those are market rate, they're affordable, it's subsidized, it's every single apartment that is for rent in Collier County. Right now, we are seeing only a 7% vacancy across the board. In those apartments that are less than $1,500 or a month or less, there are only 34 available. Those that are less than $2,000 a month or less has a vacancy rate of 3.8%, which is basically, if you have less than a 5% vacancy, it's no more time than it takes to move someone out, paint, put new carpet in, and refresh the unit for the next person. So it remains a very tight rental market, especially at the lower than $2,000 a month rent, and the lower than $1,500 a month rent are very tough to come by.
And that big number you just mentioned in the report, that includes old construction, new construction, it runs a gamut. On anything that was constructed, say, in the last year or two, which tends to attract a lot of people, they want to move into something newer and nicer and whatnot. Is it a correct statement that, say, when we've cut the ribbon on some of the places like Ecos and and the like, that their wait lists were in the hundreds almost instantaneously? Is that a true statement?
That is a very true statement. We hear that from all of our development partners, that anything that is less than, let's just use the $2,000 a month level, goes very quickly, and their waiting lists come up, fill up very fast. Of the 18,444, those ranged up to over $4,000 a month were some of them. And most of those newer ones with the highly amenitized market rate, that's what we're seeing the market heat up.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Not right now.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Mr. Bosey, when I'm looking at this map right here, there's a piece of property on the north and a little bit east of this site that is designated as RFS. What's that stand for?
Rural Fringe Sending.
Rural Fringe Sending. Okay. Is there any other property, because Sable Palm doesn't end at this Orange Grove. It goes necessarily, if I'm not mistaken, it goes all the way out to an access point for public access at Picayune State Forest.
That I'm not sure, but looking at it, it does
I
look
am
that
sure
way, yes.
that it does.
It's not a great road, but
He's a
It's
hunter.
not, it's not a great road. I actually picked up a city councilman from New Jersey that was walking south on Miller Boulevard when I was doing the Wounded Warrior Turkey Hunt guiding several years ago. That guy was heading down into the bad luck where we all used to trespass. So I just, my concern is creep. We snatch utilities out to this site, then what happens at the old mining site that's up on the north end? Each one of these properties that are out here in the Rural Fringe Sending District would have to come back through either a removal, as is being done right now, out of the the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District, and create a sub-district and go through an entire approval process.
The barrier to that would be the requirement for another growth management plan amendment, and I think, as you've heard today, the amount of public benefit that would have to be conveyed for a project to be able to reach a level where it would be attractive enough for the Board of County Commissioners to approve it. Every individual project has to be reviewed against its own individual geographic location and the amenities and what are they providing for public benefit. But could something else towards the east rise up to that level?
Of course, it's America. As I said,
It may.
They have a right to come and ask.
But
Right.
as we say, each individual project has to sit and be evaluated based upon its own merit. And what I continue to fall back upon is, yes, the density is not consistent with what's allocated for this sending area. It's similar, or it's equal towards what's a fourth of a mile to the west, but there are advancements for the flowway, advancement for the TDRs, and advancement for other aspects of the GMP that we have recognized that balance out that irregularity of density.
Those did not go unnoticed, sir. I saw that, but again, when I'm looking at this, I just wants to step here and it comes and it comes. So, all right, thank you.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Giblin. And clearly, the thing that makes this project something that would be recommended for approval is the public benefit, is the affordable housing component of it. Without that, I think this project probably would fail at that density if there was no affordable housing component. So I want to kind of dig into the affordable housing for just a minute. We were told that the units would sell for between $600,000 and $700,000 per unit. So let's just pick a number in between. Like, let's say there's $700,000 units.
I think what the petitioner meant was that the market rate units that are in the development would sell for that. The affordable units would sell for much less.
Okay, so well, that's what I want to get at then. How do you determine the price of the affordable?
The price is determined by market well, the number one factor is the income of the buyer. And so, as I said earlier, a family of four can make no more, at the 100% level, could make no more than $113,600. So that's the number one determining factor in how much house can they buy.
Okay, so you have a family of four making $113,000 each.
Yeah.
Now, a certain percentage of that can go to a house payment.
Correct.
Do you set the house price based on what the payment is, or how do you determine the price for the house that person's going to?
Sure, the bank will determine the amount that they can borrow based on current interest rates, their credit, and the amount of down payment that they're bringing to the table. So the county is only going to monitor the income of the buyer, the $113,000 a year for the family of four. The current market will determine how much that house sells for. Given today's market, factoring about a 5.75% interest on a 30-year mortgage, you've got taxes, you've got insurance, you've got HOA fees. We would estimate that the affordable homes in here would sell for about $350,000 to $375,000.
So then I guess the question is, can a builder build a home for that price and market it? I mean, does that make sense? I know that's a question for the developer, but that's the number I wanted to get to, is how do you determine what the price of that house is going to be? Now, our staff looks at the income of the buyer. We're not concerned about the price of the home at that point. We just look at the income of the buyer.
Correct. For example, if interest rates were to change dramatically over the next 5 years, and maybe they go back down to 2.5% where they were a while ago, the price of the home could go up because you could afford more if the interest was less. Conversely, if interest goes up, the price would have to come down for those same people to be able to afford it.
Hopefully, we'll be around to see a 2.5% interest rate on a mortgage
Yep.
again. No other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I can
Mr.
help
Hall.
Commissioner Saunders out a little bit. At $113,000 a year, based on a payment at 30% of your income, that would qualify for about a $2,800 payment. At 5.5 interest on 30 years, they can buy a $499,000 house. Their loan amount, so they could go, if they had 25,000 down, they could go 525. Roughly, just ballparking.
That's principal, interest, taxes, and insurance.
That's only principal and interest. That's not including taxes and insurance.
And from what I understand, Pulte has their own mortgage company in place for their properties, correct? So they won't have to seek outside financing. They can in-house with their bonuses towards down payment assistance. If we don't have any more questions from the board, I'd like to take a court reporter break. Let's be back at, what do you need? Let's make it 3:11.
3:11. 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
All right.
I like that Saunders.
Better go do a lap.
I asked this. we're gonna go
You feel
into.
like you're not being listened to.
I'm sorry.
I need their names again.
That's all right.
Hey,
Troy, you still need a minute?
Let's go ahead and get started and with Brad, because we're going to do him first.
Okay.
And then I'll finish tending to these ladies, if that's what you want to do, sir.
Yeah, let's go ahead. I just want to preference something. First, I should have said this earlier. I'm sorry, Rick. That's right. You wanted to ask me a question.
Yeah,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, I've got 2 nurses that signed up to speak. They have to leave for their shift at 3:30.
Okay.
If Brad's got 70 minutes worth of presentation, they're not going to be able to speak, and I don't think that would be fair. So we would request that you allow those 2 nurses to be able to speak before Brad jumps along.
Where is Brad?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. If I may, I've got several people here that are having to pull their slips because they have to leave as well, because they're
Okay.
not going to be able to stay. So I
Yeah.
just want to put that on the record as well.
All right.
Brad will speak
All right.
on there.
Yeah, I don't want to set a precedence here. Got people pulling their slips because they can't stay. I understand that. I know we told Brad he can go first, but who's here right now that's got to leave? Just raise your hand right now. Okay. Well, that's beyond the time we had to get through the presentation or staff report. All right, so I'm looking at 2 people there. Do you need to speak?
No, this is a separate issue. This
Okay.
is someone that was ceding
All right.
time that was.
Give me the 2
checked.
nurses. Come up here and speak first. Then Brad can go over and do what he's got to do. Because if nobody else is here telling me they got to leave, then well, I'm asked and nobody raised their hand. So, all right. So,
Okay.
and just real quick, make sure everybody turn their cell phones off, because I know I didn't say that before, but that's, when somebody comes up, they're nervous enough to go in front of the podium, try to get what they got to say in the 3 minutes. And then they get interrupted with a phone buzzing or ringing in the background. It could mess them up, and then I don't want to have to rush them through what they want to say, okay? Because it's their right to stand up here and say what they have to say. We're looking at right now, about 3 hours and 45 minutes of podium test comments. So I'll just let you know. And if you've heard somebody say the same thing you plan on saying 10 times already before that 3 hours and 45 minutes come up, it's totally up to you. If you want to repeat the same exact thing again, that's fine. That's your right. But if you don't, when they call your name, you just raise your head and say, I waived my 3 minutes. Fair enough? Okay. Do we know where these?
Yeah, they are. They're both on Zoom. Troy, one is Murtha.
Oh, they're on Zoom. Okay, well, let's knock them
Murtha
out.
Reckwick, or Reckowig.
You're going to have to tell me that name again, please.
It's Murtha Reckowig and also Veronica Reckowig. Those are the 2.
Okay,
They're on
I
Zoom.
have Veronica Reckowig, but I have a Murtha Ferrero.
Okay.
Okay. All right. If my Zoom person is there, we're going to go to Veronica Reckowig to speak. Jonna, if you're there running my Zoom, if you can please prompt Veronica Reckowig to unmute. I've got nobody on the other end of my Zoom, unfortunately, right now, sir, apparently.
Okay.
Oh, wait, here we go. Veronica, you've been prompted. You've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am. Please begin. And I also want to let my Zoom person know that, Murtha Ferrero will be next. Go ahead, Veronica.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Veronica Rekebeck, and I'm speaking today to share my support for the Sabal Pond Road project. I became a nurse in 2020 and currently work at Physician Regional of Collier. When I first started, I had hoped to live close to the hospital, but there were simply no affordable options available. As we all know, home prices skyrocket, pushing many of us, myself included, even further out of reach of living near our workplace. I was finally able to buy in 2024 in North Naples off Oil Well Road, but the trade-off was a long commute. During season when the hospital is at its busiest, that drive becomes even more difficult. Add in constructions or accidents, which are unfortunately common on Immokalee Road where I live, and it can turn it into a major setback, something that impacts not just convenience, but the well-being and readiness of healthcare staff. This proposed community would offer a realistic opportunity for nurses and other essential workers to live closer to where we serve. For many of us, that would make an enormous difference. I hope you all approve this project as it will impact those who care for our community every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Murpha Ferrero. Murpha, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. Waiting for Murpha. Murpha Ferrero. Murpha, we're going to call you one more time. You're being prompted to unmute yourself. Not happening, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Troy. All right, let's go right into Mr. Cornell then.
Mr. Chair, I was talking to Mr. Cornell. He's been seated 24 minutes or 20. He's been seated 24 additional 3-minute blocks. Tradition dictates I call all 24 of these names. He's not going to take 75 minutes. I'd rather not try to call all 24. I know most of these people are still here in the room, unless you want me to call all 24 names.
How about the 24 people raise their hands?
I think we're pretty close.
Close enough.
All right, and
because if 50 hands went up, then I know they're lying.
Mr. Cornell has asked that that Bridget Washburn, his coworker, be allowed to present this with him. And if you'll give me 1 second, I will bring up Bad's PowerPoint. No, that's not it. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I've got several screens open here. And there we go.
It is.
Great. Thank you, Troy, very much. This is a three-ring circus I can see for you, so thank you for that effort. Mr. Chair, I'm Brad Cornell, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades in Audubon, Florida, and with me is Bridget Washburn, who's the Executive Director for Audubon Western Everglades, and we'd like to share with you, by virtue of the time that is being ceded to us by folks in the audience, for which we're appreciative, we'd like to share a number of slides with information that we believe supports our position, which is that of denial for this project. And it's a complicated issue. Clearly, the time that you've spent already, which has been over 2 hours, testifies to the complexity and the high stakes of this whole discussion. So we appreciate your attention on this, and let's see if I can remember. Oh yeah, there we go. So just a quick background on how we got here with the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. In the 1990s, 1997, Audubon Western Everglades and Florida Wildlife Federation joined with the state of Florida Department of Community Affairs to challenge Collier County's policies on 300,000 acres of rural private lands in eastern Collier County. That was a successful challenge. It resulted in the newly elected Governor Jeb Bush and his cabinet, called the Administration Commission, issuing a final order in June of 1999 to Collier County to do a 3-year assessment and study to figure out, okay, how are we going to do better by several different objectives. And those objectives were to protect agriculture and private property rights, to protect environmental lands that included listed species habitat and wetlands, and to use innovative land use strategies to accomplish these objectives and avoid sprawl, urban sprawl. So that study resulted in 2002 in the adoption of 2 big land use plans that really brought Collier County a lot of recognition statewide and even nationwide. That's the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District that we're talking about today, and the Rural Land Stewardship Area that's even bigger around Immokalee and north of the Panther Refuge. So the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District uses a transferable development rights strategy to direct incompatible uses away from natural resources, sending lands, towards appropriate development areas that we call receiving lands, which you've already heard about today. The sending lands were downzoned. People who owned that land were downzoned from their, at that time, 1 unit per 5 acres to 1 unit per 40 acres in 2002. And as Mike Bosey pointed out, that's a property rights loss and an impact. And it was compensated for with the TDR credits that were valued at that time at $25,000 per credit. It was actually set by the county commission. Now it's a market rate. And that was 4 credits at the time possible on each 5 acres. And now that's up to 6 credits with some of the adjustments that have been made over the years because we've recognized some improvements needed to be made. The TDR program, however, only works if the TDR credit purchase is the only way to increase density in the receiving lands. Most programs in the United States that are TDR programs fail because local governments give away density in other ways. Now, you all have chosen to give density bonuses that don't require TDR purchases for a number of issues, including affordable housing. And by and large, I think most of the community is supportive of those density bonuses as long as they don't detract from the fundamental value and market mechanism of the TDR program. And so that's a really important point. The Collier County Rural Fringe Mixed Use District has been successful because thousands of these credits have traded hands. They've been sold and used and land bought and credits stripped off in order to entitle development throughout the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. That's something that almost all the TDR programs in the United States have not achieved. Most of them have failed because local governments usually just give away the density to folks who ask. And you can understand why. And today is a little bit of a testament to that. So Audubon Western Everglades recommends denial based on 4 issues. Issue 1, this development is in the wrong place. Issue 2, it violates state statute 163.3177, parent 6, subcategory A2, which is focused especially on discouraging urban sprawl. Issue 3 is a fairness question. This is unfair to other sending landowners because if you're going to give 423 units to this sending landowner, what about the other sending landowners? What are they going to get? So it's a fairness question. We should be dealing with sending landowners equitably. And the last issue is the littoral planting requirement, which we've had some discussion about today. So issue 1, this project is in the wrong place. The site property is designated sending land since 2003 when it was implemented. It's wildfire prone, and in fact, the day that this was heard for the transmittal hearing, there were 3 wildfires in the vicinity of this project. 2 of them were on Sable Palm Road, and 1 was a mile north. So, and the smoke plume was scaring people in the area, and so rightfully so. This is a volatile region. Agriculture was required to be protected in the final order, along with listed species habitats and wetlands. So it is not inappropriate to be protecting a citrus grove. Part of the Bellmead Flowway Restoration and Enhancement watershed in which this development would be sitting, the development would lessen the capacity to restore those flowways. You're going to get 1 flowway on the western side of this project as it's proposed. But the whole project could actually play a role in water management and stormwater and water quality fixes. The flowway restoration would be hindered by those 423 houses. And there's also significant wildlife habitat in this region, including on the site. Citrus groves are not antithetical to Florida panther use, for instance, because deer and hogs go into citrus groves. And deer and hog are the primary prey for Florida panthers. And people who live in this area, I have heard personally, have wildlife cameras. Everybody's got a remote camera now. Yeah, I'm seeing Commissioner McDaniel. Yeah, everybody. So people have recorded panthers and their kittens in this vicinity, very close by to this project. I want to point out another issue about the nature of the sending land and the appropriateness of it being in sending. And that is that sending land and environmentally sensitive land everywhere in the United States, really, but including in the rural fringe mixed use district, is always a mosaic. It's a mix of farms, ranches, pastures, wetlands, pine uplands. You know, it's going to be a mix. And I want to point to the eastern side of Collier County. This is east of Immokalee on 846. This is Immokalee Road, but it's not Immokalee Road anymore. It's the road heading out to Hendry County. You can see on the right there, the County Line Road. And on both sides of this road are 3 stewardship sending areas. That's the equivalent in the rural land stewardship area of sending. And it's sending, and they were designated sending, and credits have been stripped off for Ave Maria and other uses on both sides of this road. And if you look at that, you see farm fields all over the place. You also see cypress sloughs. This is part of the Ocallaway-Coochie Slough, which is a major north-south wetland flowway, and it's also a major north-south panther corridor, and it's how panthers actually move through Hendry County all the way up to the Caloosahatchee River and beyond, and onto the Likes Ranch and beyond that. And so this mix is typical of environmentally sensitive land throughout Florida, especially in southwest Florida, and you all have designated through the actions of the private landowners, in this case it was Baron Collier, who designated these 3 sending areas, SSAs 3, 4, and 5. And I will note too that that designation resulted in an underpass under 846, which is in place today for panthers moving through the Ocallaway-Coochie Slough. And just for comparison, here's the site. This is the South Naples Citrus Grove. In its conservation or environmentally sensitive sending area, natural resource protection area context. To the right, to the east, is Picayune Strand State Forest. And you can see it's a vast environmentally sensitive land that burns regularly. And on to the east of that is this Everglades Restoration Project, the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, immediately adjacent to that. And all around this project are Hacienda Lakes mitigation lands. I want to point out, here's a fire risk map for this area. You can see on the left is Verona Walk, and it's sticking over into the orange areas, and you can, the blue line that's marked on there is pointing to the subject site. And that subject site is on the edge of the high risk. It's in moderate risk of wildfire. And this is a USDA, U.S. Forest Service wildfire risk map. It's the most recent that I just pulled off of their website. And it's a problem because if you look at the west side of the proposed site, Hacienda Lakes has to burn their preserves. They're not going to be able to burn them because you're trapping them if you put 423 houses in there between Verona Walk and these 423 houses. Those preserves will never burn again. And frankly, I think the federal permitting process and even the state process, if this moves forward, is going to say you owe mitigation for destroying the habitat value and ruining some of the values of those Hacienda Lakes preserves. It's going to shrubify, and shrubification is, when you don't burn it often enough, all this ground shrubbery and grasses and other things start growing up, and that's the volatile stuff that creates bad wildfires. So that's my point, that shrubification and 423 houses are going to conflict with the prescribed burning that's going to happen there. Despite the wildfire plan that you heard mentioned, it's not going to be enough, and it's going to constrain the Florida Forest Service, which actually ultimately has to issue the permits. So you're going to have the inability to burn in those trapped areas, and it's going to be a constraint within a mile all around this project. It's also, by the way, a very unwise and unsafe place to put 423 units, including the affordable housing units. That conflicts with the goals of the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thanks for your time today. Now we'd like to ask you to look at our Issue 2, Florida Statute 163.3177, Section 6A2, and this statute asks us to avoid urban sprawl. The Sable Palm property, like Brad just pointed out and like the aerials show, is surrounded by permanent conservation lands, including Picayune Strand State Forest. In fact, the Picayune Strand ribbon cutting is coming up later this month, and we have pumped lots of time, effort, and money into restoring the hydrology of this 55,000 acre area, and allowing development so close to it seems to be such a conflict. Placing over 400 homes in the midst of protected areas is referred to as leapfrogging in planning circles, and it's the very definition, actually, of urban sprawl. Kind of how Commissioner McDaniel very aptly pointed out that it's a slippery slope. You start edging your way towards conservation lands, and it's hard to stop that after it starts. So today's decision will set an important precedent. So we're urging you to carefully consider the long-term ecological health and sustainability of Collier County's land and water resources.
Issue number 3 is the fairness issue, and I think I summarized that pretty clearly. If you're going to grant 423 units to this sending landowner, why don't the other sending landowners get a similar treatment or development potential? Because it's easier to go through the usual process than to negotiate what is to many people a complicated and unusual process of TDR sales and generation and sales. And it's also a bad precedent. So we don't want to say to all the sending landowners that this is possible, because it shouldn't be. And it's a bad precedent, frankly, statewide, for a local government to abandon its conservation land use policies to get a relatively small amount, 85 units, of affordable housing. I'm not saying that those are valueless. We clearly need much more affordable housing here and in many places in Florida and around the nation. And I'm here to say that we, at least for our part, are very supportive of affordable housing, but it should never come at the expense of our conservation land use policies.
So the applicant is asking for a reduction in the required minimum 30% of stormwater lakes or littoral plantings, reducing that to 7. We did hear the proposal to cluster this percentage, it sounded like, so it's more dense in one area, but then to bring, if I understood correctly, the rest of the property down to the 7% minimum required. We think it's great to add more plants, but we still stand with the fact that the 30% requirement should pertain to all stormwater lakes because it protects water quality, water resources both on-site and downstream. If we go down to 7%, it will not adequately remove pollutants, nitrogen, and phosphorus from the stormwater flowing through the area. Littoral plants are really important because they act as cost-effective and low-maintenance water purification systems. And they really help us avoid those harmful algal blooms that all of us sort of dread these days. And, it saves the use of the chemicals and pesticides folks use to then kill the harmful algal blooms in the future. So it could cost a little bit more to put the littorals in at the beginning, but in the long terms, I think there will be soft cost savings, and it's a more sustainable way to move forward, keeps our waters cleaner in the long run.
And by the way, this picture I took, it's right near Trader Joe's, where there's a stormwater system around that commercial area, and I was just shocked at how natural this stormwater lake turned out.
So back to the affordable housing issue. We, as Brad said, are certainly supportive of affordable housing, and we would, however, support the use of the 80% area median income to define what is affordable. In the future, we would urge the Commission to do so. This is the number used by the Federal Department of Housing and Community Development and some of the affordable housing organizations in Collier County as well. I had to look the other day, and I was looking up average incomes in Collier, and I looked up the average Home Depot or McDonald's worker income over a year who's working full time, and it said around $40,000. So when you're thinking about affordable income numbers, some of these look a little bit high to me, so we do stand with the 80% AMI. We're also concerned that affordable housing is a public benefit that's justifying some of these changes in land use policies. And when you're putting people, and how Brad showed this area is a high risk for fires, public housing should not be placed in anywhere that jeopardizes public safety. You know, we've seen some proposals for coastal high hazard areas, these very fire prone areas, and the last thing we want to do is to place people in a risky area for their safety. We really strongly support affordable housing, but we need both conservation and affordable housing to go hand in hand. And so we're asking the commission to take a holistic look at this development and make a decision that supports public health and safety and sustainability in the long term.
To that end, it's clear to us. Let me first say that we're glad to see the proposal to buy 135 TDR credits. We just learned about this yesterday. It's a belated acknowledgement on the part of the applicant that was the right thing to do, and we're glad to see that. However, it also remains that your 2023 affordable housing incentive policies that were adopted into the rural fringe mixed use district are ambiguous. You have some lack of clarity in those policies, and these are the two policies excerpts that I've highlighted here that need to be cleaned up, that need to be, for instance, need to clarify that market rate housing does not need incentivization, but what needs incentivization is the affordable housing. And so that, to us, the first phrase in that policy 2 there, maximum density for housing that is affordable, that implies that that's all it's addressing, not market rate housing. However, it's being interpreted by development applicants and even staff to mean the entire project, including the market rate housing, which is the majority of the housing. So we would ask you to give direction to your staff to work with stakeholders and the Planning Commission to clarify this. You need a glitch amendment to fix this. And one of the last things I wanted to point out here is that there are other options besides building 423 homes that actually are compatible with the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District Land Use Plan, even as sending lands. First, you could sell up to 6 TDR credits per each 5 acres, including the restoration and conveyance credits. You could sell the property fee simple or less than fee interest in the land to conservation or agricultural preservation entities such as the Rural and Family Lands Protection Program through FDACS or Florida Forever, Conservation Collier, Florida Wildlife Corridor interests that have generated huge amounts of money. The legislature appropriated $850 million just 3 years ago and have bought over 30,000 acres just here in Collier County with that money. So that's not a small pot of money, and that could be, and this is part of the Florida Wildlife Corridor or other DEP and legislative programs. You could grant a flowway easement to the county for 2 TDR credits per 5 acres as part of the Belmead Flowway. That's a policy that you've got right now. You could turn this into a mitigation bank. So we don't need to build 423 units to get the marginal flowway and Sable Palm Road improvements. We could do this through a mitigation banking. The landowner now could make a lot of money turning this into a mitigation bank, and I will tell you from my experience, there is a lack of credits in several Collier watersheds. So, and that's not just true here in Collier County, this is true statewide, as you probably know from some of the legislation that's been passed recently or considered. So a mitigation bank is a very viable option. There could be an internal county mitigation bank through transportation, utilities, or stormwater to offset your own internal projects, which you have a lot of, including things like Vanderbilt Beach Road extension. You could do a payment for an ecological services or a PES contract with an agency like the South Florida Water Management District or another agency. Those are typically for something called dispersed water management, where you pay somebody to hold water as part of a regional or watershed water resource program or water quality program. And finally, you could sell TDRs to a TDR bank if one is established by the county or some other entity. Currently, there isn't one, but this is something that we have talked about for years, and it has never come to pass. It's in your comp plan, but there is no current entity, but that is something that we could discuss. So to conclude, our recommendations are to deny this growth management plan amendment application based on it conflicting with the goals and objectives of Collier County's land planning in the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. It's also inconsistent with state statutes, especially the discouragement of urban sprawl, and it's an unsafe site prone to high-risk wildfires. And there are better alternatives, as we just discussed. We ask you to direct staff to work with stakeholders to clarify and fix ambiguous affordable housing policies in the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District section of the FLU, the Future Land Use Element. And finally, we think that you should consider, and the landowner should consider mutually, alternative land use measures that are consistent with the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District and Collier County's goals in keeping with the original final order from 1999. It is very possible to uphold the land plan that you won awards for, and you should invest in keeping that and improving it wherever possible. Here's an opportunity. So thank you for this discussion to uphold these goals, objectives, and the interests of the citizens of Collier County. And we're happy to take any questions, but hopefully we were clear.
Any questions from the day? Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Cornell, thanks for your expertise and your testimony. Just a couple quick ones, and might call you back, but I just made some notes off of your slides. That wildfire risk map, that's as things stand now. How do you think that, and as you said, that's the latest map. One of the things I got educated on even more than in my office from the staff and even from the applicant was how much additional water and fire suppression comes with this development if it were passed. So having said that, if that was improved exponentially, the ability to fight wildfires and things like that, do you think that the new map that would come out would be a lot less red? That one of the reasons why it's as red as it is because that area has a wildfire risk and also has an inability or a difficult ability to attack wildfires in that area because we don't have the proper water flow, the right kind of water distribution. I ask your opinion on that one.
Sure. I think that it's pretty well understood by land managers, including Audubon land managers out at Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary, that in order to reduce wildfire risk, you got to do two things. You got to manage your hydrology. In other words, restore the groundwater levels and the wetlands to make sure that you've got enough water on the landscape. This is one of the big hazards of Golden Gate Estates, is that we have been depressing the water levels out there, and that creates a very risky wildfire scenario. And the other one is, of course, prescribed burning. You got to do both of those things in order to reduce the wildfire risk. Now, I think it's clear that if you look out at other places in the country that have had some catastrophic wildfires, California or New Mexico or Hawaii, Lahaina, that having fire suppression is helpful, but the best help is going to be the ecological health of your watershed and regular prescribed burning. I mean, Mother Nature used to do it with lightning. We can't let her do that anymore where there's too many of us in the landscape. So we got to do prescribed burning, and we got to have lots of water on that landscape in order to make it work.
Okay. A topic that was talked about here, and then also when we've talked about golf courses, is how chemically saturated something like a Orange Grove, a golf course, is. And the term I wrote down here, somebody mentioned it, said that obviously you talk about anything that has greenery, has any kind of vegetation, is going to have wildlife. I mean, everything we build on has some sort of wildlife on it that we either move or it moves itself or what have you. But I wrote down the word currently, and somebody said it, there's chemically contaminated ditches on the Orange Grove. And then when I saw the pictures of the new littoral areas, even the picture that you showed of Trader Joe's, maybe there's something in the middle that would be the approved solution. But just as I hear it, if there are that many panthers out there and tons of bears and whatnot, do we want them drinking out of chemically contaminated ditches rather than, and it's sort of a loaded question because I don't know the answer to this. I want to hear the answer. But as I sit here and weigh it, I know how contaminated, especially the golf course that we are flipping into a veterans nursing home. We had a lot of mitigation that has to be done there, and I've had in some previous lives I've had where we flipped golf courses into something usable. So it's similar to the citrus grove. And then when I see the investment that they're going to make into the more natural areas and how the water is going to be flow in a certain way that makes it more clean, more pure, or you might rebut that, how the culverts are going to flow the water back and forth. I'm just trying to weigh, wow, would I want to just keep the land as it is and have, if there's that many panthers wandering around, they're drinking polluted water, or can we do something better that we can provide housing, but then mandate that they have the areas of wildlife preservation, littoral areas and all that, which to me would seem better than this overly saturated fertilizer, soaked ground that we have out there now, to include what somebody called chemically contaminated ditches. What's your comment on that to help educate us?
So I asked Peter Frederick, who is a couple of years ago, I was having a conversation with him about wading birds and ditches. This exact question that you're asking me. I'm not a scientist, but he is. He's a world expert in wading birds, and I wanted to know, had there been any studies, do we know anything about the hazards of wading birds foraging in ditches? Because, as we've all seen, they do it a lot. And the reason they do it is that the shallow seasonal wetlands that they used to rely on in the November, December timeframe have mostly been destroyed. Over 80% of them in Southwest Florida have been destroyed. And so they're forced to use the ditches at that time of year, and that's when we see them there. And he said, we would love to know the answer to that question, but nobody has really done in-depth studies about the impacts of what's in canal water that these, and it's not so much that they're drinking it, but they're eating the fish. That's what they're doing in there. They're eating fish. They're not drinking. They're feeding themselves. And what about those fish? We don't know, but they're desperate, and it's the only option that they've got. And as far as whether it would be better if we got the restoration with this project, of course restoration would be much better. What I'm suggesting to you all, though, is do we have to have 423 houses built in order to get that increment of restoration, or could we have the whole site restored and get a bigger bang for a buck? Maybe the landowner themselves could do it as a mitigation bank, for instance.
Just to go back, though, to the ditches, there's a difference between a swale on the side of the road that's filled with rainwater and a ditch in an orange grove that's been there for 1,000 years and has been over fertilized and pesticides and all that, and then water is collecting and it has that type of chemical base. I agree with what you're saying. There's quote unquote ditches, swales all over Collier County, and birds feed and drink in them just fine. But my real concern is you've got this dead orange grove that is not, I actually talked to the owner and I said, and I don't mean to embarrass you or put you on the spot, but a lot of citizens sent us emails saying, oh, it's so nice to go there and buy all the fresh this, that, and the other, and then I asked him, how much of that you actually growing on property? You know, the dead orange trees are for, you know, for a look. And so I sit here and say this orange grove is so old that any water that's collected there, it wouldn't be something that I think would be, you know, as beneficial as to some of the things. I agree with you. The more restoration we could have, if it could be 3 times the size, you're also trying to figure out the algorithm. I mean, I'll take a little bit of exception to what Commissioner Saunders said when he said if there wasn't affordable housing here, this project would fail. Well, it wouldn't fail. It just probably wouldn't come to us because the numbers wouldn't work out. And so, but the sheer fact that there's affordable housing in it makes us at least want to listen to it, especially when we hear from Cormac. But, you know, getting back to, I don't know if you want to follow up on your answer to me, swales containing rainwater and ditches in an orange grove that's been probably oversaturated for years with fertilizer and pesticides, I don't think it's apples to apples.
Sorry to jump in just for a second,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to say when left to itself, nature tends to sort of repair itself, and this is still a natural area. So the fact that the oranges are dying and dead, I don't even know when the last time the fields were sprayed. I don't know if the landowner could answer to that or when pesticides were applied, but those tend to break down. And so even if they're in ditches, there are bacteria and other items that are breaking down those chemicals as we speak. And if we did take some steps to restore the area, like Brad was saying, you know, natural areas are definitely better than rooftops for water resources and for the wildlife there.
I'm sure there'll be a rebuttal from the applicant, but thank you.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys clap that one time, but once again, we don't encourage people applauding and wooing and hooing and doing those type of things when our speakers are up here, okay? Because if you're up here speaking, I would want the rest of the people to respect you too up there. So let's keep it professional, please. Any other questions from the board for Mr. Cornell?
Not yet.
I do have one question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I really respect your knowledge and all the things you know in life, and I've learned a lot from you over the years. You know, you coming here and being a person that speaks before us, but you lost me today. Because the minute you said Panthers had kittens, they are cubs, sir, not kittens. So, we might have some more questions for you later.
It's a cat, isn't it? It's
no,
a cat.
it is a cub, sir.
A cub.
A kitten is a house cat's baby.
All right. All right.
That's why he's
All
our
right.
chairman. Telling you, he's loaded with information.
I'm going to remind our speakers of a couple of things. One, I'm going to read multiple names. I'd like you to queue up at both podiums for the sake of time. And also, you will hear a single beep when you have 30 seconds to go. Our next speaker is Jay Colhagen, and he'll be followed by Jen Southall.
Hey. Go ahead.
How do we know which of the 25 people that raised their hands gave up their speaking? Or we're not going to let people
Well,
double dip.
Jay has all paper clipped together, 25.
That's not going to happen, Rich.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not going to call from
That's
that.
not gonna
I know we
happen.
didn't call their name. I just saw we were.
Yeah, I saw he paper clipped them all together. So,
Mr. Colhagen.
Hey,
Okay,
Jay
Jay.
Collier for the record. Oh, great, another stoplight on Collier Boulevard. And another development that'll use mosquito control for damage control. You know, I go to a shooting range out there off Sable Palm there, and I've been going out there since the 80s. I mean, you carry a gun out there, you got to carry 2 guns because the hogs out there are really thick. I mean, 1 gun isn't enough out there. But that said, everyone understands the financial incentive, but zoning decisions are not meant to be profit-driven. The future growth plan exists to prevent exactly this kind of decision-making happening here today. Economic benefit to a landowner alone is not a valid basis for overriding the county's future land use map. Social media comments are saying that this board is just a rubber stampers for the Florsheim developers. I'm here to prove them wrong. So today, vote with the people and stop this, well, I said 200-unit development because we know the game. You asked for 423, but you reduce it to 200 or something to make us feel better on the impact, or maybe put a school there or something. So I urge this board to stick with the county's future growth plan and vote against this rezoning. Amen.
Your next speaker is Jen Southall. I do not see Jen. We're going to move on to Kayla Glenn.
Oh, here
Are
she
you
comes.
Kayla? She will be followed by Michaela Kindle.
She gets 6 minutes because of the
Yeah,
baby.
she got 2 speakers.
Yeah, 2 speakers. Hey.
Oh, no, she's okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. Just wanted to say thank you for all that you do and appreciate all the really great dialogue leading up until now. My name is Kaylin Glenn. I am a lifelong resident to Collier County. I'm a 5th generation Collier County resident, and this is the 6th generation. So I'm here speaking on behalf of my experience growing up here, as well as my daughter and my son, who are
We really kind of need that mic pointed
oh,
at
okay,
you.
I'm
sorry. I'll
no,
pause
no,
for a
that's okay.
second.
No,
Okay,
no,
go
no.
ahead.
I can swap sides too. Sorry, my screen shifted a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm saying.
And we're
You're
also
paused. You're paused. You've
Okay.
got time.
And we're
All right.
also recording and trying to keep track of everything
Yeah.
people are saying. So just kind of slow your cadence and calm down, take a deep
Okay.
breath.
Thank you. I'm used to the FWC meetings where a lot of times we're limited on timing. So I'm here to ask you today to deny the Sable Pond project on behalf of the fact that from the start, I just want to note that I'm not anti-growth at all. You know, Collier County has seen a ton of growth over the years, and as someone who keeps choosing to live here, I understand that it is something that is part of just city management and city growth. Though my family has lived through all this development, and I want to acknowledge that the citrus grove isn't profitable any longer. Being in forestry professionally and in conservation, we are seeing a massive amount of land conversion from typical ag use, whether it be forest or citrus, to other uses. Solar is the largest, as well as development in the south, and I covered the whole southeast for the forestry work that I do. And so we're just seeing massive levels of conversion because industries are changing, profitability is also shifting. So I understand from a landowner perspective where they're at this point and why they're considering this. But that being said, it's not the best use based on where it's at. Let's see. So as we know, this proposal would add about 423 homes on and adjacent to conservation and protected agricultural land, mostly being near Picayune Strand State Forest. From a scientific standpoint, it's right within the Florida Wildlife Corridor, which we've heard lots of comments on today. There's a lot of critical species that are worth protecting and not interrupting their flow of life. Sorry, I'm going fast, but yeah, so, and then from a public safety standpoint, the fire, it's a fire adapted system that needs to be able to burn and burn regularly, and adding these homes and this development right smack dab in the middle will completely disrupt that. A lot of these points we've said, and then of course the water perspective, but really I'm just speaking, there's a lot of points I want to address, and I don't want to shorten any of it, but this rezoning, I feel like can set truly an unfortunate precedent, and again, I'm not anti-growth, but each time that you as a commissioner or any kind of county entity keeps allowing projects like these in these areas surrounded by other protected conservation land, I've seen it happen. It starts with the one, and then it comes, the Publix, and then a school, and it never really stops. And at some point, we all have to take ownership of what we want this county and city to look like for generations to come. And truly, from an ecological standpoint as well as a cultural standpoint, this project is not a great idea for us now or in the future. So I ask you to please consider denying it. And I'll allot my time to her. Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
So thank you for your time, and I appreciate, again, all that you do. Please
right.
consider saying no.
You guys can applaud the baby, though.
Yeah. Thank
Your next speaker is Michaela Kindle, and she'll be followed by Stephanie Dixon.
All right, hello, my name is Michaela Kindle, and I'll do my best to be brief because I know I'm just going to be reiterating what a lot of other people will be saying today. Basically, I see this project as incompatible with the surrounding conservation land. I don't think it's been mentioned yet, but the entrance to the Orange Grove is just a mile away from the Picayune Strand check-in. Same distance it is from Collier County Boulevard, so I think that that is important to consider. I also want to note that the Picayune Strand Forest provides habitat to the only stable population of Florida panthers east of the Mississippi River. And one of the leading causes of death to the Florida panther is car collisions. So putting more cars on the road is going to lead to more death to the panthers. We just had the first reported death, according to the FWC website, 10 days ago, and it was, I believe, 0.9 miles north of Collier Boulevard on I-75. I think that's important to consider. I also want to note I am also very concerned about the lack of littorals in the other ponds. I think that that could contribute to algae growth that would just be harmful. And I think this proposition undermines the protected sending lands for rural urban multifamily density, destroying the rural character, and normalizes urban sprawl in Collier County. I urge you to vote against this, and I will leave it there.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Stephanie Dixon. She'll be followed by Michael Pukala.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Stephanie Dixon, and I'm here today on behalf of the Greater Naples Chamber. For more than a decade, access to attainable housing has been a top public policy priority for the Chamber. The Chamber has consistently advocated for expanding housing opportunities because our members know a strong local economy depends on employees being able to live in the communities they serve. By including homes for sale price below market rate, SWJR Naples One and Pulte Group, the contract developer, demonstrates a clear understanding of the ongoing need for attainable housing for middle-income families. This need is well documented. A recent report found the Naples area is among just 18 metro areas nationwide where families must earn at least $200,000 annually to afford a home. Furthermore, the Collier Community Foundation's most recent community needs assessment found 65% of respondents believed housing costs should be a priority moving forward. The Chamber saw similar results in a recent survey of our membership, which showed nearly 70% indicating workforce housing was among the top concerns facing businesses. This project sets aside 85 townhomes for families earning up to 100 to 100 and 120% of AMI. This project will serve educators, healthcare workers, first responders, and other professionals who are essential to Collier County's quality of life. The Chamber is encouraged by the commitment to integrate workforce housing and believes it reflects a realistic understanding of the challenges our communities continue to face. Including for-sale workforce housing also expands access to home ownership, allowing more residents to build roots and long-term investment in Collier County. We respectfully encourage your approval of this project and are confident it will make a meaningful contribution to expanding for-sale workforce housing in our community. Thank you for your continued service and commitment to Collier County. We appreciate it.
Your next speaker is Michael Pukala. He'll be followed by Susan Sculf.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me some time to speak today. For the record, my name is Michael Puhala. I serve as the CEO of the Housing Alliance, and we have a mission to unite residents, developers, funders, and policymakers, which is the role you're obviously serving today, in trying to create more attainable housing solutions for our community. So I'm going to be speaking a little bit on that. Mr. Giblin was up here. He spoke a lot about what I was going to speak, so I'm here kind of to support some of the points that he had made. You as a board, you've done an incredible work in terms of improving the inventory of rental units available to our workforce that are income restricted. And I think we've seen an impact, what that's done for our community. But where this proposal is unique is that now we're talking about access to home ownership for our workforce. These are income restricted units, and it's going to carry that 30-year commitment. So our organization, through our affiliate HELP, we see individuals and households who are coming in and would love to get into home ownership. And a lot of times they maybe make just a little bit too much to qualify for some of the resources that are available, some of the subsidies, possibly a Habitat for Humanity opportunity, but they don't make enough to qualify for open market housing. And we've heard the statistic. We made the Wall Street Journal, unfortunately, as one of 18 cities in the entire country that it requires about $200,000 or more to qualify for a median priced house. So I can tell you that with the costs of insurance, with the cost of, whether there's going to be a homeowner association, we know, and taxes, it's these individuals that are earning up to the 100% AMI and up to the 120, these 85 units would create an opportunity for them. We also have external down payment assistance opportunities in addition to what Pulte is committing to, our local SHIP program, Federal Home Loan Bank. We have at the state level Hometown Heroes and the Florida Assist program. having new construction creates that opportunity for individuals to apply for, to have that runway that is often needed in order to qualify for those resources. So I think we can really even enhance the buying power to even to get to some of these households that maybe earn a little bit less than that 120%. And this gives them a unique opportunity with these units being added to the to our community. So I would say we're very encouraged by a national developer wanting to come in and enhance our for sale product. We hope this becomes something we see more of as future development comes into the community. So thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Susan Scalf, and she'll be followed by Amy Clay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Susan Scalf, and I respectfully urge you to deny these petitions, both petitions. The Conservancy of Southwest Florida, representing 4,500 members, opposes this rezoning. Although this builder, we've just found out, will now add minimal TDRs to get commissioner buy-in approval, it would undermine the very foundation of the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District program. Once exceptions like this are granted, more developers will demand the same, jeopardizing protections for sending lands across Collier County and weakening the smart growth system the county has relied on for years. This parcel was designated sending lands for its high environmental value, sensitive habitat, listed species areas, wetlands, and critical flowways. It borders Picayune Strand State Forest and lies fully inside the Florida Wildlife Corridor. With only an estimated 120 to 230 adult Florida panthers left statewide, this site lies within the species' primary zone. Vehicle collisions are the leading cause of death. In 2025, Collier County reported 7 panther fatalities, we had one this year, contributing to 18 statewide deaths, 17 from vehicle strikes. The year before, 2024, saw 36 deaths statewide. From the proposed 423 homes, adding about 4,000 daily vehicle trips would worsen road kills and fragment this vital corridor for panthers, black bears, gopher tortoises, and other species. This development would require road widening, traffic lights, stormwater fixes, or buffers. These measures merely attempt to fix problems the project itself creates. Nearby Tamarindo proves these concerns aren't theoretical, with homes sitting vacant due to unresolved flooding from drainage failures. 2 major wildfires in 2025 burned very close to this grove. The development would heighten flood, fire, and evacuation risks. We have over 4,000 petition signatures opposing it, and we ask you to uphold the comprehensive plan and deny these petitions. Keep this grove agricultural. Please review in your packets the Panther telemetry map and Joey Wave's wildlife and wildfire photos in your packets. The last time we had the meeting, no one could find the telemetry map, but I'll show you all the sightings of panthers in the area. And thank you for your time.
Okay, your next speaker is Kimberly, is it Heiss? And she'll be followed by, Mia, is it Elrich?
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Kim Heisey, and I'm a wildlife artist in Broward County. I came all the way over here today to urge you to deny the rezoning of this land. You've heard from the experts about it. It's not an appropriate place for housing, and it is within this this zone that is supposed to be for conservation. And one of the biggest concerns that I've seen and other conservationists have seen throughout the state is what happens when you start making exceptions to that. That is one of the biggest concerns, at least for me. It would destroy panther habitat. Here's the telemetry map they're talking about. It would destroy panther habitat, lead to increased car strikes. You can see there's the road here. These panthers here are crossing this road. They're utilizing this land. You don't see them over here. That's housing. Panthers and roads do not mix together. It also would degrade the surrounding land. Not only does the land have to burn to reduce wildfire risk to humans, land needs to burn because it has evolved over millions of years to burn. It's fire dependent. Some plants don't even bloom without a wildfire. So this land here needs wildfires, not just to make it the wildfire risk to humans less, but also for the health of that area. That's why it would degrade that land around it. And, increase flooding. They've said a lot of wonderful things. I hope you will listen to the experts that have spoken. People throughout the state of Florida are tired of constant development and every last bit of green space. People throughout the state of Florida are looking towards you and your county to protect our state animal and the symbol of our state. All of Florida panther primary and secondary habitat is in your county and surrounding counties south of Lake Okeechobee. Florida panthers do not live and breed in significant numbers anywhere else in the state. We hope that they will continue to move north and populate the rest of the Florida wildlife corridor, but they can't do that if their breeding population is not supported here. The amount of land they have to roam is directly correlated with the amount of panthers that can survive there. Every last bit of panther habitat counts. There's about 200 panthers that can survive with the amount of land that we have currently, plus or minus. Every last bit of land that is reduced and taken away from that habitat means less panthers because they're territorial. They need a lot of land. You are Florida Panther Conservation. That's why you've been getting letters from around the state. And I just want to point out that this year is a particularly important time for conservation. There's a lot of attacks with the bills in the legislature. My friends up in Orange County are trying to fight toll roads going through the wildlife corridor. We really need our representatives to stand up for these lands. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
I'd like to remind our speakers, due to my pronunciation issues, please start your comments by stating your name. Mia, is it Ehrlich?
My name is Mia Eric.
Eric, okay. And she'll be followed by Abigail Agugliaro? I hope that's close.
Aguilar.
Please begin, Mia.
Thank you. So, my name is Mia Eric. With the exception of my 4 years away at the University of South Florida, I'm lucky to have lived here in Naples my entire life. I imagine that if the wood storks, the panthers, the boar, the bears, the alligators, snakes, the waterways, all of the plants and other animals supported by these waterways could speak, they would ask you to please vote no to amend this development initiative. Collier County's own executive summary states clearly that this amendment has no fiscal benefit to Collier County. There's no net revenue gain to the public, and what is certain is the permanent loss of environmentally sensitive land located within an area specifically intended to restore natural flowways into Naples Bay and Rookery Bay. I don't think it's appropriate to nitpick over the language used to describe the land. Sending area, protected lands, wetlands, Everglades, whatever you'd like to call it, our actions do affect the environment regardless. Keeping 6 acres of littoral plantings is not better than leaving the 169 acres of land alone in the first place. Just because the land isn't successful as an orange grove does not mean that it needs to become homes instead. If orange groves are not a fit home for the wildlife, certainly neither are 423 cookie-cutter Pulte homes. The Florida Panther does not care whether 15% or 20% or 100% of this housing project is deemed as affordable. It is not the bird's fault that 2 teachers or a nurse or other essential workers can't afford to buy a home. We do not have a need for 423 new homes that, despite having a Walmart and a Home Depot nearby, feel like they're in the middle of nowhere. 84 affordable homes is a drop in the bucket to the housing problem in question. Banking on the fact that doctors may want to live here once they're done with medical school is very creative, but I urge the people in the room to channel that creativity to come up with a better solution to the housing issue at hand. As a volunteer at the Conservancy of Southwest Florida, I regularly meet people who have lived in Naples their entire lives, as well as visitors from across the country who come here specifically to experience the natural beauty of our mangroves and estuaries. The development of land in Sable Palm Subdistrict would directly undermine the environment that defines this community and supports its economy. I believe affordable housing is important, but housing is not truly affordable if it comes at the expense of the environment. With that in mind, I ask you not to support this project. I'd also like to thank the Audubon Society for providing tangible alternatives to this development plan, and I hope that the current landowners will consult with them. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
I'd like to remind our speakers at this juncture, every word you say is being typed down, so please try to keep it a little bit moderate. Our next speaker is Abigail Agugliaro, and she'll be followed by Gwen Ranzone.
Hi, my name is Abigail Gugliero. I'm here to deny the Sable Palm development. I wanted to bring up the topic of reliability. So the Pulte Homes, the developer, has recently pleaded guilty to destroying 22 Florida tortoise burrows and had to pay a fine of about $13,000. So I feel like this raises a bunch of concerns about reliability and efficacy. I agree with that. So how do we trust these developers to do the things that they're saying, to do the things that are right, essentially? So again, I just urge them to deny the Sable Palms development and protect Florida land. That's all.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Gwen Ranzone, and she'll be followed by Jen Hammer Cardenas. I hope that's close.
Good
Commissioners,
afternoon.
before you begin real quick, man, I also wanted to let you know Attorney Klatzkow is under the weather today. He's going to tap out, and Scott's going to take his place.
Okay.
Okay? Ma'am, please begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Gwen. I live on the opposite side of the wall from Sable Palm and Verona Walk. They want to build 423 houses all the way down a 2-lane side street. The road is not conducive to handle this amount of traffic, let alone the noise that will disrupt our quiet neighborhoods. Verona Walk is on the south side of Sable Palm. Traffic can be heard. This project will increase pollution and noise levels with cars, commercial trucks, and around 850 people. These are all negative effects. Our area already has issue with power outages and low water pressure without hurricane interruptions. We have seen an influx of bears, coyotes, and deer since several communities have been built along Collier Boulevard. Camas, Seven Shores, Tamarindo, and currently a new 184-unit multifamily community on the corner of Collier and Grand Lely. Affordable housing, Ecos Creekside, Ecos Cadenza, and Greenway, all a few miles away from Sable Palm. How is there a need for more houses when there has been nonstop housing developments for 6 years now? Over 6,000 houses, condos, are presently for sale in Naples. This project is wrong for the location. If you vote yes, people on Sable, Brandy, Morgan, Beagle Lake, Rose Apple, and Verona Walk will all have to endure the sounds of constant beeping from construction trucks and loud noises of 423 houses being built for years. When that is complete, what are we left with? More cars and commercial cars traveling up and down the street. I'm asking you to please vote no. I live there. I can tell you how peaceful and safe it is, how clean the air is when enjoying the outdoors. Please do not take our good quality of life away from us. The majority of the residents are veterans or come from a military family like myself. We deserve a nice neighborhood. Leave it as farmland. Fruit, vegetables, plants, and trees can be grown and are all lucrative businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jen Hammer Cardenas, and she'll be followed by Jean Pohl.
All right, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm Jen Hammer Cardenas, and I just want to weigh in on this subject of the Sable Palm property. I am very understanding and empathetic to the need for affordable housing in Collier County. It's a real problem and a real need. However, I am against rezoning this sensitive area for this purpose. It's just not the right place. I grew up in Naples. I've lived here for 54 years, and I've seen a lot of changes, some for the better, some not so good. But the trend to develop our beautiful and unique natural areas has gotten to a critical level. The very thing that makes Naples a desirable place to live is rapidly disappearing. We need to protect natural areas, not just because it's feel good, but it also is a safety issue and a tourism issue and safety for our wildlife. The area in discussion borders the very unique and sensitive Picayune Preserve, is a wildlife corridor and a flood zone buffer area that, if developed, would increase flooding problems. And I learned today, I mean, I knew it was a wildfire area, but didn't realize just what a problem it would be. It would be unfair, I think, for the purchasers of these properties to be put in harm's way, not only directly from fire, but the respiratory issues in being in a fire zone. That is a real problem. If this area could be possibly allocated as a buffer preserve area, it would be much wiser use of this land. I do want to say to Mr. Jacobs and to the South Naples Citrus family, you guys have been wonderful and an important part of our community. And I wish you guys nothing but the best, and I hope that we can find some equitable solution, but I really am against this development. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jean Pohl. She will be followed by Sophie Amaya.
To save time, guys, if you would just want to stage at each podium when you hear your name called, so.
I won't take long. My name is Jean Pollum, and I've been here since I was 9 years old. And Sable Palm Road is, you know, Naples gotten so busy you can't hardly find an eagle in the palm trees by the beaches anymore. I'm talking for the animals, not for myself and for my grandkids. I hope they'll be able to catch a fish like we used to go catch our dinner at the beach, and you can hardly find bait fish anymore. But Sable Palm, on a cold, rainy day, foggy day, you could still go there early in the morning and you'll see one of the most beautiful sunrises. And there's the owls, the red-shouldered hawks, turkeys. You used to see years ago lots of deer on the side of the road. And now it's just this past year, if you'll see joy waves and also pictures from everyone, the birds are just starting to come back. And we just keep building everywhere, and I'm talking for the animals that have no voice, and it just kills me what we're doing to Florida. I was born and raised here. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Sophie Amaya. She'll be followed by Damien, and Damien, you're going to need to give a last name when you get up here, sir.
Hello, Commissioners and Chairman. Thank you for attending this meeting to discuss these topics. My name is Sophia Maya. I am 20 years old, and I've been a Florida resident my whole life. I remember my first experience going to the Everglades for a school field trip. It was beautiful to see Florida's natures firsthand and seeing the American alligator or the red cardinal. Florida's wildlife is diverse, extraordinary, and resilient. Everyone should have the chance to experience it for themselves. But it is sad to say that Florida's wildlife and habitat has been tested time and time again. It is easy to forget that for the last 70 years, development has been the leading cause for Florida's immense habitat loss. I'd say that the development 341 Sable Palm Road can and will be harmful for the longevity of wild spaces in Collier County. This area is a mix of wetlands, flowways, and farms. And while me and my group were driving down here, you can see all the water that resides through and flows through these wetlands. It is a habitat for endangered species such as wood storks, woodpeckers, and the critically endangered Florida panther. There are approximately only 250 or fewer Florida panthers left in the wild today. Their biggest cause of death is vehicle collisions, and the development on this area will increase vehicle movement, resulting in more chances of Florida panthers to be hit and killed, according to the geodata on Florida Wildlife's official website. The map shows that panthers do roam around this area. I know it's pretty small, but I just wanted to kind of show the little graph that there is on the FWC website. And in myfwc.com website, there's a Panthers Pulse section, which highlights panthers on radio collars that have been killed in 2025 alone. The chart shows that almost all panthers in this chart have been killed by a vehicle. 5 out of 14 panthers in this graph have been recorded to have died by a vehicle here in Collier County. I know it's very small, but just wanted to show some proof. And so to hear at today's meeting that Florida panthers aren't seen in this area is extremely confusing because official FWC websites say otherwise. I also wanted to mention that wetlands are crucial for Florida in general. With ongoing flooding crisis, wetlands are actually help to mitigate and reduce flooding by absorbing excess rainwater. Developing and adding more concrete will only worsen this issue because rainwater will have nowhere to go, and it will just sit on top of the concrete. This area is also known for wildfires, which can threaten residents and on the newly developed area. There are many vacant and abandoned areas that can be redeveloped or developed instead of destroying more wild spaces. I would also like to add, because I know I have very little time left, but I wanted to add that I do support affordable housing, and I think that it can benefit our communities. But I please encourage you guys to vote no, and also to please be considerate over the environment and for the residents that will be impacted by this. And I had a couple other things to say, but I just hope that today we're listened to instead of simply ignored. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Damien, your last name?
De Jesus.
And you'll be followed by Harrison Black.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Damien. I'm 20 years old. I've been a Florida resident for more than 12 years. I'm very passionate about animal and nature conservation. I have fallen in love with the beautiful wetlands, animals, and parks in this state. So I urge you to not approve the proposed conversion of the South Naples Citrus Grove of 423 houses. This property lies in the Florida Wildlife Corridor, borders Picayune Strand State Forest. It is home to a lot of wildlife that can be largely negatively affected by this development, such as woodstrokes, red-cocked woodpeckers, and Florida panthers who are currently critically endangered and can be at risk of extinction because of this change. According to the National Wildlife Federation, there is an estimate of about 200 left as of 2024, and declining because of motor vehicle deaths, which will skyrocket by the incoming traffic that will take place in these roads. Furthermore, wetlands being removed can also cause mass flooding because of the decrease of land to absorb the water. While I see that they are proposing affordable housing, this should not cause the county to abandon its conservation land use policies. Instead of building these projects, we should direct those funds towards improving already abandoned buildings and vacant homes while also decreasing prices. We need both conservation and affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Your next speaker is Harrison Black, and he'll be followed by Evan Black.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for your time and for hearing all of our concerns about this issue. I would like to put forward, for the record, my name is Harrison Black. I am a wildlife filmmaker and science educator. I've been coming to Florida, visiting the state for many years, and I categorically oppose all development of this sub-district simply because I've heard through the comments that have been presented this afternoon a genuine concern for both following procedure but also preserving the environment and maintaining the ecosystem, both health and services that it provides for us. From your comments, it's very evident that you have a care and a desire to protect the ecosystems that we've been so passionately discussing. But what I find confusing is that in looking at a citrus grove whose, as you pointed out, Commissioner, the impact of the pollution, the impact of herbicide and pesticide use on this land, it does impact our wildlife. But then to have the solution to these proposed and stated issues be to develop this land for a significantly more intense use of that land and presenting more infrastructure, that's inconsistent with the stated concern for the environment that we're proposing to protect. The thing that really benefits ecosystem services and their ability to help us and maintain the quality of life and the comfort that we have come to appreciate about living in a place like Florida with the abundance of wildlife and coexistence with natural systems as we've developed, the thing that perpetuates those ecosystem services is connectivity and healthy function of the ecosystems that already exist. Proposing to replace ecosystem services that someone pointed out have been functional in this area for literally thousands of years, millions of years on a geological timescale. We can't fix the loss of those ecosystem services with Band-Aid solutions, the widening of existing pipes. Human anthropocentric derived solutions simply cannot and have been empirically demonstrated repeatedly to be unable to replicate ecosystem services on any sort of cost or time-effective basis. So in your genuine and heartfelt concern for our environment, we need to consider both practical and scientific standards for what would make the most sense preserving these lands going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, your next speaker is Evan Black, and with your indulgence, the nurse we tried to reach on Zoom earlier is back and has raised her hand. I think she's ready. If you're fine with that, I'd like to take her after the speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Black, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for your time, Commissioners. I wanted to expand on what my brother was speaking about just a minute ago. This is an area, as you pointed out at the beginning of this discussion, that you were unsure if the constituents were really familiar with the area where this proposal is being designated for. This happens to be a habitat, both the Picayune Strand State Forest and the adjacent habitats is an area that I have monitored over many years and have documentation and empirical evidence of the wildlife that regularly utilizes this habitat. And it's something that your constituents here in Collier County clearly feel very strongly about. So the suggestion to convert this potentially viable conservation land into a community is, of course, detrimental to the lives of the wildlife and the people that would then rely on that habitat. So why we're urging you to reject this proposal stems from our collective desire to see this habitat be preserved long-term. A community of this nature would not adequately address the environmental concerns that we've discussed. And furthermore, a habitat, once you fragment it further with a development that's being proposed, it greatly reduces the capacity of that habitat to provide the ecosystem services that benefit not only the wildlife, but humans as well. It drastically reduces its role as a fire suppressant and as a water quality filtration system, as we've discussed extensively at this point. So again, please make a decision that respects the will of your constituents and benefits the environment of Florida's natural heritage long-term, and reject this proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Your next speaker joining us on Zoom is Murpha Ferrero. She'll be followed by Will Larkins. Murpha, you're being prompted to unmute your microphone. I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes, ma'am. Martha? Why am I not hearing Martha?
Martha's eluding us.
Martha.
It's a sign.
I have full audio everywhere. I can see her on the speaker, but I'm on her little microphone icon, but I'm not getting any audio from you, Murpha. I'm pretty confident this is... There you are. Murpha, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Mirta Forero. I currently in Physicians Regional Hospital, and I wanted to speak in support of the project. I recent article in Naples Daily News report the median rent in Naples was at $3,250 a month, and the typical apartment listed for rent was 44% above the state median, meaning someone needs to make more than $125,000 for or $60 an hour, which is well above most core healthcare worker salary. The proposed development offer individuals in the health and services fields an option to own versus wasting money on renting. And ask you vote in favor for this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Will Larkins. She'll be followed by, is it Tanya Sonos? Am I even close? You'll be here next. Go ahead, Mr. Larkins.
Hi, y'all. My name is Will Larkins. I am an FIU student. I came here from Miami among my various friends. We all skipped work and class to be here today. I'm studying sustainability, and I'm here to defend the right of future generations to enjoy a healthy ecosystem. So you guys know the facts. There's only about 200 panthers left. The main cause of death is vehicular collision. If you approve this development, that's going to lead to more vehicular traffic in their primary territory, which will lead to more panther deaths. What happens if you remove an apex predator from an ecosystem? It is something called trophic downgrading. We saw this happen in Yellowstone. They removed the wolves, and then the elk overate the grass along the banks, and then eventually the river stopped flowing, and a whole series of environmental catastrophes followed. We don't know the level of damage that killing off the panthers will cause. Losing just a few more could cause irreparable damage to the ecosystem. Mr. LaCastro, Sir, you are an elected official. I know you said you don't really care how many people are calling you because they're getting their facts wrong. I think you're unfortunately missing the point completely about it doesn't matter if this is being built in the Everglades. It doesn't matter if it's being built in a swamp or if it's being built in an orange grove. It is going to damage the ecosystem either way. And there are people, the point is you represent your district, but you also represent Floridians. If a lot of people are calling you, reaching out, coming up here to talk, that means that people feel very strongly about this. I grew up in North Florida. I grew up 10 minutes away from the edge of a river I could swim in on the edge of a forest. It's an hour and a half away now to get to the forest from my parents' house because they've deforested so much. It is an issue personal to us because we are watching the place that we love, a beautiful, unique landscape, get destroyed and poisoned because our elected officials are allowing it. Seeing the destruction every time I go back home, it makes me sick. It makes me sick. And I know you said it's not about passion, but you know what? You're representing Floridians and we're trying to protect our home because I want my great-grandchildren to be able to swim in a crystal clear river or walk through the Everglades or walk through any one of our incredible, unique ecosystems. And each piece that we kill makes it worse, right? So I really encourage you to consider listening to your constituents and listening to the people in this room, the people who are calling you. Not all of us have time to do the research like a lawyer can to get all of the correct facts and information, but we know that watching our home get destroyed in front of us is painful to see, right? Now imagine being one of those animals that relies on it, right? So yeah, not to mention new developments with manicured lawns is going to lead to more people putting fertilizer and chemicals on those lawns, which is going to create a much bigger problem than an orange grove that hasn't been utilized for many, many years, right? It doesn't matter who owns the property. I don't care who legally owns the property. This is land that you are taking from our future generations and from animals who don't have a legal right to say, but definitely should. The way that we develop in Florida is not respectful to the flora and fauna. You know, we clear cut everything and then start from there. That is not the way to do it. That's what they're going to do. And I encourage you to vote no on this, please. Thank you.
The next speaker I'd called, Tanya, has decided to cede her time to Joseph Roca. So Joseph will have a total of 6 minutes, and he'll be followed by Dakota Osceola.
Hello. How are we doing, Collier County Commissioners? How are you guys? I'm glad to see you here, and everybody who showed up, especially in support of, I apologize, in opposition of this development. My name is Joseph Roca, if you guys are willing and wanting to hear that. This area here that we're trying to develop, or is being propositioned to develop, is near the Picayune Strand in the State Forest, as you may have talked about. And you know what? This area may not be part of the Everglades, the 3 million plus acres that makes up Everglades National Park, or the historical wetlands that used to flow all the way from Okeechobee River all the way down to the South Florida Bay. But you know what? I'd like to ask you guys, why should that be an issue as far as not protecting this land? We've talked about like, oh, these people aren't thinking about the actual ecosystems. Why should we worry? I mean, it's not part of the Everglades, but it's still part of Florida nature and fauna, and it's important to protect these areas. I mean, you guys have a picture out there in the hallway from Naples back in the 1928s. Around that time, it looked a lot different than it does now. Much different. In fact, we're talking here about how we don't want this area to turn into Miami. You guys had mentioned that earlier. This is how it starts. You start with one development putting and pushing into that county line, and now we have overdevelopments out in Miami. I'm a West Kendall resident, and I live real close to the Chrome line out there, and Miami is a very big concrete city. And if you guys don't want to get to that point, we cannot keep developing the way we're developing. That's the issue here. We're dealing with the symptoms of a broken system. We are capitalizing and we're looking for the wrong values. I mean, a system that prioritizes short-sighted fast money ventures over the profitable renewables and long-lasting options, it's not necessarily the best for our future generations. I mean, I would like to ask you guys to look outside of our current lifetime. I mean, we as humans are very finite beings within the overall arcing story of this world. I'd like you guys to look past your own life and think about your children. How are they going to react to this? If we start and set this precedent, how would they go on? We want them, like my great friend over there, Will Larkin, said, to be able to enjoy these areas. as we keep on going. So I do ask you that you keep that in mind. And I would like to note that these ecosystems, when they are provided for and cared for, not only are they so much more valuable than what our current system can even appreciate, but they will grow on their own and provide so many different values that we won't have to necessarily come in and venture in for ourselves. So if we follow through with this development of these areas at the expense of the land, the benefits, such as the enhancement of the water management and all the other ventures that the developers have mentioned, won't be upset by the destruction of this ecosystem. I mean, I would love to sit here and only say positive things about the development. I would like to be able to do that. But the way that we develop here in Florida is so disconnected from the land itself. And anybody who has ever been out here and has enjoyed the simplicity of the humble and beautiful nature out there will understand that. We don't have to develop the way that we do. There are much more better ways that will help not only ourselves, but the land prosper. We are not separate from the world and its wild nature of spaces. We are a part of it. I only wish to encourage you all to look past your own lifespan outside of the current way of doing things, like we just talked about. I mean, a prescribed burn shouldn't be and wouldn't be a necessary when you have ecosystems that have grown and adapted to live with fire. Some of the people here may look at the property and it's farmland that's impossible to restore, but I like us to look east, just across onto the Everglades, down at Loop Road. There's a development there, or used to be developed area, that all was farmland, and it got destroyed. That water was completely gone. Now it has been restored, and we spend countless days out there enjoying that beautiful nature. It's not impossible, and it's definitely not out of our reach. And so the Everglades and adjacent ecosystems, like I said before, are incredibly resilient. If allowed to exist, they will grow, which not only benefits us, but the nature around them. I promise you, financially, you will be much better off returning that land towards the original habitat and building alongside of it rather than destroying it. And lastly, I'd like to note that the jobs being provided, like hospitals, hospital jobs, teaching jobs, hotels, restaurants, and general store jobs around like Home Depots and Walmarts, like mentioned before, those are just a few jobs that the developers mentioned. For the most part, these jobs are highly specialized. Not only that, but some, if not all of those jobs are at risk or have heavily lost funding due to the current federal institution. The stability that the families look for in these communities isn't as clear cut as they're trying to make it seem in our current political climate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, how many speakers do we have at this point? Just curious.
I'm going to guess probably about 25 more, maybe. I'll take a count while this speaker is going on. I'll get a better count. Okay. Your next speaker is Dakota Osceola. She'll be followed by R.J. Campins.
Hi, my name is Dakota Osceola. I'm a Collier County resident, and I'm a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. My mom is Tina Marie Osceola. My dad's Jimmy Wheeler. My grandpa's O.B. Sr. He was born in Ochopee at Midway Campground by his mom, Juanita Cypress, who gave him his clan. He was born into the Panther Clan. His father was Corey Osceola, whose photo is hung up in the Everglades City Hall. He had a really good relationship with the Collier family. My grandpa O.B. told me they would let them set up villages anywhere they wanted back in the day. And the last one, so my family had camps all over South Florida, from all down Tamiami Trail to Immokalee to Kendall. And one of them got burned down. Another one is where Treviso Bay is now. One of the palm trees that is there was planted by my great-grandpa, Corey Osceola. He had one arm. Treviso Bay is also where I grew up riding four-wheelers, swamp buggies, and fishing with my dad and my brothers. When I saw that my favorite place to hang out in the woods was a golf course in a neighborhood, it broke my heart. I didn't see it coming. One day they put no trespassing signs up soon after the woods were gone. It felt like a part of my life was gone. That's pretty much the vibe down here, though, you know?
It's pretty that's pretty much what everybody sees who's been from here, who's from here. Doesn't look familiar anymore. It's an institutionalized concrete elitist mess, and we are really going to let that it's okay, so I'm not reading this. This neighborhood isn't affordable. Like, I don't know who can afford that. Doctors, apparently rich, right? Doctors are going to move in there. I guess they are the ones who can afford to live there. That's really cool. Yeah, minimum wage is 14 an hour. This isn't going to work. Say no. I don't know what else to say. I got a minute and a half left, but I think I got my point across. Thank you. And I want to say thank you to Brad. That was really awesome, and thank you everybody who came here and spit the facts. Those facts are facts. Like, we're not making that. We're not making that up. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. It's not gonna be better as a place to house a bunch of people. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it just. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see that being something that's worked, because it's kind of something that's been done a lot of times, way too many times, and it's gross. Like, what else can I say? But I think I'm gonna end it here. We got a minute left, and everybody get home safe. I know I'm from here. I don't know how many people on the development team are from here, but I don't think none. Raise your hand. I'm sorry. Raise your hand if you're from here. Okay, we got 2, 3. Oh, no, you're against it, right? Oh, she's against it, right? So she's not part of them.
All right, like
Thank
I said,
you.
you're addressing us, but thank you for your
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, somehow my estimate was right on the money. We have 25
25
speakers left between here in the room and on Zoom.
That's another 45 minutes at least. So let's take a quick little court reporter's break. So everybody gotta get to the bathrooms. Let's take another. Let's make it 15. So we'll be back at 5. Let's just make it 5 o'clock even.
Oh gosh. We gotta tighten him up on
Okay, we're going to bring this hearing back into session, please. So if everybody take your seats so we can continue on. I believe we got about an hour and 15 minutes worth of citizen testimony here.
In the break, I did find a couple of the names in here people had left. So
okay.
Your next
So-
speaker is R.J. Campins, and he'll be followed by Bay Henning. R.J. is not here. Bay Henning. And Bay will be followed by Jennifer Hart. Oh, I'm sorry. Bay's been seated 3 additional minutes from Brooke Beardsley. Is Brooke here?
Yeah.
So she will have a total of 6 minutes. When you're ready, ma'am.
Commissioners, hello. My name is Bay Henning, resident of Collier County. My grandfather, Gary Beardsley, was appointed by the county commissioners in the 80s to help write the original Environment Protection Plan for the county. And this land was marked as sensitive land and meant to have very limited development. My father, Tom Henning, sat as a county commissioner from 2000 to 2016. I am a second generational county resident. My mother, Brooke Beardsley, was an environmental consultant in the county for 20 plus years. The direction of this county is very important to me, so much that I am here before you today. I am opposed to this proposal because it is changing the protection rules and it is a slap in the face of our growth management plan that protects environmentally sensitive areas such as this property. Furthermore, if you accept this project, it will cause more problems down the road. 4 homes is currently allowed is reasonable. 423 homes is not. Panther habitat needs to be preserved where it originally located. Commissioners, although my grandfather's help prevented him from being here, he always spoke highly of the importance of the commissioners in guiding the future of the environment. Commissioners, I urge you as a powerful body to decide that this proposed change to the environmental plan is not a good idea. Speaking of the environment and the ecosystem, including ag, is very sensitive and important to the Florida panther. As one example, if one important species is negatively impacted, the whole ecosystem can be affected. This is important because when I grow up, I would love to see all the animals I saw when I was young and be able to teach my kids how special and important they are. My family and I hope to continue and be able to enjoy the ecosystem and animals that live here. Please eliminate this proposal to the growth management plan. Thank you for allowing me to speak and the opportunity to help the environment.
Good job, Bay.
Your next speaker is Jennifer Hart, and she'll be followed by Christopher Calvano.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hart. I represent Naples Comprehensive Health, NCH. I'm the Chief Culture Officer here at NCH, and I oversee human resources, including our retention and attraction of employees. So I absolutely respect the sentiment that was expressed here. I'm a huge, passionate person who believes in conservation, and I don't disagree with the good points you made, but I will say that I'm very proud to be working for a healthcare organization that is one of the top hospitals in this country and that can provide amazing healthcare and excellence to everyone, including here in this room. However, the only way we can do that is if we have a talented workforce that supports those jobs. And I do say from firsthand knowledge, we do employ people that do have a high flight risk because of their either long commutes to Fort Myers or Cape Coral, or ultimately just give up and live somewhere else that can be more sustainable for them and their families. I think one of the things that this community project does offer in that affordable housing is a price point that does work for a huge piece of our workforce, and it also gives them an opportunity to own, which is not always the option when we talk about affordable housing. I will say that I am a mom of 4, and I'm a resident in this community who deeply wants to have healthcare and teachers and firefighters and workers who can live here and call this place a permanent home. And I think that is why it is important to us to consider. I worry that I do know that a lot of the people here say they supported affordable housing, but just not here. I'm just worried that if we keep saying that, we won't have any other options. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Christopher Calvano. He'll be followed by Julianne Thomas.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Chris Calvano. I'm a resident of Broward County, lifelong resident, and I'm also an avid recreational angler and outdoorsman. I've been coming here to Collier County for decades now to camp, to fish, and just to enjoy the beauty of your county, of the natural areas of it. I'm here today to express my opposition to this development project. The area that's being proposed for this development and the surrounding land is all habitat for a myriad of our native flora and fauna, a number of which are protected. I know the experts have kind of gone over some species that are in this area, and I know that we've talked about the Florida panther. You know, I think it can't be understated, you know, that these animals, this is one of the rarest and most endangered mammals in the entire country. And, you know, there was one just killed about a week ago here in this county. There were 18 killed last year, 17 were confirmed from vehicle collisions. And it doesn't seem like a high number, but when the entire population is only about 200, you know, that's gets a little higher when you do the math. You're looking at about 8% of the entire population was killed in 1 year. So that's very important, you know, and aside from panthers, you know, even in just the last year of my travel in here and driving along Tamiami Trail, I've seen more dead animals than I've ever seen in the 25 years I've been coming out here. And I mean, all species of birds, native snakes, I've seen dead gators. So it isn't just about panthers, you know, it's about all the wildlife that you have here. This development, if allowed, would contribute to the decline of Florida panthers by eliminating even more of their habitat and increasing vehicle traffic in this area, further increasing the probability of vehicle collisions with these creatures. The implications by allowing this project to happen and rezoning this area is almost as dangerous as the project itself happening, because this would definitely open the floodgates to urban sprawl in this area. Although the area proposed for this proposal may not be a fully functional farm or citrus grove, it does provide habitat for wildlife, like many other areas of farmland around the state that have been designated as conservation lands. There are ways that this area could be better used and preserved instead of demolished for housing. I understand and I'm sympathetic to the need for affordable housing. However, it should never come at the expense of the destruction of our remaining natural areas, because Florida's ecosystems and the plants and animals that inhabit them are special. Please vote to deny the Sable Palm Road project, because the destruction of Florida's natural areas is often death by 1,000 cuts. A development here, an office building there, a shopping center here, till there's nothing left. I was born and raised in Broward, and I've watched this happen over my lifetime there, and to say it's heartbreaking is an understatement.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Julianne Thomas, and she'll be followed by Laura Gelly-Wittick.
Good evening. My name is Julianne Thomas. I'm here on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. I'll try really hard to not talk too fast for you, because I know you've had a long day. The Conservancy has a long history in protecting our lands within and around the Picayune Strand State Forest. One of our historical contributions to Southwest Florida has been assembling this area into public conservation and to further the restoration of the Everglades ecosystem through rehydration of these critical lands and waters. Thus, we must object to the proposed amendment. The subject property is on the western side of the Picayune Strand State Forest and is surrounded by preserve and mitigation lands. In fact, this parcel has been identified as a forest out parcel and has been identified by the state's Florida Forever program as an essential parcel for conservation. This parcel would be better suited for inclusion in conserved public lands and restored, or for it to continue to be used consistent with its current zoning and allowances under the existing comprehensive plan designation. This land is sensitive habitat in an important location. That's why it was properly designated as sending lands. We don't believe this designation was an error. The RF MUD has been relatively successful because landowners who want to intensify must do so on receiving lands, and to get their additional density, they must secure transfer of development rights from sending lands. If all of a sudden density can be increased not by acquiring transfer of development rights, but instead through creating new exceptions and subdistricts in the RF MUD, this undermines the very foundation of the program and could jeopardize future participation in the RF MUD. We heard the Planning Commission's concerns about eroding the urban boundary and cutting into the wild and rural areas, and we agree that these concerns are important, and must be considered because the erosion of urban service boundaries brings light pollution and traffic into areas not envisioned as urban. This is one of those areas where urbanization is not appropriate or necessary. Again, we are not an anti-growth organization, and we understand how important affordable housing is. However, if you are going to make affordable housing considerations, I hope that you also consider the timing of the affordable housing and ensure that this will be that the affordable units will be built at the beginning end of the project rather than at the end of the project, but they may never get built. So, excuse me. Again, this land is sensitive habitat, and it's an important location. And we hope that you will deny the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Lori Gelly Whittick, and she'll be followed by Richard Sands. Okay. Richard Sands, is Richard here? Richard's been seated additional time from Janet Sands. Janet, are you here? Oh, I don't see Richard or Janet. All right, then. Let's try Jennifer Johnson. Jennifer is here. Jennifer will be followed by Judith Hushin, and I know for a fact Judith is here.
Sorry, I'm nervous. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm here to urge you to vote no on this project. This project would destroy critical lands that protect wildlife, filter water, and prevent flooding. These are not just local features. These are essential for long-term longevity and for our communities. This area is prone to flooding, and adding 400+ homes will increase runoff and strain to infrastructure. The developer SWJR Naples LLC is brand new with no track record. And the Plate Group has documented history of construction defects and code enforcement issues in Florida. Once these lands are gone, we cannot restore them. This is about protecting our land, our water, and our future generations. For all these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Judith Hushin, and she'll be followed by Tara O'Neill.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Judith Hushin. The Rural Fringe Mixed Use District, which is where the South Naples citrus property is located, was carefully divided by scientists into sending and receiving lands back in 2002. The map was upheld during 2 subsequent reviews, which went on, and I sat through them, chaired one. The sending lands are environmentally sensitive, and they're designed to be preserved. Now, farmland is environmentally sensitive. We take that as a given because we have considered that around. A lot of the sending lands that you take the TDRs from in the rural lands are in fact farm fields. The sending lands are environmentally sensitive and designed to be preserved with only a density of 1 dwelling per 40 acres allowed. Development is to be directed toward less sensitive receiving lands using the credits that you get from those sending lands. That is very far from what's being proposed here. Development is being proposed in the sending land, and they are trying to bribe you into abandoning the county's comprehensive plan with an offer of affordable housing. We can put affordable housing in other places. There are other empty pieces of property in this county. Instead of 1 dwelling per 40 acres, the math for this 167-acre parcel comes up to 2.5 dwellings per acre. That's very different. Land like this serves the needs of agriculture and wildlife. It is part of the Florida Wildlife Corridor, and it is adjacent to Picayune Strand State Forest and not far from the Panther Preserve. We know people have seen panthers, if not on this property, they have seen them on the road, Sable Palm Road. They exist there. You have to go at dawn and dusk to see them. That's when they hunt. You don't see them if you go out there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and drive down the road. So they're not that far. Also, littoral plantings are really important. I wouldn't let them take all the littoral plantings and they're important down where they're trying to put them to clean up that spillway, but they shouldn't be allowed to drop off all the other requirements for littoral plantings around the lakes. That's what keeps the algae off the lakes. Otherwise, you get algae on the lakes. It also keeps the land from eroding around the edges, and the land goes down into the lake, and it fills up the lake. Funny thing about that, we then don't have what we set aside from the South Florida Water Management District to hold our rainwater. So I just wanted to say the littoral plantings are also important. One final thing, development here will be, again, expensive. You have to do a lot of, you have to bring the water, you're gonna have to bring the electric, you're gonna have to put in some things along the road. This isn't a freebie to you. So denying also carries, or accepting would carry a cost. Denying does not. I think there are other things that can be done with this land. Brad gave you a whole list of good things. And they were really real things that are the kind of things we should be considering. And finally, if you need an expert in environmental transport and fate of pesticides, it's me. I did it for 40 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Tara O'Neill, and she'll be followed by Jennifer Asling. Once again, folks, I'd ask you that if you're here, please queue up to the other podium. It might help me let somebody know if they're not here. Jennifer Asling, are you still here, Jennifer?
I'm Jennifer.
Oh, you're Jennifer. Okay, so the name I called previous to that, Tara O'Neill. Tara's not here. So Jennifer, is Todd Lyon still here? Todd, you'll be next at this point. Jennifer, please continue.
Certainly. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. I'm going to offer you a different perspective than anyone has had here, at least that I've heard. To the family of South Orange Citrus Grove, I see you because our families have been friends for eons. Your property started in 1978, as you mentioned here. My father bought his first property, which is our home on Brandy Lane, in 1990. The road that you guys are having issues with is a road that got put together by not only your family, but mine, by our neighbors, by our things. Not one of you has come and spoken to me. The road that you guys are talking about, Sable Pond, you're saying that it's already going to open this floodgate. You opened that with Hacienda. Hacienda now butts up to the back of my property, which was supposed to not be that. I now no longer have protected sending lands behind my home in anything other than name. I have 5.5 acres and 8 children. I have 3 grandchildren. It would not be legal for me to house all of my children on my own land that I have owned for 32 years. It would not be legal at this point in time for me to say to you, I want to sell my home and house each of my own very own children or grandchildren on it. But you want to house over hundreds of people on this land. You can tell me, sir, gentleman, Rick, sir, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this directly to you. You can tell me that I'm saying wetlands wrong. You can tell me I'm saying Everglades wrong. 4 o'clock this morning on my property, adjacent to this property, there were bears, there were boar, there were animals, and there are every morning. There are all the time. I adore what this family has gone through. They have been wonderful to my father. They have been wonderful to us. I lost my father 2 years ago. Forgive my voice with this. However, I hate to tell you, but this is a matter of greed because 35 houses will make all 5 of your owners or 6 of your owners very wealthy people, as the world has, buying your produce. As we have on your road, helping to make sure that you stayed profitable when farms were burning.
Ma'am,
I'm sorry.
You're
I'm
addressing the Board of County
I apologize.
Commissioners,
I'm going to say
please.
this to you, and the only reason I'm saying this to you is because there are a million other options that have not been out there. I've not seen a single one of your commissioners come out and speak to any of us that are owners on Brandy Lane. Our land is the land that's going to be flooded. It is our land that when you choose to do your control burns, if this goes through, that we be what gets burnt. You have a 10-foot wall. There is no 10-foot wall around my 5.5 acres. The woodpeckers that you guys are not speaking about, or the animals that you're brushing off so callously, all of them have lived here longer than most of you have served on this board. My children deserve to have a future that's the same as their children and yours. We take this land away, and not only do the environmental protections that we have for that land, but the fire takes us over. I've lost my home twice to fires out there. The reason that there's no fire protection, sir, is because you could come out there and put maintenance on that road instead of the farmers that did it, instead of the homeowners that did it, and your fire protection that you're so concerned about would still be there. But 35 houses at affordable housing would still be a benefit. $120,000 as a single mom wouldn't get you into any of these houses that we're speaking about. You're talking people that make more than $40 an hour. That's not this area. That's not these people. We are farmers. We are people that have lived off this land for years. And that deserves just as much protection as a dollar sign.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Todd Lyon. Todd will be followed by Chris Briggs.
Good evening, and thank you for having us, commissioners, today. My name is Todd Lyon. I wear many hats in Collier County. My day job is that I'm the Vice President of People and Culture at NCH. As my colleague Jen Hart said, we are 4,500 employees, the second largest employer in Collier County after the Collier County Public Schools. I moved to Naples about 11 years ago, at the time in a relationship with a mental health counselor. I was a healthcare administrator. Our combined gross income was $112,000. We lived with my parents in their condo in Sterling Oaks in North Naples, so we could get our feet underneath us to be part of this community that I have now come to love. I currently serve on 3 nonprofit chairs and 2 advisory boards here in Collier County. And I say that because I was given the opportunity to grow in my career and my service here. One of the committees that I get to serve on is the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. I was just elected to my 2nd term. I served for 2 years. I'm about to serve for another 2 years. I will say that one thing that actually is incredibly encouraging about today is the passion I am hearing from residents of Collier County and Florida at large. Whether they're here to want to conserve their land, their property. I have to speak to where my passions are and what I feel my duty is. And my duty is to create a safe community, but also a community that offers services so that we can continue moving forward. Through AHAC, we hear, see, and evaluate several projects. Many of them are rentals. That's a huge piece. This year, for the first time at our benefits fair at NCH, we brought in both Habitat for Humanity and a rental company to give that offer as a benefit to our employees because we are desperate to retain them. It's very hard for them to commute to and from Broward and Lee, and they leave us. And when they leave us, it creates cost, and it creates inconsistency, and it can create things that are not safe. So having heard so many proposals of so many different from different companies and different plans, I do think that it's sometimes hard for everyone with their internal passion to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Just because I want a viable workforce that has affordable housing doesn't mean that I don't care about the land and I don't care about people's homes. But what we constantly hear here is that if it's, I want this initiative, but not where I live. I want this, but not where I live. But we need to, as a community, decide where we can do this, and we need to make it continue to happen. So I will continue to always advocate for affordable housing for our workforce. I see these people every day when I get my coffee, when I drop off my dry cleaning, when they wait our tables, when they're the nurse that sees me at the hospital, or it's the teacher or bus driver that takes my daughter to school. So thank you all for your consideration of this. I respect any and all plans of affordable housing that come forward, but I think that the right thing to do in this situation is to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Chris Briggs, and she'll be followed on Zoom by Ian Clausen. Chris was seated 3 additional minutes from Cardinal Alfonso. Still present? Yes, she is back there. So Chris will have a total of 6 minutes.
Thank you for your services, commissioners. I'm sure at this point you're having a few regrets.
People's work.
I would like to say that I have been amazed by the passion of the young people and some of the older people who've been here for 40 years and know what the hell they're talking about. That passion needs to be listened to. The passion is all on one side on this issue, and that is for conservation. If you want an issue that brings us all together, vote no on this proposal. Vote yes for conservation. I came here as a Democrat and became an independent and a nominal Republican, but I will tell you that the one thing that brings us all together, no matter what our political affiliation, is, especially as we age, and clearly when you're young, is passion for the environment, awareness of creatures that are not us. You know the upset that happened in 2023 when you had reasons for taking money from Conservation Collier to stop tax increases. This is your chance to show that you have now heard all of us and understand how important conservation is to bring us together. And that's going to be really important in the future if we get the onslaught of people that you're anticipating that will generate this need for new homes. But now I'm going to go back to my script, and I have 3 major points. First of all is, okay, you know that according to the Community Foundation, a whopping 63% of residents are worried about unchecked growth and development. That's a tremendous increase in like 7 years from 2018, when only 38% were interested. So do we have a home shortage right now? Okay, according to homes.com, there are over 16,681 homes available for sale in Collier County, with prices having declined as much as 17%. In addition, and I don't envy you guys as commissioners, Collier County faces significant infrastructure costs with a combined 5-year funding shortfall of over $649 million for critical road and storm water projects. Is this the time to be building new homes that need new roads and more storm water? Perhaps not. Third, 36% of our population is over 65. I'm in that group. Trust me, their homes will be available in about 20 years. Do we really need more homes? I am all for providing homes, affordable homes, especially for workmen in our county. But why can't we do what other Florida towns do? Do you know that they use their land trusts to actually buy homes that are foreclosed, and then they repurpose them as affordable homes for people from all ranges, including the passionate woman who lives in the Sable Palm area with 4 kids, to the doctors that might be beginning and that we're hoping to attract. So my first point was, I think, although I'm not an expert, I can go and scroll the internet, that maybe we don't have the housing crisis that an argument has been made for. Second, are there alternatives to the Pulte development? Well, today we learned they were. Brad Cornell, the Audubon Society, gave us a lot that were realistic. And I have one that's probably not realistic, but I am trying to pursue. So you have a choice. There are 2 conflicting visions for you as commissioners. Do we continue to support what appears to be unchecked development, or do we add to Naples' appeal as a tourist destination? I vote for number 2, because after all, the Paradise Coast generated $57 million last year in tourist revenue. So here's an idea out of the box. Why not create an orange grove as an educational facility? It could also be a worthwhile experiment. Florida's citrus production has dropped more than 90% in the last 2 decades, a blow for the state's economy and cultural identity. Thank God somebody else gave me 3 minutes. Okay. The commissioners could take the lead in replacing the dead trees with new citrus greening resistant trees promoted by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the University of Florida. And yes, I have talked personally to Matt Mattia, who works for the United States Department of Agriculture as a geneticist. He's published articles. I'm going to stop till the beeping stops. He's published articles on
that was your 6 minutes.
Was it really?
Yeah,
That was
he
your-
adds
well, I just
he
wanna
sets the
mention-
timer for whatever you have. But go
Oh,
ahead
that's
and land your plane, please.
Okay. My nephew is a deputy administrator of the U.S. Small Business
I am. I'm letting her
Administration.
kind of bring it to the landing. Here.
I'm sorry. I just thought it was 3 minutes. You get the gist. But the gist is, let's think outside the box. I've already approached one millionaire, the Bakers, to see if they might go into a plan to help buy this. But I didn't do my research. They weren't environmentalists. I will personally go out and beseech others but think outside the box. And the owners, I'm sorry, guys, but perhaps
Ma'am.
you have an ethical thing.
Ma'am,
a-
once
ethical
again,
thing-
you're addressing the Board of County
Okay, yes.
Commissioners. Let's
Perhaps-
don't make it personal.
Okay, my last point
Okay.
is simply that we have supported, we who live in the area have supported the owners and the orange grove. And we would like to see them listen to us as a community. I have more than 2,700 residents in the area who signed a petition saying, please say no. And if you're more interested
Thank you,
in
ma'am.
ideas, thank you for giving me additional time.
You're fine. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry I was so confused.
That's all right.
Mr. Chair, the rest of our speakers will all be joining us on Zoom. First is Ian Clausen, and he'll be followed by Matthew Schwartz. Ian, you're being prompted to unmute your microphone if you'll do so at this time. Ian Clausen. Ian, you're being prompted to unmute your microphone if you'll do that at this time. Last call, Mr. Clausen. All right, let's move along on Zoom and try Matthew Schwartz, and he would be followed by Patty Whitehead. Matthew, I see you have unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. And can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Commissioners? All right, I'm going to just reiterate, this is Matthew Schwartz with South Florida Wildlands Association. Reiterate just a little bit about the rural land stewardship area. Is the balancing of conservation with development in Eastern Collier County. And according to the county's website, stewardship sending areas, SSAs, can be approved for preservation purposes, creating credits to entitled stewardship receiving areas, SRAs, typically towns, villages, etc. The credit system is designed to incentivize preservation of the most important environmental lands, including large connected wetland systems, but also significant habitat for listed species. I've spoken many, many times to both this commission and the Planning Commission about projects in rural parts of the county that I believed were too important as wildlife habitat, and specifically as habitat for our endangered state animal, the Florida panther, to be developed. In each of those cases, including the town of Big Cypress, Bright Shore Village, Belmar Village, and others, the projects were approved. And the main rationale for those approvals were that the projects were in conformance with the county's RLSA program put in place more than 20 years ago. I was told, even admonished by the commissioners, that the developers were following the rules, and we cannot change those rules simply because an environmentalist or wildlife lover has objections. In this case, the rules are not being followed. The orchard in question has been designated by the county itself as a stewardship sending area, based on its location in far eastern Collier County, the furthest east that any development in this area has ever gone. And adjacent to the Picayune Strand State Forest, it's near the other critical public lands such as Fakahatchee and the Big Cypress. It is vital panther habitat and wildlife habitat in general, and years of panther science, including from the people who created the primary, secondary zones, et cetera, that active ag lands, ranches and ag lands are found throughout the primary zone of the panther and utilized by the species during night hunts that could cover 20 miles. All this land has the designation of primary panther habitat. The developer is now asking that his property status be changed from sending to receiving, and that these 423 residents on Sable Palm Road, a road that is currently used almost exclusively for access to the Picayune Strand State Forest, not even paved, be allowed to be built. This commission, I've used it many times to go into that area. This commission has touted the RLSA program as the answer to Collier's dilemma between growth and preservation, turning the program on its head now because someone has asked you to do so is not the way to move forward. The decision would undermine the county's commitment to sound development. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Support your own RLSA program, use the same line you have used on other projects and what you have told me, and say no to a development in an area that is of critical importance to the future of wildlife and habitat in that state. I have a little bit of time left maybe. Population of Collier County in 2000 census, 251,000. The estimated population in 2025, about 422,000. Significant. If you want to look like your sister kind of mirror county to the east, Broward County, that's a decision your constituents do not want, And I guarantee you, as ground zero for the Florida panther, the only puma species in the eastern United States, wildlife lovers, wildlife scientists do not want that to happen either.
All right,
I'm
sir,
gonna
if you
just
can bring
leave
it,
you with a-
sir, if you can bring it
Okay.
to a landing, please, because your timer went off already. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Let me just give
That's
you the
all right.
definition of Browardization is a term used primarily in Florida to describe the negative consequences of rapid, poorly planned urban development and auto-dependent sprawl. It is a pejorative term used by growth control advocates to warn against overdevelopment. You're getting the warning now. Let's not go that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Patty Whitehead. She'll be followed by Rhonda Roth. And then I must tell you, Ian Clausen has his hand raised. I take it that means he's back in front of his computer, so we'll go to him after Rhonda. Patty, I see you've unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, can you hear me pretty well?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna just turn up my microphone, excuse me, or my speaker. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Patty Whitehead. I represent the Responsible Growth Management Coalition here in Southwest Florida. We're here to state that we want no adulteration, no perversion of the RLSA and RF MUD program. We are against allowing developers to create their own wish list land use changes within sub-districts in Collier County's most ecologically and environmentally sensitive areas, regardless of the prior use of the subject land area. Yes, Sable Palms is ag land, but it is also designated RLSA sending land, open space, green space, vital to our far-ranging, critically endangered, and very precious Florida panther. This land in its current state also provides vital buffer protection for the rich, biodiverse Picayune Strand and the Hacienda Lakes conservation lands, which supply our aquifer and which surround this tract. Furthermore, this land is ripe for ecological restoration, and it would be a key puzzle piece acquisition for Conservation Collier to add to and enhance the expanse, native ecosystem diversity, and aquifer protection afforded by Picayune Strand. The development plan presented by the developer is a serious and significant encroachment of urbanization beyond the bright line urban growth boundary. And those are the facts, regardless of how the developer's consultants use illogical mental gymnastics at the podium. And I shall add, it's really disappointing to see someone like Wayne Arnold cheerlead for this project. The Wayne Arnold I remember is a gentleman who in 1996 led the Arnold Committee and wrote the Arnold Report to protect Southeast Lee County's DRGR, Priority 1 panther habitat from high density growth and urbanization. Sad to see someone who is such a champion of protecting Lee County's rural and conservation lands now consulting for developers and landowners seeking from this county easy land use designation changes on pieces of vital sandy lands that are core to the eastern RLSA area and are critical to maintaining the value, integrity, and significance of the RF MUD program. As we know, developers want these changes to sending lands only to fulfill their personal financial aspirations, not because they make sense to the foundational guiding principles of the RLSA program, which strives to protect the most ecologically sensitive areas of our Western Everglades, our endangered panther population and their dwindling habitats so vital for other imperiled species, and our groundwater resource areas essential to supporting a growing human population in our area. Commissioners, you are setting a terrible precedent if you approve this project. A precedent that drives a nail in the coffin of the RLSA program and makes a mockery of the value of sending lands that are so vital to the ecological and environmental integrity of eastern Collier County. The county's own staff report from the Sable Palms land for the Sable Palms land clearly states, quote, sending lands are those lands that have the highest degree of environmental value and sensitivity and generally include significant wetlands, uplands, and habitat for listed species. The proposed sub-district is also located within the BMHEO, which stands for Belle Meade Hydrological Enhancement Overlay, which is to restore natural flowways and rebalance freshwater flows into two natural systems, Naples Bay and Rookery Bay. Naples Bay has been adversely impacted over the years due to abundant freshwater from the Golden Gate Canal and Rookery Bay. I urge you today, please reject and deny this development proposal on this piece of land to save the environmental values of eastern Collier County for future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Rhonda Roth, and she'll be followed by Ian Clausen. Rhonda, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. I see that you've done that. Rhonda, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, wonderful. My name is Rhonda Ruff. I live in Clewiston, actually on the Big Cypress Seminole Reservation. I'm the conservation chair for the Sierra Club Calusa group, which has 2,000 approximately members in the Southwest Florida 4-county region. I'm speaking on behalf of them. I am actually very sorry to hear the story of the citrus industry in general. We have the same problem in our area, and the family that has worked the land for as long as it has. What I am really sorry to see is that the county hasn't provided the family with enough options, other options. Conservation Collier hasn't stepped up, and I heard the reasoning before. It was because they can't unless the landowner requests it. I know Brad Cornell went through a few other options that could have been exercised. But at the very least, this discussion needed to have a few options, a few different possibilities other than just development or no development, because no development leaves the family with nothing. I heard you say that this land was going to be very expensive for Conservation Collier, and I wonder how much of that is because it's contaminated. I heard on one hand that a citrus grove was established on upland because they can't live in the wet. And then I heard that this is very wet, and all of that contaminated pesticide, herbicide, fertilizer, water was going to have to be pumped off, but it would have to be treated. So I don't know really which is true. I think there's a disconnect here between the different scientists that are speaking about this. When I look at the aerial map, I see passable habitat for, I mean, not passable as in just good enough. I mean, habitat that is perhaps migratory corridors for, as Matthew Schwartz was saying, our state mammal, which is very endangered right now. Bears, I heard you talk about bonneted bats, wading birds. Those can probably currently not only migrate through there, but also feed in that area. So what will happen? Look at what it is right now, just from the eye of, say, an animal. What does it look like now? It's dark, it's untrammeled, and now it's going to be covered with lawns, lights, streets. Will those lawns be treated with fertilizers? Will herbicides be running off? Will the residents be required to use bear-wise principles? We hear lots of problems with bears. We just had a bear hunt that was devastating to the population, which we don't even know because FWC does not have the numbers. There are a lot of things we don't know about what wildlife needs, but carving up and removing their habitat is never a good thing. So I'd hate to see all of this area interrupted.
Thank you.
And just one more thing is that
your time just ran out. Sorry.
Okay, I just think that the mitigation tends not to work. So our Sierra Club would like to see a no vote on the rezone. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Ian Clausen, and then he will be followed by Brooke Gabe. Ian, you've been prompted to unmute yourself. If you can do that for us at this time. There you are. Ian, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ian Clausen, a real estate broker on Marco Island, and I am speaking in full support of the proposed changes and development of the Sable Palm property. As a real estate company with deep roots in this community since the early 60s, our family sold the first 10 lots on Marco Island for the Deltona Corporation when we held the franchise for all of Latin America. My father, who recently retired, also played a significant role in selling and developing several key properties in this area, specifically Marco Island. He sold the last commercial beach lot on Marco Island where the Somerset condominium now stands. His clients were from Venezuela. He brought together various owners, overseas owners, mainly from Latin America, to sell what is now known as Veterans Park, which was eventually sold to the city of Marco Island. He coordinated with different owners, once again from South America, to sell and develop property known today as Villas at Waterside. Over the years, there have been many other meetings and developments that he's attended, and I've continued this work as well. As a company, we firmly believe that property owners have the right to make changes to their properties. What we see today is a result of people like my father guiding property owners towards the best use of their land as Collier County has expanded and evolved. Furthermore, the proposed changes at Sable Palm will not only benefit the owners, but also contribute to the growth and appeal of our county by providing much needed affordable housing. This initiative represents a significant opportunity for progress, and I encourage you to consider the positive impact it can have on our community's future and to vote in favor of this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Brooke Gabe, and she'll be followed by Laura Torres Fernandez. Brooke, you have been prompted to unmute yourself. I see you have done that. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Brooke Gabe. I'm a former guide in Big Cypress National Preserve. I used to volunteer for the Florida Trail Association guiding swamp walks. And one time, for about 5 minutes, I had the privilege of sitting by a campfire with a majestic and beautiful Florida panther. I am 100% certain that this proposal is a major threat to their existence on this planet. I also want to note that the developer here doesn't seem to have a good track record. A really quick Google just to the Wikipedia page alone informed me that the Florida Attorney General fined them $4.7 million to make repairs and restitution for bad homes. 15 to 18 panthers died last year. Half of all of these deaths were in your county. If anyone should be stepping up and doing more to protect these beautiful creatures and ensuring that they remain on Earth, it should be you. And this proposal seems to fly in the face of that intention. I know that, to me, with all that I know about Big Cypress and these creatures, this proposal reads more like a pathway to extinction. And I know a lot of people outside of Florida care about whether these animals are able to continue to exist on this planet. To me, this proposal sounds like a handout to the farmer and the developer, and disguised as affordable housing at the expense of creatures that are about to disappear. It's heartless. I can think of a million different ways to provide affordable housing. If you want to talk to me, please feel free to reach out about that. It shouldn't be housing versus conservation. A good democratic government will do both. A good democratic government listens to their citizens and doesn't scold them for being passionate. You know, I feel like this is like an only in Naples kind of thing, where a doctor and people making over $100,000 a year get home ownership and you call it affordable housing. I'm asking you to please deny this proposal. Please have a heart. Please ensure these creatures can stay on Earth. I love them. Please don't do this. I'm begging you, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Laura Torres Fernandez, and she'll be followed by Matt Adams. Laura, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that. And Laura, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Laura Torres Fernandez. I'll keep it straight to the point. The applicant proposes over 400 new homes on approximately 169 acres, emphasizing that 6 acres will be used for littoral plantings and about 10 acres of native vegetation will be preserved. 16 acres total. Framing this as meaningful conservation is misleading. Preserved land does not function in isolation when it is surrounded by more than 100 acres of housing and, before that, 100 acres of construction. Clearing, paving, lighting, draining, and permanent alteration of the majority of the site cannot be offset by setting aside a small fraction. We are also told that because this land is a citrus grove that is no longer producing, it has little value unless it is developed. I strongly disagree. Land should not be valued solely for its industrial output. When farmland is no longer economically viable, that is not an argument for paving it over. It is an opportunity to allow the land to recover, rewild, and serve an ecological purpose that is increasingly rare in this region. The claim that this development will provide affordable housing for students or nurses working miles away does not hold up. These homes will be for sale, not for rent. And in today's market, even with down payment assistance, the idea that most college students or working nurses can afford a newly built townhouse is unrealistic. This is speculative development. If you want affordable housing and a quick commute, make the housing that is already developed affordable. Rural fringe land is intended to function as a buffer, not as a temporary placeholder awaiting urbanization. I also want to acknowledge the family that owns the property. I understand they are of retirement age and feel they have no viable option but to sell. I sympathize with that reality. I do. However, development should not be fast-tracked simply because conservation efforts have not yet made an offer. Many people are only now learning about this property because of the public outcry. If the county does not wish to take on preservation costs, there should be time and transparency for conservation organizations or public-private partnerships to come forward, as they have in this meeting. While this land may not be officially designated Florida Panther territory, ecosystems do not operate within neat boundaries. Fringe areas matter, even if they're not the Everglades or conservation lands or wetlands, Mr. LaCastro. Even if this location is not their ideal environment, that does not mean the panthers are not there, as Mr. Cornell pointed out. Encroachment increases human-wildlife conflict and destabilizes the broader ecosystem. Even strict mitigation is not better than avoiding development altogether. It is the difference between buying carbon offsets and not polluting in the first place. Finally, there are known flooding and infrastructure issues in this area, which the proposal claims it will address. If these improvements are necessary and publicly supported, why must they be tied to a large housing development? Why can't roads be improved and water systems restored through public investment? This same question applies to the environmental enhancements being touted. Much has been made of exceeding minimum requirements today, but additional mitigation does not make an unsuitable project appropriate. These are no gold stars for extra credit. This board has the opportunity to pause, reassess, and choose long-term stewardship over short-term development. Once this land is gone, it is gone. I urge you to deny this proposal and allow space for better, more responsible solutions to emerge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we move to our final registered speaker for this item, Matt Adams. Matt, you've been prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do, I see that you have. Matt, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, everyone. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. And I appreciate everyone coming here and listening to everyone speak. I strongly urge you to deny the proposed plan for 341 Sable Palm Road. This land is currently used by a variety of species, including the Florida panther, which has less than 200 individuals remaining in the world. This animal is an icon of Florida, and we must take any chance we can of protecting it, or soon it may be too late. Vehicle collisions are the #1 cause of death of panthers. Personally, I get the email alerts for Florida panthers, and it seems like every other week, there's at least one alert of another dead panther. And the cause is always vehicle collision, and it's always in Southwest Florida. Adding this number of houses will increase the likelihood of vehicle collisions with panthers because of the number of people and the additional roads closer to nature. This is especially important since this is a piece of land that has been confirmed to have been used by panthers. Their other greatest threat is loss of land. Their range is already so limited and is cut off by roads and developments, and any loss of land is detrimental to the species. Additionally, this is being touted as an affordable housing development. However, only 8.25 of the 169 acres will actually be used for the affordable housing portion. The majority will not be. Affordable housing is important, but it should not be a good excuse for destroying this important land, since the main goal of this development is not affordable housing, but developer profits. The land also may be mostly farmland and may not technically be conservation land, but it is still important for the animals and is connected to the state forest. And as we know, wildlife actively use this area of land. If this is developed, even if it is not restored completely to natural land, if it's not developed, it still has value as a land for wildlife. Additionally, this developer, Pulte Group, also killed protected gopher tortoises a few years back on a development and destroyed 22 protected gopher tortoise burrows, pleaded guilty, and received fines for this. This isn't a great track record, and they should not be trusted to uphold their environmental commitments for this project if it is approved. They may claim they are bettering the environment, but I think we all know that they are. They claim that this development will actually benefit the environment, but I think we all know that it won't. More development never actually benefits the environment. Please deny the amendment and deny this development. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, first meeting of the year and my first mistake.
That's
Oh,
all right.
geez.
My complicated system here of marking who has spoken already has failed me. We actually have two more speakers. The first is going to be Tiffany Minch, and Tiffany will be followed by Margaret Bradley. Tiffany, you're being prompted. I see you've done that. My apologies, Tiffany. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you so much. Can you hear me all right?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tiffany Mensch. I'm a resident of Naples, and I serve as the president and CEO of the United Way of Collier in the Keys. I'm here to express our strong support for the proposal at 341 Sable Palm Road. United Way of Collier in the Keys mission is focused on supporting ALICE families. ALICE is an acronym that stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. And the ALICE data captures households who are working, often multiple jobs, yet still cannot afford the true cost of living in our community, including housing, childcare, transportation, healthcare, food. In Collier County, ALICE data shows that a family of 4 needs to earn well over $100,000 a year just to cover their basic necessities. That's not getting ahead, that's not savings, but simply to just get by. 43% of families in our community fall below that ALICE threshold, representing a significant portion of our workforce. These are the people who teach our children, they care for our loved ones, they protect our community, and they keep our businesses running. Yet many experience ongoing financial instability, and they're forced to commute long distances because home ownership in Collier County remains out of reach. One of the biggest challenges ALICE families face is access to affordable, attainable for-sale housing. Many earn too much to qualify for housing assistance, but not enough to purchase a home at today's prices, and as a result, they remain stuck in high-cost rentals. They're unable to build savings, equity, or long-term security. So that's why the affordability commitments included in this proposal are so important. By expanding the number of income-restricted for-sale homes, deepening affordability to reach working families, and pairing these homes with down payment assistance for essential service personnel. I mean, this proposal is such a meaningful step forward towards making home ownership attainable for the people our community depend on every day. There are broader community benefits. When people work and live in Collier County, we reduce traffic congestion, shorten commute times, ease strain on infrastructure, and help employers address workforce shortages while keeping local dollars in our local economy. And while no single project will solve our housing challenges, right? This represents a responsible and meaningful step forward, and I think demonstrates what's possible through thoughtful public-private partnership. United Way of Collier in the Keys believes our community is strongest when the people who serve it can afford to live in it. And for those reasons, we respectfully encourage your support of this project. Thank you for your time and leadership.
And we'll try this one more time. This time your final speaker is Margaret Bradley. Margaret, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. There you are, Margaret. Margaret, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Margaret Bradley. I'm a Florida resident who listened to the October 2nd Collier planning meeting and today's meeting regarding the Sable Palm Grove. And I'm passionate in support of the project. I met the family who owned the Grove when I was 12, working at their farm stand in Illinois. The whole family worked long days, and one son, who was 9 at the time, is now my brother-in-law. They've been farming in Illinois in the summer and Florida in the winter for over 40 years. I first visited the Collier County Grove in the early 80s when the family was clearing the land, and there was literally nothing there. 951, now Collier County Boulevard, was a narrow 2-lane road surrounded by native vegetation that was pitch black at night. At the planning meeting, one commissioner said he was voting a token no on the proposal as it was nibbling away at conserved land. If anything, though, the Grove was the first developed nibble, as farming drastically alters the native landscape. Everyone keeps talking about the land east of the Grove, but less than 700 yards west are extensive developments that have already eliminated much of the native Florida landscape and habitats. And because it had been long developed as a grove, it never really met criteria as a sending region in 2002. That designation seems arbitrary, especially since no other farms, including a much larger one in the same region, were designated as environmentally sensitive regions. Comments about the county respecting and the farmers maintaining the property ascending depend on the land being appropriately designated that way in the growth management plan in the first place, which is questionable. Second, the pleas to save the wildlife and save the grove somehow missed the mark. The units that will be devoted to wildlife mitigation is a $1 million+ contribution. This will do more for panthers than having them roam on property too close to homes and roads now to be safe for wildlife, people, or pets. As many have noted, panthers and other wildlife in the area are already threatened by all the existing developments built right next to the grove. And all of us in Florida know about the greening disease that's destroyed the citrus groves. There aren't any clear solutions for saving them in sight, and none that don't require a ton of time, money, and research. No other farmers or conservation people have expressed any interest in this relatively small parcel. It's kind of ironic that the homes purchased by some opponents were much more recently developed on native Florida vegetation where panthers and wildlife lived. No one's recommending they reclaim and sell their property to return the land to its original state. Instead, they want the grove owners to do so with their developed property, which isn't reasonable or consistent with Florida's property rights laws. If truly committed, residents in the nearby developments, perhaps with the help of Audubon or other conservation groups, could raise the funds to purchase and reclaim the grove themselves and then donate or apply to Conservation Collier County. Basically, though, it's easy to understand why those owning this family-operated grove, which is this relatively small parcel right next to highly developed land, faced with a greening disease, on property that doesn't seem to have ever met sending criteria, have opted for an alternative development. As they were among the first,
All right,
not the
ma'am.
most recent.
Ma'am, you can just bring it to a close. Your time was up. I just didn't know if you heard the beep, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear I have one sentence. As they were among the first, not the most recent residents in Collier County, and because all other farmland in the same region was designated receiving, it's only fair to allow them to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So that was it?
Troy,
You sure?
what was her name?
Her name was Margaret Bradley.
All right. So the public comments have come to end. Usually our petitioner's opportunity to rebuttal some of the things that were said or he may have picked up on, but
okay. We do have some additional comments we want to make, and then obviously respond to any questions you may have. I'm gonna kind of so I can go back to my presentation. I'm going to take one item out of order, so I need to go to the visualizer if that's okay. And it's an important issue. It deals with the wildfire allegations, and the concerns, and the claims. And it seems to me that either people didn't read our petition or didn't listen to our presentation today. I think a lot of people came with their speeches, and they were going to give that speech regardless of what the actual facts and evidence are. This is from our PUD. We are required to have a wildfire prevention and mitigation plan in place, which will address structural design, building materials, location of defensible space, plant selection within defensible space, and commitment to provide a copy of the homeowners with a copy of the wildfire prevention and mitigation plan. Our residents will not be in harm's way for wildfires. We have to coordinate it with the Florida Forest Service. So we have an obligation to make sure our project is properly designed to mitigate and prevent impact of wildfire, which was something that was hit pretty hard by Mr. Cornell. So either he didn't read our materials or he just chose to ignore it when addressing that. In addition, the Hacienda Lakes Conservation Preserve areas do not require prescribed burns. It is a factually incorrect statement. Mr. Hall can come up here and correct it. That will be cleared by hand. That's how they chose to address whatever issues they need to deal with. So to get up here and tell you that we're putting people in harm's way because of prescribed burns related to Hacienda Lakes is a factually incorrect statement. Mr. Hall testified to prescribed burns by the state. We have a fire break at our boundary of our property. In addition, there are professionals who do the prescribed burns in the Picayune Forest are required to put fire breaks in place before they do their prescribed burns. So with regard to wildfire, that is an issue that is not supported by the actual facts in this instance. So those statements by Mr. Cornell are not supported by the facts. A couple of other things. You all know I'm not an expert in environmental issues. I'm not an expert in transportation issues.
Ma'am.
I am an expert in proper behavior.
You started it.
I'm not an expert in planning. I'm a lawyer. My job is I'm an advocate. Mr. Cornell is an advocate. Testified under oath at the Planning Commission on this particular project that he is not an expert in environmental issues. He is not an expert in transportation issues. He is not an expert in planning issues. He's not an expert in any of those issues. He's got a job to do. He's an advocate. He's a very good advocate. But you cannot take his testimony as expert testimony. He's not an expert. I said,
Ma'am, stop. I think he's pointing at Brad Cornell sitting behind you.
I'm not even pointing at Brad.
Well, he's not pointing at you. He never mentioned your name, did he? Okay, we're not going to have this. Stop. All right?
I'll put my hands in my pocket so I don't point. We brought experts to talk about every one of these issues. And as I said at the very beginning, your experts, the people you pay, as your staff, have confirmed everything our experts have said as being correct. And that's with regard to all of the environmental impacts, all the environmental benefits of our project. Now, this, quote, urban sprawl, the state reviewed our proposed amendment. The state also reviews for urban sprawl. The state has no objections to this project. They're not saying it's urban sprawl. Matter of fact, the state, as Mr. Cornell pointed out, in 2002, approved the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District standards. Guess what? The state approved our modification to the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District and did not find that removing this 169 acres from the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District was going to jeopardize any species or harm the environment. They approved or did not object to this proposed change. As far as fairness to other sending lands, we're buying TDRs. That's exactly what sending lands do. They have their TDRs sold. We're buying TDRs from other sending land owners. So we're providing a benefit to those sending land owners. Now, we've been in this process since 2023. Since 2023. Brad Cornell gets up here today and gives you 8 issues, these 8 alternatives that could be considered. Now, I've known Brad a long time. I've had the same cell phone number since 1991. I've had the same office phone number since 1998. Brad has yet to talk to me about the real, true viability of any of those options. Conservation Collier, not an option. We fail 4 of the 8 criteria to be considered by Conservation Collier. I believe that means it's not Conservation Collier eligible.
Make the A list.
What's that?
4 out of 8, you'd make the A list.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they
But doesn't, it's not the right
Found that
list.
out today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
they're on
we,
list
we
three.
would not be considered conservation Collier property. And there is, and I'm going to ask Ms. Cook to come up here in a little bit because she's got an exhibit that will talk about this, quote, creep of if you give this project approval, all of Sable Palm Road is going to all of a sudden become eligible to become receiving lands or development lands. Pretty much all of Sable Palm Road is already in conservation easement. So they'd have to not only change the comp plan, they'd have to undo their conservation easements and the mitigation they provided for other projects. This piece of property is not in a conservation easement because it's a farm field that wouldn't qualify as a conservation easement. Your emergency management staff has signed off on this project. They wouldn't sign off on this project if we were a wildfire risk. We're not asking for a reduction in any water quality standards. And in fact, the testimony is we're improving the water quality and the rehydration. All the expert testimony says we are doing exactly what your comprehensive plan wants for water restoration and rehydration. I do want Tim to come up here and talk a little bit about the environmental issues and rebut some of the incorrect statements made by non-experts. I find it a little odd that the two people who most recently testified and claimed they were experts from the East Coast couldn't even get the right program right. They're talking about the RLSA. We're not in the RLSA. We're in the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. So they're talking about a portion of Collier County that is not even applicable. So I think that when you look at this project and you look at what we're proposing to provide, we're providing 135 TDRs. Right now we're at 85 affordable housing units. And if you agree, and I think the right answer is this property should have never been designated as sending in the first place, we would have 34 base units. So of the 423 units, we're talking about 254 units that are being paid for, if you will. The TDRs are paying for some, and then the affordable housing is paid for others. We're asking for 169, quote, free units. Those aren't free units because they're being subsidized by the commitment to provide affordable housing, to provide down payment assistance. That 95 or 85 units is almost 50% of the 159, quote, free units. So they're being they're being offset. One of the questions was, can we really afford to deliver the units at the price points we're required to do it? Yes. Pulte Home has already done it in Sarasota, and they have the financing plan in place. They have their own, as the chairman pointed out, they have their own mortgage lending. So they are soup to nuts and can make it happen. You're not worried about other banks somehow supporting this. Heidi asked me to clarify some things on the record regarding to the additional commitments we made. We committed to $170,000 of down payment assistance. She wants that to be phrased that at each closing we will provide $2,000 of down payment assistance to make it measurable, so there's not a pot of money and we can just allocate it how we want. So it would be $2,000 at each closing for down payment assistance for those units, and the PUD will be modified to say that. We would acquire the TDRs at the 50th CO for the non-affordable units. So we would only get 50 units of I don't know the right word, I'll call them free units before we have to actually acquire the TDRs to move forward with the single family homes. Again, to have a measurable point of time when you have to get the TDRs. Since we're at 423 units, not the original 450, the trip cap comes down to 355 units, so that's a modification that the county attorney has asked me to put on the record on how we were going to address those commitments. So with that, I want to turn it over to Tim to talk about the environmental comments. I think that's the bulk of the comments we heard from the community about how we're destroying the environment with this project. And I would like him to rehash the environmental benefits of this project.
Good evening, Tim Hall for from Terrell Hall and Associates again. With respect to a lot of the comments, they kind of swirled around a couple of different main topics. One was the animals, the listed species on there, specifically the panther was mentioned multiple times. As I had said in my initial comments, the property is within the panther primary zone area, which is an area designated for increased scrutiny, as higher benefit opportunities for panthers, and those are the areas that are really looked at strongly. All of those primary and secondary habitats are looked at by Fish and Wildlife Service when any project comes forward. But that designation runs all the way to 951. So just because an area is designated as primary habitat doesn't mean that development is prohibited within that area. It just means it has to go through that federal review to ensure that what's being proposed is not a jeopardy opinion. It's not going to cause the extinction of the species. That's specifically what Fish and Wildlife Service looks at when they look at all of the things associated with the projects. And in conjunction with that, they don't just look at the project itself. They also look at cumulative impacts, secondary impacts associated with that. And cumulative impacts are other impacts that are reasonably expected to occur as a result of the project. Secondary impacts. Cumulative impacts is how this project, in conjunction with other projects that may be permitted within the area together, would impact the panther. So they look at all of that stuff in their reviews, and as I had said, depending on the scope of the impact that they determine, there are mitigation options available to developers to provide benefits to the species in exchange for the impacts that they recognize are happening on a property. I also heard comments about RCWs, red cockaded woodpeckers. Those are a pine tree specific species. They're one of the only birds that creates its nest in living trees. And to support them, you have to have pine trees. There are no pine trees on this property. So we're not impacting any foraging or nesting habitat for the RCWs. And there are communities further north. There's a very limited population down here. To the north of this project, about 2.5 or 3 miles, is one of the few remaining colonies within the county. But as you go further north, in northern Florida and up into South Carolina and all, there are colonies of these birds that are living in close proximity to other development areas. So the development doesn't preclude RCW utilization. And then other species, all of those species are going to get addressed as part of that, the state review through the Water Management District and the federal review. So with respect to species, that's kind of the position that we're in. With respect to the water quality and the hydrology of the area, Brad said something when he was talking about, the critical for minimizing your risk of fire damage is restoring hydrology, and I don't remember what the second thing was. Restoring hydrology and prescribed burning. A component of this project, as what was explained, is being put forward to try to help restore hydrology throughout this area, both on the north and south sides of the road, establishing a more natural sheet flow, which will get back to that, you know, to that natural hydrology and counteract the limitations that have been put in place by the dam created by the road, by Sable Palm Road. Prescribed burning happens out there. The Forest Service does it. Hacienda Lakes is, their approved preserve management plan requires them to maintain the preserve, but it does not require fire. It allows for them to use fire if they choose and if the conditions are right to allow it, but it doesn't absolutely require it. I agree with some of the other folks out here. My preference would be to let them burn it, because you do have certain species of plants that need that fire in order to be able to reproduce and to flower. But the alternatives that are included within that Hacienda Lakes plan, as opposed to fire, are actions that the Forest Service uses as well. You can't always get the conditions right to do a burn. They need to have proper wind, proper temperatures, proper humidity, soil humidity, or soil saturation, and you know, all of these things that go into determining whether or not a fire is applicable or not. When it's not, they have alternate actions that they can do, like roto chopping or trimming, where they can go in and knock down the brush and reduce the fire load, so that accidental fires, if they're not able to burn, they can remove some of that load. I think he called it shrubification. That can be taken care of outside of burning through other manual activities, and that also helps to minimize that risk of an out of control fire when one does get started.
I have a question.
And
for
then,
him.
the littorals. I mean, I think we explained the littoral, you know, areas. The amount that we're providing is what's required. The deviation is just to put them within the flowway instead of within the lakes.
Commissioner Castro, you have a question?
So I have a question for you. When you're explaining that sort of that Panther footprint that you say goes all the way out to even 951, and it doesn't mean you can't build on there. It just means you have to go through all the different requests and rigmarole that you have to go through. I get that. So a question that I have is, did Hacienda Lakes and Verona Walk, did those large communities that are already built, were they also in that same footprint of Panther activity and the same sort of things that were, or does all the Panther population stop at the Verona Walk a marker, and then it goes to where Sable Palm is now?
Well,
educate us a bit on that Panther footprint.
I was involved with the permitting for what's called Tamarindo now. It had a different name when I worked on it, but that had to go through the same Panther review. They were in Panther habitat as well, and had to go through that review and provide mitigation. I know Hacienda Lakes went through the big review as well, and one of the reasons why they have those big preserves, they were able to use those preserve areas as mitigation, put those under conservation easement in exchange for the area that they were impacting. I wasn't involved in Verona Walk, so I don't know what they may or may not have gone through. Based on the mapping, they're in that primary habitat, and they should have gone through that same review if it was done after that zone was established.
Any other questions for Mr. Hall?
I forgot to mention one other thing. When I was doing my math, I had mentioned the number 95 instead of 85. The reason I mentioned that, and this is really up to the commission. Pulte is willing to do the entire 95 townhomes at the 100% category, if the commission prefers that than having a few market rate units in the townhomes. Obviously, the rest of the project is going to be market rate, so it's still going to be a mixture of products within the community. But if the commission would prefer 95 units versus 85 units, that's your call. That's and if you do that, then you're talking about at that point 95 out of 169. You'd have 159 units that are quote free. So over 60% of the quote free units would be, or bonus units would be provided through the affordable housing commitment, which it's not giving you a whole lot of units to offset the expense of providing affordable housing, as well as the other commitments that we've made towards down payment assistance and the other commitments to the environment and the environmental improvements. So
I just want to clarify what you just stated. You said you could go up to 95, which is the total townhouse area, at 100?
At the 100%.
AMI.
100%
Not
AMI.
having the 120
no
anymore.
120s.
So it'll be all 95 at 100% AMI.
But I don't care what anybody says, that's a significant affordable housing commitment. No developer has done that. And if that doesn't fly, you're basically telling the market rate guys, don't even bother trying. So that's our. I'm not going to go tit for tat on all the rebuttal.
Get the conversation started.
I think we addressed everything in our. I know you were paying attention when we did our presentation, so those are the highlights you wanted to hit.
I see you lit up again, Commissioner.
Yeah, so I'll get the conversation started. I mean, I think we've heard from all sides and from experts, from passionate people, and I respect all of them. We say up here a lot of times, facts matter, and so even though I love and respect the passion of citizens and of developers and landowners, the facts are that it was a small group of actual experts that we heard from. And so advocates are one thing, and you sort of stole my word, and I respect the advocate, and Brad certainly is a great advocate and brings detail, passion, and facts to the discussion. I will say I like how folks called me out on when I talked about the difference between Everglades and wetlands and conservation land and preserved land. Well, the reason why that matters is you can't send me 200 emails saying I can't believe you're about to approve 400 homes in the Everglades and destroy that pristine, fragile environment. Then that tells me that's a person that's passionate about the environment, same as I am, but that's not what we're talking about here. So I try to wade through those passionate citizen emails that I respect greatly, but you can't just talk off the top of your head. There is a big difference between wetlands and preserved lands and conservation land and areas that have panther impact, but it's not a panther preserve. We have to deal with facts up here and also make an educated decision using the law, but also passion and weigh everything. I will tell you, I've been sitting up here for 5 years. I don't think there's any project, anything. I think the Pope could want to build a convent here, and we would get pushback on it. We had a meeting in here to build a medical school, and we almost had to beg to have it where any other county would be dropping rose petals at the feet of the people that want to put a medical school in their county. And so it's frustrating at times that almost no matter what it is, and then a lot of times the passion's coming from people that live in some of the largest communities that cut down the most trees and affected the most wildlife, yet I'm sure they're happy to live where they live here. And that's what makes these jobs difficult. Weighing, when do we stop, when do we not, that sort of thing. But a lot of times you hear a lot of passion and not facts. Here's what disappoints me the most. There's only one time where both sides came together before they came here and just dumped the problem in front of the commissioners, and it happened to be in my county, and it was at the corner of Lely and Collier. There's a little strip of land there that Stock Development owns, and it was zoned commercial, and the citizens, there was a huge uproar that initially, don't rezone it residential. We don't want more apartments. And then when we had some town hall meetings, much like Commissioner Hall, he brought back people for the West Mercado because it was the same thing, wanted to separate rumor from fact. I did a similar thing once the citizens got a little bit more informed that if we left it commercial, there'd actually be way more traffic. It would be way more unsightly. You know, the condos that are on the other side, looking right at the piece of property, would be looking at the back of basically dumpsters of restaurants and strip mall, type things. Where now what's going to get built there is it's been downsized significantly because the citizens and the developer came together. And if you guys remember that meeting, the HOA president stood right at that podium, right next to a member of stock development, and they said, "Commissioners, you don't even have to debate this. We've done it for you. And we have 13 different requirements." And they held up a piece of paper. I don't know if you were part of this, Mr. Ivanovich, but this was the only one success story I've ever seen since I've been here. And they said, they've already agreed to these 13 things. So we 100% support the rezone and the new redesign of the development. And that's what's going to go there. And then we are going to hold them to those 13 things. I had Brad Cornell in my office yesterday. Maybe we all did. I love the slide that says landowner options, but where I'm disappointed is between the Planning Commission and now, I can't believe that you guys didn't exchange phone numbers. And you're shocked by the landowner slide. He's shocked by the TDRs and the number and the things that you're proposing. It helps us when there's communication. And maybe that's not required, but if we're trying to sort of work together and if we really do care about the environment and animals and all the different things, I'm really disappointed that there hasn't been that sort of conversation. But like I said, it's not required. So that's my statement. My question for you, Mr. Ivanovich, is I'd like to hear your rebuttal or comments on the list of landowner options that Brad put on his slide. I will tell you, when he was in my office, I was like, God, those all sound like great ideas. So let's take them one by one. Are there really 6 or 7 different organizations that have money that would buy the land? Well, no, probably not. But, it's something that could be looked into. Okay, let's go to the second one, because I was as excited as maybe the citizens in the audience here. Hey, there's maybe options to explore. It's not, a development or no development. But you've got to also flush those things out. You can throw a bunch of Jello at the wall and hope something sticks. But I didn't. In the meeting in my office with Mr. Cornell, and I say this with all respect, if there was something that was, I even asked him, would the Audubon Society buy that property? Would the Conservancy buy that property? Have you had meetings with them? Do the citizens all want to kick in money? And I love what was her name? Margaret Bradley. She probably was the most eloquent speaker, because she really sort of talked about both sides, but said, you got to really have some maturity when it comes to what's going on here. But Mr. Ivanovich, anything on the landowner options that you think we should take a continuance, kick this for 2 weeks, and you're going to explore the 8 options or whatever the number was that's on that slide as being viable, and work with Mr. Cornell because he's worked hard to flesh those out?
No. At the end of the day, he was committing other people's potential money, and those people have not come forward, nor has he gone to them and said, hey, Rich, it's worth having a conversation. No, we're not aware of any money that's really on the table to come buy this piece of property. There's a whole lot of maybe, coulda, woulda, shouldas. We're happy to sell Brad's his organization the land for I'm sure the developer will say, Rich, we want to develop it, but if the farmers, the current owners, will take the same amount of money from somebody else, that money doesn't exist. The cost to do a mitigation bank is not, you got to improve the land, you got to do a whole lot of stuff, and then you got to hope someone's going to buy those mitigation credits. That's all pie in the sky. It doesn't exist. It's not an easy solution. We've thought about those options. They're not real options. They're theoretical options that just are not there. They don't exist. Everybody said, Conservation Collier is the solution to buying every piece of vacant land in Collier County. How many times have I been here where they say Conservation Collier ought to buy this land? It's somebody's budget. The general public should pay to fix the hydrology. You have a developer who's going to fix the hydrology. General public should buy houses for affordable housing. Now you're a developer who's going to provide that affordable housing. it's got to be a public-private partnership to solve these issues. We're the private. All we're asking for is the ability to move forward on a piece of property that's been impacted at a low density in exchange for 95 affordable housing units at the 100% category for sale.
Well,
That's a real option.
So I'll see what my colleagues think, but I don't know of too many developers that have brought this type of proposal and this many positives to the table. I'm not sitting here saying it's a slam dunk. I'm not saying, like I said at the beginning, no matter how we vote, half of the people are going to walk out of this room unhappy. It doesn't matter how we vote. So we have to sit here and look at the facts. I appreciate you bringing your experts, but I also put the most stock into the experts from the county. And I can tell you right now, Mr. Bosey, Jamie Cook, anybody else, Cormac Giblin, who is our housing expert, if any of those folks thought this was a bad option for the county, they've said it before at the podium. Hey, this isn't something that it's got a lot of issues with it. This thing's been fleshed out quite a bit. I'd feel more happy if there was more communication between the two sides. Like I said, I realize it's not required, but it certainly makes it much more helpful and professional. But having said that, and going to 85 or 95, I mean, all those things are a difference. But I would hope there's no commissioner up here that would say, I'm a definite no. Oh, you just added 10? Okay, well, I'm a definite yes now. I'm looking at the overall project. We don't own the land. There's a lot of people that came to the podium and almost made it sound like, well, the county should just keep it a zoo, should just keep it a farm. This is somebody that owns the land, and they're allowed to request this. We're allowed to shoot it down, and we might. But we also have to look at, the viability of what's really realistic. And I turn over to my colleagues here. I'm looking at all the positives, and I basically made 2 lists of the things that I think are the positives and what the experts said, the things that I have that are concerns, and I have more on the positive side. But at times, that's where I really value what my colleagues say. Sometimes, especially like Commissioner McDaniel, he'll really talk about TDRs and educate us on his depth in his 3rd term here about different land use things and that sort of thing. And so, I think we should all hear from each other and see if there's something we're missing or if there's something that, my 4 colleagues value the same as me.
Commissioner Saunders.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to kind of ramble a little bit, and I apologize for that. I've got about 5 pages of notes. I will tell you, I've gone back and forth on this thing. I can't tell you how many times I've changed my mind as I've listened to the petitioner and I've listened to the public. And I sort of come down to a couple things. First of all, one of the things that makes this hard is we're looking at a property owner that's got a piece of property that's a problem. And we try to solve problems. But we also have a community that is struggling with rapid growth. We're struggling with roads that are clogged. And we have a plan in place that theoretically kind of deals with the issues of development, and that's our growth management plan, and that's our all of the policies we have in place dealing with the sending areas and the receiving areas. And so I kind of come back to what kind of a precedent are we setting where we have a receiving area or a sending area. Perhaps this should have been a receiving area instead of a sending area. I don't have an issue with that. But we have a comprehensive plan in place that we believe will be the pattern for keeping this county beautiful, protecting the environment. And we're dealing with a property owner that has run into a collision with that plan. And I'm concerned that we solve that property owner's problem. Well, there's going to be the next one and the next one and the next one. Also, are we setting some sort of a precedent here that creates a problem? I understand that the experts have spoken in support of this project. I understand our staff has supported this, but our staff has also pointed out that part of the reason that they're recommending approval is the public benefit, and that public benefit is the workforce and affordable housing. That's a judgment call. Do I believe that benefit is sufficient enough to outweigh the potential cost, which are the precedential value of this, the issue of do we really want to protect this pristine environment that we have in this community? And I keep going back and forth on this. I've got friends I've worked with for years that are part of the development team. I trust them. I know that they're honorable, honest people. I know when they say something at the podium that they're telling the truth. They're not shading anything. And I know that people on the other side are very passionate, and our staff is very passionate about these things. So it's a judgment call. And I'm kind of leaning towards the judgment of that this project, though it's got tremendous public benefit, those benefits don't outweigh the potential cost to this. Those benefits don't outweigh the fact that we've got a plan in place and we keep trying to change it piece by piece by piece. A couple of years ago, we were dealing with Immokalee Road and some of the land use and comprehensive plan changes that were coming before us on that. And we talked about, well, we're making these piecemeal changes. Well, these piecemeal changes add up. And so right now, I'm coming down on that I'm not going to support this project. It's not that I believe that this project in and of itself is a terrible project. I think that what's been put together is probably a beautiful project. And there is public benefit, but I don't think it outweighs the negative aspects, which are the precedents, the fact that we're going to have the next property owner that's in a receiving area or a sending area that's going to have a similar type of a problem. Also, I will say that I'm not convinced that because a piece of property, a farm, is impacted, that it's lost its environmental value. We're talking about the long-term future here. We're not talking about what this property is going to look like tomorrow or 10 years or 20 years from now, but what is it going to look like 50 years from now? So if you look at it long range, as everybody has said, the environment tends to repair itself over time. So I think there are other alternatives that we might want to take a look at. Now, this is not a conservation Collier piece of property because it doesn't fit all those molds. It doesn't mean we can't say to Conservation Collier, this is a valuable piece of property. We are willing to purchase this property for more than what the appraised value would be at a farm, recognizing that there's a lot of sweat and tears that have gone into that property, so that the property owner can come out reasonably well with it. I think there are ways we can do that. That would take some creative thinking, but I'm coming down on that I'm concerned about this piecemeal approach that we're taking and what the long-term future of this community looks like. Our environment is the most important aspect, the most important characteristic of this community that's made it a wonderful place to be.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to ramble a little bit.
We're all ramblers.
First of all, property owners have the right to ask. They have the right to come forth with a good plan to put together, listening to the community, listening to the people that are putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. They have the right to do that. Whether it's sending lands, whether it's receiving lands, whether it's neutral, I really don't care. All of the changes that have come forth were really thought out well. You know, from the TDRs, the culverts, the notice of burns, the littoral plantings, going to 95% affordability. All of that's very well thought out. The $170,000 down payment assistance. I mean, every single thing was a positive for their plan. But what it boils down to with me is, you know, it's not about the animals, it's not about the panthers, it's not about the birds, it's not about any of that. I love the animals. What I don't want is the people out there. We have never turned down a project that's just creeped and creeped and creeped. I'm not calling it sprawl. I'm not going to do that. But this is outside the line. We've already got one encroachment into the rural fringe mixed-use district, and that's right there in the north. That's Hacienda. Justifying another one is not justified. What it boils down to me, and I've said this in the last 2 or 3 meetings, so it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I'm fed up with increasing the density and building projects to get a token amount of public benefit with affordable housing. If this project was 50% affordable housing in this spot, I would turn it down because it's not enough public benefit for me. Every person I talk to, it's not me. I'm not sitting up here coming up with my own stuff. Every person I talk to, Commissioner, when are you going to stop the building? When are you going to stop the the density. When are you going to stop this? When are you going to stop that? And I said, you know what? All I can do is try. I'm going to stop it. I'm not going to vote for this project. It doesn't have anything to do. It doesn't have anything to do with the owners. They got a problem with this farm. My heart goes out to them because there's not a real good solution, but it's not the people's responsibility to fix that problem. We have to decide whether we want to change our future land use element, and I don't want to change it. We have a comp plan. I want to stick to it. And we have 5,000 units that are not out of the ground yet, affordability-wise. You can say, but this, Commissioner, this was a forced sale. You know what? It was a forced sale, but 22% at the 95 units is not enough benefit for me to come out there and mess up this rural fringe mixed-use district. So, it's, somebody said earlier, it's death by 1,000 cuts. It's death by 1,000 cuts. I'm drawing the line on the increasing the density for a little bit of public benefit. Now, there would be 95 people that would benefit, but there would also be 328 market homes on our roads, at our intersections, and to get that small amount, and that's just not enough for me.
Commissioner Lacoste is next. Bill, would you want to go next?
So
I'll go next, or you can.
No, I agree with everything that Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner Hall said. I just also think that the landowner is also one of our constituents. I think it would be irresponsible for us to just vote no and say, see ya, bye, good luck. So I like what Commissioner Saunders had to say. Do we reconvene? I mean, we run Conservation Collier. Do we? And also, is there anything that was on Brad Cornell's slide that maybe he didn't vet out? You didn't vet out, but is any of that possible? And maybe we go down the line and it's all not possible. But I think for us to just vote no and say, hey, I'm really sorry about your farm, bye, I think we have more responsibility than that. So I'm not sitting here advocating for the homes, but I think you're also our constituents, and we're also here to represent you. So working together and figuring out if we are going to preserve this land, not just saying too bad, so sad, hope you find another farmer that can tear up all the land and put in all new orange groves and whatnot. I don't think that's realistic. So if that means reconvening and coming back here and having our Conservation Collier team come to the podium, if there's other organizations, Brad Cornell and a whole host of other environmental groups are following this, if they want to come forward and give us an answer. I think our job here is not just to say yes or no, but it's to help solve problems. So if the building is not going to solve a problem, and I don't disagree with anything my colleague said, I think we still have a responsibility to figure out you're not going to be Orange Grove farmers anymore. The land doesn't support it. What is possible? So I'd like to see us come back here, and if this, you need 4 votes. You've already got 2, maybe 3 that are kind of not supportive of it. But what I am supportive of is trying to figure out the best possible solution. And some of those environmental organizations have our ear. We have an environmental organization that falls on us, that we work with closely in Conservation Collier. I think we still have a responsibility to walk out of this room and figure out the best way to protect, to utilize, whatever the right term is, that piece of property, because you're our constituent as well. And there's a lot of people that spoke passionately at the podium that even gave you praise. Thank you for all that you've done for your community. I bet you there's more than a handful on this side that do care what happens to your family. And it's not just, hey, sorry, sell it for 5 cents an acre, and it sucks to be an orange grove farmer right now. None of us, I think, feel that way. So I want to help find an answer that is the best possible solution, not only for your family, but for this part of Collier County. And so I think there's several things that were kicked around here that need to be vetted to see if there is another alternative.
All right. What I want to do, I know we're going on 7 hours now with this particular item, and we still have work to do after you guys leave this room, believe it or not.
I'm
But
ready to
I
go
want to,
now.
can I just give the court reporter a little break? I got a message that,
You're gonna miss my, you're gonna miss.
Are you
my-
all right?
you're
Can you
miss
go?
my
You're
gonna miss the
speech.
best of the.
all right.
10 minutes.
All right. Commissioner,
You pick the time, Chair.
Go ahead, Bill.
if
Go.
she's
Go.
okay, we'll go on. I mean,
I
I
don't
kind of got
care.
a little message that it's
I
time
don't
to take a little
I really
break.
want to hear
I don't
this.
care. It's all good. If you want to take a break, let's go.
Let's finish this item.
All right.
go ahead.
I'm-
'Cause I think
I'm
we're
down
at the
with
end of
that.
this
Sorry, I
particular. this
You all
item.
right?
All
You gonna
right.
make it? Because you're not, she's not the only
She's
one
tough.
that's hurt.
She's tough.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner McDaniel.
Commissioner McDaniel, thank you. I want to say this, and I told you this yesterday or yesterday when we met. I've had a difficult time with this project. I was a hard no on this at the transmittal hearing. I didn't like this project. It was a lot for me. A lot in a not appropriate location for what was being requested. There's an enormous amount of public benefit that comes with this. Can that public benefit be attained in another manner? That's yet to be determined. Nobody's come forward to offer any alternatives as of yet. Enormous amount of drainage issues. The folks that live on Sable Palm that spoke got my heart. There's all kinds of rehydration efforts that are going on to the north of Sable Palm, and Tim called it what I called it yesterday when we were talking about the dam, Sable Palm itself. No one contemplated the rehydration efforts, $1.6 billion worth of pumps out into Picayune, moving water and rehydrating up north, and then not having the proper capacity to move that water south. Can that be accomplished in another manner? I don't know. That is accomplished here theoretically if your hydrologist modeling is in fact correct. I've been sitting up here and I don't usually go back and forth. I'm usually for or not for, and in this particular instance, I don't think it's time to say no. I think that I can count noses. I mean, right now, my move is to make a motion to continue the item, do further exploration, and come back with a different approach.
That was, I would like to give Commissioner Saunders option time, see if there is another option. I mean, I think what he was suggesting was maybe there is another option.
So I was going to make that motion, but I'll second that motion.
You can do it.
I'll second that motion. We're all paddling in the same direction.
Sure.
But what I would echo is, please be more aggressive in you all communicating. If you just leave this room and come back in 2 weeks and we just pick up where we left off, I don't think we've done anything good for anybody here. The community, the landowner, the county. So now, can't force that. I mean, I remember I had an issue on another part of my district, and basically I told the other side, please meet with Mr. Yovanovich, and you know how that went. They went to your office and said, we're not here to meet with you. We don't really want to talk. I think you have people here that are more communicative and more professional, and I think there's other options. So I'll make the motion or second the motion that we continue this, look at other possible options that would be fair to the landowner. I think even the people here that don't want to see houses built there aren't looking to kick the landowner to the curb. A lot of them were very complimentary, but that would be my motion. And not that we necessarily come back in 2 weeks. The timing is up to you.
I would say the timing with the advertising is an issue.
Yeah.
Did you leave it open-ended? We may have to re-advertise?
Yeah, well, you'd have to.
Yeah, we would have to
was my
probably
question.
re-advertise
Right.
once we get to a solution.
Right.
Or
So
attempted
I'd
solution.
like to leave it open-ended.
All right.
I'm happy to meet with Brad just about any time. Brad knows where my office is, I think. I'll go to his office. I've always been willing to talk. I've had instances where people just show up to my office and say, you know what, we're not going to talk. We're willing to talk. Always have been willing to talk. If we can find another option to be fair to the property owner, that may not be in Pulte and John's best interest, but the property owner has they may have to pick up the tab from this point forward, but they should be given the opportunity to talk. And hopefully Brad's right. Maybe there's another way to get to exactly the same place.
Well, I think this case is going to get enough publicity, enough coverage, I hope, and there might be an organization out there, and even the citizens, a lot of you said a lot of passionate things. Don't just go home and hope that this all works out. There's a lot of influential people in the communities that are right around this area. Help us come to a solution. Bring some people to the table. It might be a collection, a group of environmental organizations that have an idea, an option. And so, we're public servants, but in a way, so are the citizens. So I think we're all sitting here saying we want the right thing to happen, and I think we're heading in that direction. So there's maybe the solution is something we haven't even thought about. It's not just Conservation Collier or nothing. There's a lot of people here that are passionate about protecting this land, and I'd love to see several options come to the table.
Commissioner Hall, you were queued up next.
I don't mind kicking it down the road, but this is what we have to decide, whether we're going to rezone not or change the flu. If we want to do something else, I'd be glad to have that conversation. But I'm not going to support changing the comp plan. And I don't think that we need to kick that down the road just to come up with another solution. The other solution's not going to include this.
It may. We may have to amend the comp plan to implement a solution to do something other than what's in front of you today. So I would hate to start all over and go back to 3 years worth of work.
Mr. Saunders. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, well, first of all, what I was thinking was that this is a piece of property that is valuable from an environmental standpoint. I would certainly volunteer to work with Mr. Jovanovich and the property owner to come up with some sort of a value to see if there's a value that would satisfy the property owner. Continuing this just generally, I guess I have a concern with that because we've got two commissioners that have said we're not going to support this project. We got hundreds of people that are kind of on the edge of their seats. If we continue this, they're going to still be on the edge of their seats because they're not going to know if this is going to come back 3 months from now and all of a sudden we're going to sneak it through. And so I just think that we need to dispose of this petition tonight. I will volunteer to work with Mr. Jovanovich to see if there's and of course this perhaps is really working with the property owner to see if there's a solution. Are you thinking, or is what you're thinking that maybe there's a low density development? Is that?
No. Well, first off, let me just say this is my district, so I'll volunteer to work with the attorney and with the landowner.
I'm out
and
of
with
it.
the citizens.
I've been told that it's Commissioner LaCastro's district, and I agree with that. So I'm out of it. But so.
I mean, it doesn't preclude any of us from talking with Mr. Jovanovich and everything separately as what. But as far as like the team approach, and I think everybody knows my phone number as well. But I agree with you. I think we don't have the appetite for this or the approval for this project. So I don't know what the right course of action is. Do we have to we take a motion to vote against this and changing the zoning and whatnot, and then let's make sure we're doing this correctly.
Well, here's my thought. There's nothing that says we can't modify the text of the comp plan amendment to do some of the things that Commissioner Saunders is discussing. I'd hate to start over and go through the expense of doing this. We heard loud and clear that a 423 unit project is not going to get approved. That doesn't mean that something else that Brad and others can agree to that would result in a tweak, maybe a significant tweak to what's there, and not have to start all over and start a 2-year odyssey again. We're just asking for that continuance, for that period to discuss potential options.
Yeah.
As long as we leave the continuance open.
That means we didn't approve it.
We don't have to.
Yeah.
It still allows them to not put away the good that has in fact been offered up as of yet. It allows for other alternatives to come through to provide viability. So I think we should continue the item.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we have a motion and a second. Why don't we just go ahead and call for the vote then?
All right, so we have a motion to continue it.
Yes.
And a second. All in favor of continuing since oh God, I can't even talk anymore. Please identify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose continuing it?
Aye.
I have 3-2. We only need 3 to continue, correct?
Yes.
4 to pass. All right. So we're continued. Look for other options.
Good for now.
All right.
We're going on break.
Yeah, let's go on a break right now. So we'll be back. Let's make a 15-minute break.
Well, you should be. Then you didn't understand the vote. 15. Okay. Come back with.
that's all good. Okay. All right, we still have work to do. There's nobody left in the audience. All right.
right.
Commissioners, you understand Commissioner Saunders had to go to the commitment.
Okay.
So he departed the property.
right.
So, but there's the four of us left.
Okay, well, we have 2 items left. We are on to item 12A, which is formerly 16K1. This is a recommendation to appoint Thomas Sabarin to the Coastal Advisory Committee. This item was moved to the regular agenda at Commissioner McDaniel's request.
Yeah, and if I may, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the gentleman that was recommended to be approved. I found out that the position that's available on the Coastal Advisory Committee is for an unincorporated resident.
Yes, sir.
And Scott's in the city.
Yeah, he's a city
And
resident.
I missed that correlate. I didn't know the other fellow from Adam, and he obviously is a nice fellow, but I didn't know him. So, but I'll make a motion for his approval.
All right, so we have a motion for his approval. We have a
Second.
We got a motion and a second by Commissioner Hall. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Passed.
It did. It did.
I don't have a 9F.
Then we got 12B.
12B, I believe.
It's about the removal of the exotics.
It went back to summary.
Okay.
So we're good on that one. All right, sorry, we just have in a sidebar. All right, that brings us to item 12B, formerly 16K19. This is a recommendation to approve a proclamation declaring a local state of emergency to repair private impassable roads within unincorporated Collier County, which pose a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of Collier County citizens, and finding a valid public purpose for expending public funds to immediately repair private impassable roads. This one did have an updated fiscal impact of $1,238,800 and is being moved to the regular, or was moved to the regular agenda at Commissioner LaCastro's request.
Crystal, this informative booklet here, did every commissioner get one? Okay,
Yes.
so here's all I would say, and I'll be brief. It's been a long day. Amy and I talked about this a bit. This has to do with the 6L Farm Road being unpassable, right? Basically, and others.
It
right?
has to do with 78 miles in our
Yeah,
county
and
that are
others.
still impassable.
Usually we sort of, that, at least from my district, so point well taken. But, so I'll just say in summary, it's great to hear 10 reasons why we can't do something. I think we need to figure out what we can do. So I can read 100 volumes of things that say illegal, immoral, unethical, illegal, immoral, unethical. Okay, then what's our direction to the citizens of all these unpassable roads? Because I will tell you, if my grandmother lived at the end of the unpassable road and had a heart attack, what's more concerning to me are the letters we got from EMS saying we're worried we can't make it through those roads. And I think if I sent them a copy of this, I'd be embarrassed to do that. And not that this isn't valuable, it is. But we have to come up with an answer of how we're going to be able to make those, bring those roads up to standard. And what I don't want to talk about for 3 hours is what the citizens should have done. And we got that, okay? Nobody's got a DeLorean. We're not going back in time and getting the citizens to do what they should have done in many cases. But what can we do now? So I don't know if this is something, I think it's something that we should be continued. I just got this on my desk today. We probably all did. As I was flipping through it, it's like, okay, there's, a whole lot of things in here that we can't do, but I would like to know what we can do. Go ahead, sir.
Well, somebody ahead of me.
Commissioner Hall was ahead of you. Though,
okay.
So.
Thank you, Chairman. I have two things that concern me about this, and they may be able to be worked out. The one of them is declaring an emergency when we don't have an emergency, just to say that we can get to and the other thing was, along with that is it only lasts for 42 days. Now, we may be able to get around that some kind of way, but those were the two things that I understood. I just didn't have peace about declaring an emergency when we don't have one.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Okay, and now for the rest of the story, we have been working on this circumstance forever, and it preceded this entire board clear back ever since time immemorial. There are multiple ways to cure this issue. My suggestion is the county attorney and I, and he has told me that by the declaration of emergency, we stay in the envelope of allowable expenditure of public funds on private property. Regardless, I mean, the clerk gave me the book. I haven't read it yet. I will. I promise. I usually don't read your stuff, but I will read it. But the bottom line is the county attorney, who I rely upon to give me legal advice as to what we can and can't do, has recommended that we do the declaration of emergency, which is what this is for. Second, in part to that, we are going to the AG for an opinion of the AG to ensure that we don't engage a contractor, hire a contractor, and then she's feeling obligated or being told that she can't do it because of illegality. That will lift that shroud. And so my suggestion is go forward with the declaration of emergency. We'll then submit. We may need to continue the item or do whatever we need to do time-wise until we get the AG's opinion back, but that should lift the veil with the clerk with regard to whether or not she can in fact hire the contractor. The good news about all this, because of what our clerk has brought forward, by the methodology that's in fact been put in place, there was 110, 111 miles of private roads that weren't being tended before. Now, with this opt-out provision that the county attorney and I work with, we have formal written commitments from property owners on those lands to tend those 40 some odd miles that weren't there before. So there's bonuses coming out of these, what I feel like are gyrations. They're not gyrations. But my suggestion is our county attorney has said, with this, she's standing there at the podium, but with this declaration of emergency, this helps the cause with regard to this methodology.
And before I go to you, Commissioner, I just want some clarity, and since the attorneys are here, when I spoke to the attorney and when I posed the question, I think in his legal mind or mindset was that if we just go to the AG and ask if we can use public money for private roads, I think he knew the answer already. I think this was an avenue to get something in front of the Attorney General's office with this mindset. I don't think this was the declarative public emergency. This was just a mindset to get another opinion if we went this route and get an opinion on this route. Not that we're declaring anything and not doing anything until we get an opinion. Is that clear, or is that?
If I may, Sally Ashkar, Assistant County Attorney. So the reason that this is before you today is that there is an existing AG opinion that says if there is a declared state of emergency, then public funds may be expended for private use. In this case, it would be for the roadway.
But that's state. You just said state, declared state of emergency.
Yes.
So that would have to come from the governor's office.
No, sir. Under chapter.
Oh, is in state.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. So.
Well, let her finish, because
I'm sorry.
This is something that I was trying to get clarity on, and I don't know if I got clarity, so I want to.
Yes, sir. So Chapter 252 of the Florida statutes is the Emergency Management Powers statute in the state of Florida, and that gives local governments the broad powers to declare state of emergencies. And to answer Commissioner Hall's question from earlier, emergency is a very broad definition under that statute. It means any occurrence or threat, whether natural, technological, or man-made, which results or may result in substantial injury or harm to the population or substantial damage to or loss of property. So that broad definition of emergency gives us the ability as a local government to declare that state of emergency, in this case, to be able to fix those roads.
Okay, so by that means, then by your definition, then we have an ordinance with Conservation Collier that if we declare a state of emergency, we can use their funds.
Correct.
Yes.
That's one option.
That's an option. That's not the option being proposed for this right now, but that's an option.
I know, I'm just saying, because the way that's verbalized, and we
Make a
created
motion to
that
declare
ordinance.
emergency?
We created that ordinance.
I'm trying to do that.
In a way,
Commissioner,
then what
Commissioner,
you're
I can tell you,
saying.
in other contexts, in procurement and construction contexts, there's case law out there that says that if the board determines there's an emergency, there's deference to what you determine is an emergency. So basically, what you say is an emergency is an emergency. In this context, I don't have the background that Sally has, but I know in other contexts, in the state of Florida, whatever you deem is an emergency will be accepted as an emergency.
And that definition in the state statute is consistent with what Mr. Teach just told you. And so based on that prior AG opinion that says that in a declared state of emergency, those public funds may be expended to repair private roads, and we've got a specific AG that says that, that's the reason for this being before you. So that when we do go to the AG, we can say, look, you've already got this AG opinion from years prior that says if you have a declared state of emergency, we can move forward with this MSTO. And so that is the purpose of this. Commissioner Hall, to answer your other question about the dating on this, what we can do is make the effective date of the state of emergency after we get the AG opinion back.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping, that it would be after the fact of the AG
Of course,
opinion.
depending on the result. So if the result is in our favor, then of course we would simply date the state of emergency after we receive that opinion to give us the full 42 days.
But do we have to revisit it, though? I think that was the other question.
There's an extension, so it can be extended. So based on the timeframes in the statute, it would have to come back for an extension. But other than that, the total timeframe is 42 days, and that's all you would have to do.
Comes in 7-day increments.
Exactly.
Yeah, 7-day increments,
Exactly.
that's what I understand.
So just let me be clear, the emergency would be that we can't get down the roads and the people's health and people's welfare are in jeopardy. So it's not like a state of emergency where we have to have a flood or a tornado or a hurricane.
Correct. And you can also think about it, Commissioner, from the perspective of evacuations, wildfires, the spreading of wildfires to be able to access the areas. If we can't get there, those wildfires will spread as, flooding, other types of natural disasters and things like that. So this is a preemptive measure to address that need.
Yeah, I just didn't want this to be a vote that leaves this dais tonight, and then Trinity goes out and hires somebody to fix these roads, and the AG comes back and says, oh, no, you can't.
We are still going to proceed with the AG
I just want to
opinion.
make sure we're still going to proceed with the AG.
We are still going to proceed, but this gives us teeth. So
Yeah,
to
that's what I
speak.
thought. It was
Yes.
kind of a way of going around it
Yeah,
to
it
get
gives
an
us
opinion.
teeth.
Commissioner Castro.
Well, I just want to remind everyone, I don't want to debate the semantics of state of emergency, if it helps us or hurts us, whatever, you do whatever think's best. But I just want to remind everyone, when, like you said, we've been talking about this for a while, and I don't know about you all, but I got several letters from EMS folks, because like you said, it's not just my 6L Farm Road, it's many more, but that's the one I'm focused on, that actually sent letters that talked about an emergent need. And when you have EMS saying we're really worried about being able to go down and save a life, I mean, I can dig those letters out. We had some of those were verbal conversations, but there was when we first started talking about this, our first responders felt this was an emergent requirement to solve.
Yes, sir. When you have your emergency services division saying we can't access the area, who better to tell you that there's
Yeah.
an emergency?
If I can just reiterate.
Go ahead, Commissioner Dan. Take you off the list.
I am still president of the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association when Coletta tapped me 25 years ago, because we used to establish MSTUs for private roads, and he wanted to do one individually for the Corkscrew area. And number one. Number two, I lost a friend on Lilac, who, because we couldn't get an ambulance in there to get him when he had his heart attack. And this path that we're on right now has been done in the past. We have established a state of emergency on Platte Road twice and spent an inordinate amount of money fixing Platte Road, which was the access point that the ambulance needed to do to get to my friend on Lilac. So what we're proposing here hasn't not been done. The clerk's office has been able to pay under a declaration of emergency. We have expended public money on private property and fixed those roads in the past. For your brain, my plan is, staff's looking at this. We're aware of these circumstances on the condition of these roads. We had fire, EMS, and sheriff go inspect. All three of them gave us reports and rated these roads. The estimate of this, my battle plan is once this construction, the repairs are complete, then, because we're gonna lift the cap. Remember, we set a 1 mil cap on this tax? We're gonna lift the cap and then allow for an appropriate charge to go back to the roads that we're in fact gonna fix, so that it's not burdening the rest of the people for the balance of the ongoing expenses. So there's more to this than just this.
No, I agree. I just felt we wanted to make sure we had clarity on this step, that we were going to take in consideration today.
Yes, sir.
So I have nobody else lit up. Do you have anything else you want to
I
add?
have nothing else. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
I'll move for approval.
I have a
Second.
move to approval in a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Commissioner.
Oh,
Oh,
oh Lord.
just-
I didn't
Late.
see you standing there.
that's okay. I just did want to put on the record that we agreed, obviously, that we were moving forward with the Attorney General opinion. Commissioner McDaniel, please do read the totality of the packet that I have provided you. There's quite a bit of information because there are specific examples in the AG already put forward that whether an ambulance or a school bus or any of those things cannot go on a road does not make it a public purpose. And so I think the problem and the difference of declaring an emergency right away and doing some repairs right away, the difference here is that it is purely private property, not accessible to the public. And those are some of the differences that we can explain in the AGO. But I did want to put on the record, this came forward rather surprisingly because we had worked with the county attorney's office on the AGO. We sent them a draft of our position. They were going to add the county's position, and then this was put forward. So I provided you additional information on all the research that we've done, and we'll work it forward. I hadn't spoken to Sally till 10 minutes ago, but
And
we
I'm
will.
sorry,
The
by the way.
AGO's the end.
From
You
me
know.
to you,
Okay.
Go.
I have always contemplated being a state of emergency as a portion of what we were in fact doing. I didn't ever know that it wasn't part of the original transaction, so I could have
There are multiple
communicated that to you.
definitions of the emergency and the purpose they're used, so
and-
I would say that we will hash that out and do a proper AGO, and then we'll both get an answer. And no need to argue it here, I guess,
No,
but.
we're not arguing it.
But
I
Crystal,
just-
you agree there's a way that we could at least approach it. What you listed are ways that we shouldn't do it. Because I did scan this,
I think
and
there
I
are
was like, wow, these are things we should not do. But,
Commissioner, I
you know.
think there are ways that the private individuals have to take care of their private property. We create an HOA in our private community, and we contribute to that, and that pays it. Not everything is a public purpose. And very specifically, the AGOs say, just because an ambulance can't get there, it's still the individual's responsibility for their own property, where they choose to live, and the repairs for those. If I don't repair my driveway, he says, oh, that doesn't make sense. Well, why? There are private responsibilities, and I think that's what the statutes set out to do. But let's go back and ask the people that made the laws, and I'm willing to do that. That should clear it
Well, the
out.
last thing we want to do is put you in a spot where you
Thanks.
aren't willing to pay a contractor that we've hired to take care of a circumstance.
And I
that's
really
prevalent within
appreciate
our
that.
Community. And that's where I threw out the anchor a month or so ago, 2 months ago, and then brought this forward.
Right.
They are accessible by anybody that chooses to drive down them.
There-
Remember that.
There-
We've said it multiple times that they're private roads and they're not accessible to the public. These
But-
are accessible to the public.
There's
You
no
can't-
purpose for the public to be on them, hence they are not public
Unless a
roads as
deer
declared
hunter
for a
coming to
public
my
road.
house.
Or visiting somebody.
I
yeah.
mean, now on some of these roads, you got to have four-wheel drive if you want to go down them, but you're allowed to go.
But my concern is that our job is public safety,
Right.
and if the citizens drop the ball and they can't get there from here now because it's been too long, great. But we can't undo that. But I think we still it's still
some
our
of the-
responsibility for public safety.
And just to offer some of the solutions, that's the
Thanks,
same
Sally.
thing you do with code enforcement. If people have a house that's a danger to them, you cite them, but they're responsible for making the repair. And as a matter of fact, then you penalize them if they don't make the repair appropriate for their own well-being and safety. And that's probably an even up approach, as we do with other elements of private homes, private pools, private things, and something that you might want to consider.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, thank you, Crystal. All right, so I guess we already took the vote. I didn't realize she was at the podium. That's all right. All right, so that's been passed.
Did we vote on that?
Yeah,
We
we
did.
did, but
Okay.
then Crystal, I didn't realize she was standing there. All right, so 12B's done.
That brings us to item 15, staff and commission general communications. 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
I think we heard from everyone in the county already.
Thanks, Troy.
Item 15B is staff project updates. We have none. That brings us to 15C, staff and commission general communications. I'll hold anything I was going to say to the next meeting. County Attorney.
No comment.
Okay. Commissioner Saunders. Oh, no, you're gone. Commissioner Hall.
I have nothing. Commissioner LaCastro, good luck
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, tomorrow's not going to be a great day because of my mom.
Go
Want
ahead,
me to go next?
Commissioner.
I was going to bring up the pedestrian ordinance and e-bikes and whatnot. It's been a long day, so I'm going to table that for a future meeting. But I think it's worth possibly discussing it here to see if we've got all the details covered in there. Commissioner Cole did a great job bringing us a draft and adding more things into it. But I can tell you, I was driving down Fifth Avenue yesterday, and I saw 4 kids on e-bikes popping wheelies, going on the wrong side of the road. And I'm not saying an ordinance fixes all that, but I'm also getting emails from people that are still asking kind of questions. Things are a little ambiguous. Some people sent me some suggestions. So it's another time for another meeting. What I would just tell my colleagues is if you have an upcoming town hall or you have a newsletter or something, you might want to mention to citizens, hey, I'm looking for feedback of. And then what I did in my last newsletter, I attached our ordinance and said, here's what it says. I sort of summarized it a little bit too to make it easy. And then I did get some input. And, lastly, and I don't want to ramble, but this is important to me. It should be to all of us. So recently at the Naples Pier, right, a lot of activity. Great. Finally, 3 years later. So there were podiums and a lot of elected officials and a lot of people were making big speeches and taking a lot of credit and doing a lot of things. But I tell you where podiums weren't and where the news was absent was when our county crew, and I've got a list of names here, people like Marshall Miller, John Benoit, Coastal Zone Management, Andy Miller, Solid Waste Team, led by Carrie, Eric Short from Facilities, Robert Von Holly from Wastewater. We have Lisa Blackledge, Jamie Cook, Trinity Scott, Jamie French, James Hanneran from Parks and Rec, and a host of other people who, right after the hurricane, were doing unbelievable work. We're performing miracles. I can tell you there was no podium or Fox News down at Caxambas when we opened it in record time at basically zero expense to the county. I didn't see any podiums at boat launch on 951 across the miles of Capri when I was out there with Jamie and his team, and we were standing out there by ourselves looking at this unbelievable, beautiful boat launch that had been almost totally destroyed by Ian. And I'm not saying that that's the same as the pier. The pier's a land. I'm not taking anything away from that, but I just wanted to give a shout out to our team who did a lot of stuff behind the scenes and didn't get Fox News coverage. There were no podiums. I didn't see any congressmen there, bragging about what a great job Collier County was doing. So to those people I just listed and the other people that they represent, thank you very much. A lot of the damage was in my district, but all of us had issues, and those things, as far as I know, are in my district, they're all long resolved, and the outcome was beautiful and a huge improvement. And I hope the pier has the same end result. But there was a whole lot of things that happened in Collier County well before people made speeches in front of the pier, bragging about that they're finally going to get started on it. So thank you to all those folks that I mentioned and everybody in between.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. McDaniel.
Got 2. Quick like a bunny, where are we at on the fire ban?
We haven't hit the drought index yet. I'll check in again with Chief Byrne, but I did tell him that we're prepared to implement the burn ban as soon as we hit the 600 drought index.
Okay.
And that's the standard that's
Lean
used
in
for
on
forestry,
that.
et cetera.
Lean in on, and I know every time we get to talking about it, then the good Lord sends us some rain, but we need to lean in on that
Agreed.
sooner than later.
Yes, sir.
I'm watching what's going on. I mean, the hydration's good in in our wetland areas and things, but it's close, and I don't want to be late ever.
No, sir. As soon as we get there, we'll do it.
And then probably not in comparison. We all know we are celebrating our 250th anniversary of our country, and I would like for us as a government, as our county, to do as much as we possibly can to acknowledge that, celebrate it. Some of you in the back that think up really happy things, think up something really happy. And I'm looking at you, Trinity, because she thinks up happy things all the time. So, I would like for something to be done by our government, by our county, in acknowledgement of this historic event. I'd like to see that.
Like an event or proclamation or?
Yes, all of the above.
All the above.
Okay.
All of the above.
I'll grab a 6-pack of some sparklers.
I'm down.
Wasn't Trinity SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants or something?
Huh?
She dressed
So
up.
I think that's something we ought to do.
No,
So-
for sure. I mean, it's not every time. I remember the 200th year anniversary,
Right.
1976.
Weren't born yet.
I was born. I was 10 years old. Stop.
Okay.
I'm an old man. But
right.
I just want to. I might as well just bring it up now. But I don't know if there's an appetite for it. But I've been getting a lot of in my district. You know, I have a ton of gated communities with their own HOAs and their own little governments and things like that exist. And a couple of situations where I have HOAs like allow, like their particular board at the time allows to park like a small RV or something like that in their driveways, but our ordinance does not allow it. So they get these letters, and then they're getting hit from the county, even though their community or the people they elect in their HOAs allow those type of things. And I was talking with staff and talking that maybe even if we put maybe an extra line or two at the end of our ordinance that puts all the responsibility back on the HOA. If that's something they allow within their gated community, put it back on them, and then, you know, like a little thing that says, as long as you have written permission, you can, you know, from your HOA, you know, that ordinance, it could be in the ordinance. But remember that if your board changes and they don't approve it anymore, then you have to abide by your HOA rules. So
Jeff
you know, something-
Klatzkow gave me a good two-liner that I cut and pasted. I had several that reached out to me and said, oh, they're making us do A, B, C, D, and E, but the county doesn't allow it. And Jeff basically, in really clean English, said, once you drive through that gate of your HOA, I mean, it's not like, oh, you can do whatever you want, but the things that the people had listed that they were upset about, hey, that if you want to live in Fiddler's Creek and they don't want you to park a boat in your driveway and you don't like that, then you don't live in Fiddler's Creek. It was that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Subject to HOA rules.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, subject to HO rules that like that pertain to RV, you know, recreational vehicle parking on their own property. Maybe we'll visit something like get a good language written up with staff and figure out and maybe bring that back. But I just want to thank everybody for being gentle on me today.
Good job.
First chairmanship.
406 speakers.
Jeez.
Yeah,
7:44. You should be ashamed of
When you're
yourself.
I
Keeping us
know.
here that long.
Maybe I'll keep you here a little longer. No. All right, guys. I appreciate it. We are adjourned.
Outstanding.